to find really less harmful alternatives to cigarette smoking. So science and all the process for assessing these alternatives, for demonstrating that not just toxicity is reduced, but also in terms of clinical impact, the products are less harmful. That's the core of the transformation. But then we also need all stakeholders to understand the product, to understand what it is and what it isn't. And today, we are still in the process of getting there. If you think about it, for example, still today, many people think about nicotine as the harmful substance in cigarettes. And nicotine is indeed not harmless, and it's addictive. But actually, the scientific consensus around the world is that the harm is caused by all the harmful chemicals that are generated when you burn tobacco. And that's the core of the product transformation, is to remove combustion and to generate an aerosol that still contains nicotine, but contains much less harmful constituents, and therefore can provide a benefit to the consumers. Okay, and so this new purpose changes everything, changes how you operate, how you think around business. It redefines the architecture, for example, of the company. How this new purpose also is changing your sustainability strategy? So this new purpose is the basis of the sustainability strategy. I've said it many times. A tobacco company cannot be sustainable if it doesn't transform. So this transformation, moving from cigarettes to smoke-free, less harmful products, is the condition for the company to be sustainable. On the other hand, for you to succeed in this transformation, you need to look at all the other aspects of your business. Everything is going to change. The value chain is going to change. We're moving from a business where we are taking a bit of tobacco and rolling it out in paper, very basic, to a business where you have electronics, where you have permanent innovation, where you're sourcing different materials, you're having different impacts in the world. And so we cannot succeed in that transformation if we're not looking at environmental and human rights in that new supply chain, if we're not looking into the energy that is required for these new products. So we need to look into all different aspects of sustainability to succeed in the transformation. We acknowledge today that there is a deficit of trust, there's a deficit of credibility in our sector, and so it is very important that we are able to demonstrate what we are doing to transform the business model. We published something called the Business Transformation Metrics that allows every stakeholder to see how much we are investing in R&D of new, less harmful products, how much we are putting behind the commercial effort on these products versus cigarettes. So allow perfect scrutiny on that with clear goals, but also all clear goals on all other material topics, whether it's on environment or whether it's on social, which we believe is crucial to show the world how we operate and how we relate to society. So you said about social and environmental. Could you tell us a little bit about the E, the S, around the ESG? Absolutely. So we went through a very extensive process of materiality analysis, covering looking into all potential impacts on society, all across the value chain. We developed a strategy that is based on 4 pillars. One is innovation for better products. I already mentioned the shift away from cigarettes. And the others are operational excellence, caring for the people we work with, and protecting the environment. And on each of this, we have tier 1 and tier 2 topics. So we identified where we have the biggest impact. So for example, in environment, clearly we have climate change, which we believe is the challenge of our era, but we also have the waste, the post-consumer waste associated with our products, circularity, and so on. On caring for the people we work with, we have human rights impacts across our value chain. So for all Tier 1 topics, what we have done is we define a goal for 2025. So let me give you one example. On environment and post-consumer waste, we want that by 2025, all consumers of smoke-free products have access to take-back and recycling schemes, both for the electronic and for the consumables. And we think that this is the future. Every business today, particularly in the fast-moving consumer goods industry, when you're launching a product, when you're looking into the future of your business, you need to look into all these dimensions. So this is what we've done for every single area, from environment all the way to social and supply chain. Our commitment on supply chain is by 2025, 100% of our sourcing is going to come from sustainable sources. Mm-hmm. So all very ambitious goals to match the ambition of completely changing our business model, which goes beyond nicotine, which goes beyond tobacco. And I think we had the chance to talk about that a little bit.
Yes.
We've started this journey with the idea of doing less bad, right? Of reducing the harm caused by our products. That's our key focus. In the process, we develop capabilities, we develop know-how, we develop social capital. We now have hundreds of scientists in our R&D facilities, people with profound knowledge on systems toxicology, aerosols, and a number of other things. So the next step for us is actually going beyond doing less bad and doing net positive. And so getting into a business model where actually we're giving something positive to society. We announced this year that we have the ambition that by 2025, 1 billion of revenue will be coming from products that go beyond nicotine.
Okay. And we are talking about transformation and commitments and goals, and that cannot happen without top management alignment, no? As what we call in transformation processes, the sponsorship. Could you tell us a little bit about how are they seeing the sustainability objectives in the top management?
So I mentioned the statement. We started with the purpose, and so the statement of purpose is a formal document issued by our board of directors that oversees the company. Then I also mentioned the roadmap and the 2025 goals.
Yes.
So they cover from product to environment, and each of those goals is owned by a member of the senior management team. So, for example, climate change and our ambitions to become carbon neutral, those relate mostly with our own operation. So it's our senior vice president operation that has the responsibility for steering the progress. So I would say that we've come a long way. We as a society come a long way in the last decade, where when I started working in this space 10 years ago, sustainability was understood as some projects here and there doing something good, but the business is here and the sustainability is there. And today it's integrated.
Yes.
And if it's not integrated, it doesn't make sense, right? So to your point, each of our management team is profoundly committed, and actually they're accountable for those goals. And the whole governance system of the company means that the remuneration of the company is linked to the progress towards achieving those goals. So it's fully integrated into the business model.
So we covered the G also of governance with top management. And I wanted to ask you, in this process you are living in the company, you also recently you acquired some pharma companies. Could you tell us about what's the purpose of doing that, and how does it fit in this new strategy also?
It fits in this strategy of beyond nicotine that I just mentioned, right?
Okay.
We have developed capabilities, know-how, in a number of areas, including aerosol technology, and therefore we have an interest in getting into those space, in monetizing those skills, And these are companies that have a great track record in this area, and that we believe were the right partners to move forward in this strategy of going beyond nicotine and delivering net positive to society.
Okay. And I wanted to ask you, in November, the whole world is going to be watching the COP26. We're going to see which are the new commitments and agreements that are going to appear, and there's a lot of scrutiny and focus in getting that things done. Could you tell us about what are your commitments around climate change towards 2030 and 2050, perhaps?
Look, we are not a carbon-intensive business, but we believe that climate change is everybody's business. It's the challenge of our era, so clearly we're committed to tackle it. We have a solid track record. PMI is one of only 10 companies in the world with a AAA under CDP, under Forest, Water, and Climate Action. We've had we've been on the A list of CDP for 7 years in a row, so we've been very committed. Our ambition is to become carbon neutral in our own operations, so scope 1 and 2 by 2030, and across the whole value chain by 2050. We believe that in our own operations we can beat that 2030 target significantly. We're looking into 2025. We're going to publish a report soon about how we're doing this and how we're progressing. But in essence, it's all about our focus on reducing absolute emissions, first and foremost. Last year, we reduced across the board, all scopes, we reduced 18% of our emissions. Reducing our emissions, switching to renewable energies every time that we can. And last, when it's totally unavoidable, compensating the remaining emissions. So carbon neutrality, our own operations, 2030, but we think we can be there by 2025. Across the whole value chain by 2050, 85% of our emissions are in the value chain, upstream or downstream. So emissions associated with our own facilities are relatively small, which is typical for any business. In our case, a lot of those emissions relate with tobacco growing, with the curing of tobacco. A lot of the progress in recent years in tackling those emissions has been improving the efficiency of the curing processes and also using renewable energy sources. For example, moving away from coal into using renewable certified wood.
Okay. As we are moving out of the pandemic, how are you envisioning the new normal? I imagine that the company adapted also during the pandemic, for example, the business model, the supply chain. There were many changes and transformation around that. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit about that, but I would also like to, for you to share with us, what's your vision of the new normal? How are you envisioning that?
Look, I think the pandemic has been a dramatic period for many people around the world. So, and I think it's maybe a bit too early to sort of really grasp the magnitude of the changes. But we've all, I mean, if you just think in terms of how companies operate, there's already quite a lot of changes in terms of going to the office, working from home, hybrid working model. So the ways of working are changing. I think that's a clear fact. Other changes, maybe it's a bit too early to tell. If we look back and think in terms of how the pandemic has impacted our goals and and our objectives in terms of sustainability, the main area where we've seen a slowdown, so where we are a bit behind the target that we have, is related with post-consumer waste and management of post-consumer waste. So that's the only area where we're a bit behind, because for almost 2 years we couldn't do activities, we couldn't go to market. So setting up recycling collection schemes. It was not something that could be done in this context. But I'm very hopeful that as it has happened previously with other pandemics, that this period that is coming now is a period of growth, is a period of prosperity, but November is going to be very important because there's something really challenging that we all need to face, and I'm very hopeful that this is going to be the moment where the world is going to come together and really tackle climate change.
Yes, we hope so. Miguel, I wanted to thank you for this conversation. Any final comment you want to share with the audience today?
I think the topic of the panel is about changing habits, and so there's a mantra that we keep talking at PMI so that people understand what we're trying to do and the boundaries of what we're trying to do. And it's very simple. Is if you don't smoke, don't start. If you do smoke, the best thing you can do is to quit. And if you don't quit, you should switch to less harmful alternatives. And so this is, I think, sums up what we're trying to do.
Thank you so much, Miguel.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wonderful, Juan and Miguel. Yes, absolutely. I also am hoping for some results this November in the COP that is coming up. However, our next session is going to put me in a little bit of an uncomfortable situation because it's going to be talking about entrepreneurship with and for the differently abled. And this is where actually my limitations are going to come into play, because this next session is going to be in castellano. Y mi castellano está fatal, perdón. Y fortunately, we have a wonderful presenter here today who is going to help me, Jesus Hernandez. He is the head of Universal Accessibility and Innovation at the Fundación ONCE. And Jesus is just still being mic'd up and getting his last instructions. And joining him on stage will be the wonderful founder of South Summit, Maria Benjumer, and as well Alberto Duran, the president of the Fundación ONCE. And we're also going to hear from Alberto Tonero Suarez, who is the director of high growth potential companies at PwC in Spain. And I see Jesus is making his way to the stage. Jesus, welcome to the SANDBOX stage of South Summit 2021. It's very nice to have you. Please, the stage is yours.
Sí. A ver, espera que me están llamando. Bueno, me pongo yo al lado de la rampa mejor. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, sí, quítamela. Pues no me metas ahí que la liamos. Métela en la mochila. Rafa. No, tenemos que esperar unos minutos porque estamos esperando al director general de digitalización e inteligencia artificial que está llegando, con lo cual vamos a esperar unos minutos. Están ya Alberto Durán, que es nuestro vicepresidente, le están microfonando. Está también María Benjumea, que también va a estar aquí con nosotros en el escenario, y Alberto Tornero, que supongo que también ha llegado, ¿no? Con lo cual estamos en el proceso de microfonación, con lo cual vamos a esperar unos minutitos si nos importa.
Además, estamos tú y yo aquí en el escenario. Y yo tengo un mensaje, primero un mensaje de enhorabuena y de agradecimiento a la Fundación ONCE por todo lo que hace en toda su historia, en todo su recorrido, y desde luego con Alberto, con Jesús al frente de la Fundación, que es verdaderamente alucinante. Es alucinante, no solamente por esta radiografía del emprendimiento y la discapacidad, sino por el trabajo en todos los campos y en todos los sectores que día a día, bueno, y todos lo disfrutamos, porque yo soy una startupera de 67, con lo cual todos en muchos momentos seremos y acabaremos siendo discapacitados. Eso es un tema general. Y luego, Jesús, quiero hacer una mención muy especial a nuestra secretaria de Estado, a Carme Artigas, que, como sabéis, estaba en el programa, está con muchísima ilusión de poder participar en este panel, en este encuentro con nosotros, porque yo me siento parte totalmente de la Fundación 11, con nosotros, con la Fundación 11, pero la pobre se ha puesto malísima. Está con 39 de fiebre, no tiene COVID, gracias a Dios, no es COVID, tiene el test hecho, es lo primero que se hizo ante los primeros síntomas ayer. No tiene fiebre, pero está malísima con 39 de fiebre y le ha sido imposible, y además consideraba que si nunca conviene tener virus y poder contagiar en estos momentos que estamos tan sensibles, todavía muchísimo más, ¿no? Pero, en cambio, como bien decía Jesús antes, nos va a acompañar el director general de Innovación, que ha querido pues, estar aquí con nosotros en esta presentación. Y nada, que sepáis que pasan muchas cosas estos días, que estamos deseosos de compartirlas con vosotros, que tenemos el foco en la sostenibilidad, que ya os habrán dado una botellita preciosa, por cierto, para que la rellenemos en las muchísimas fuentes que tenemos a lo largo de todo el South Summit, que no falten las mascarillas y las de mayor protección. Y, como todos sabéis, a las 11 de la mañana vamos a tener el grandísimo honor y la grandísima suerte de contar con Su Majestad el Rey, que viene a la inauguración oficial, y que una vez que termine esto, este panel, quiero que estemos aquí todos, porque es que este panel, esta presentación de este informe es verdaderamente importante, muy importante, pero luego me encantará que podáis acompañarnos todos al auditorio principal para recibir a Su Majestad el Rey.
Bueno, ha sido tu parte del informe.
Brainstormings para realmente poder crear y que el trabajo, bueno, ha hecho aquí nuestro queridísimo Alberto Tornero con Price y, desde luego, la Fundación.
Muy bien. Entiendo que me escucháis bien. Pues comenzamos, Jesús, ¿te parece?
Pues si te parece, hacemos la presentación
sí.
del informe, porque...
Sí, pues comenzamos. Bueno, muy buenos días a todos y muchas gracias por estar aquí. A mí me toca la parte más técnica del informe. Como tenemos el tiempo ajustado y el informe lo tienen ustedes disponible en la web de la Fundación 11, a mí me gustaría compartir con ustedes las tres conclusiones fundamentales. Vale, no te preocupes. Las tres conclusiones fundamentales, no solo de la radiografía del emprendimiento, sino de todo el trabajo que llevamos haciendo durante 5 años con Fundación y cómo, bueno, pues a veces las conclusiones son más sorprendentes de lo que nosotros esperamos. La conclusión número 1, la principal, es que la discapacidad es un motor de emprendimiento. ¿Por qué la discapacidad es un motor de emprendimiento? Porque por cada persona con discapacidad hay 4 personas, el famoso por 4, hay 4 personas que están pensando qué pueden hacer para ayudar y para facilitar la vida de la persona con discapacidad que tienen cerca. Y eso es un motor tremendo. Y les voy a poner algún ejemplo. Antonio Sánchez Kaiser es catedrático de la Universidad de Cartagena de Mecánica de Fluidos, de lo cual yo, con haber sido capaz de decir el nombre completo, me siento contento. Él tiene una hija, Vega, que es un terremoto y que nació con albinismo. Como ustedes conocen, el albinismo genera una serie de problemas muy concretos en la visión. Y Antonio, desde que Vega era chiquitita, se planteaba, y para él era muy importante saber cómo iba Vega a conocer, cómo iba Vega a interactuar con sus compañeros en las clases. ¿Y qué hizo? Pues empezó a estudiar cuáles eran las soluciones, las cámaras y demás que existían, y no le satisfizo ninguna. No pensaba que fuese a ser algo bueno para Vega. ¿Y qué hizo? Pues ni corto ni perezoso, montó un dispositivo que se llama Viva y Vega, que tiene más o menos este tamaño, que se coloca al final de las clases y que tiene dos cámaras integradas. Una cámara presenta o enfoca al profesor, a toda la pantalla, diríamos toda la pizarra, y la otra va siguiendo al ponente, al profesor. Y esto lo ve Vega en su pantalla. Pero además, en esa pantalla le permite, si hay una presentación, meter la presentación y tiene una toma de audio. Esta compañía ahora mismo factura varias decenas de miles de euros y está en una ronda de $500.000 de inversión. Lo digo por si hay inversores en la sala. Y esta compañía se funda porque Antonio tiene al lado a Vega y quiere solucionar y hacer que su vida sea mejor. Por lo tanto, primera conclusión, la discapacidad es un motor de emprendimiento. Segunda conclusión, y hay gente aquí en la sala que sabe de lo que voy a hablar. Si bien inicialmente estos proyectos están pensados para solucionar problemas relacionados con la discapacidad, en muchas ocasiones amplían su espectro y permiten que otras personas sin discapacidad puedan acceder a sus soluciones. Es decir, son proyectos mucho más grandes. Y les pongo un ejemplo que está aquí. Gecko, que es una compañía que desarrolló una aplicación que se llama Blind Explorer. Blind Explorer es una aplicación que permite transitar o acceder por caminos que pueden ser un poco irregulares, y gracias a Gecko, que tenemos aquí a su fundador, y a la Fundación 11, una persona con discapacidad visual es capaz de hacer hoy el Camino de Santiago, en año Jacobeo. Pero es que esa misma aplicación de Gecko permitiría, en su caso, que brigadas de rescate pudiesen hacer intervenciones concretas en momentos de muy baja visibilidad. Por ejemplo, Antonio, las cámaras, que comentábamos antes, el Viva y Vega, se las ha vendido a universidades, pero no solo para sus alumnos con discapacidad, sino para todos sus alumnos. ¿Por qué? Porque la experiencia es tan buena que vale para cualquiera, que esté en clase en la parte de atrás o que esté en su casa. Por lo tanto, segunda conclusión, estos proyectos pueden nacer de una forma, pero muchos de otros se expanden y permiten un espectro mayor. Y tercero, y con esto termino, y es una cosa que nos sorprendió y lo hemos comentado bastante, los emprendedores relacionados con la discapacidad son especialmente resilientes. Tienen una adherencia a su proyecto sorprendente. Pondré otro ejemplo. Carlo Castellano es consejero delegado, es CEO de una compañía que se llama Par4Dis. Par4Dis lo que hace es gestiona las plazas de personas con movilidad reducida, tanto en superficie como en garaje. Bueno, en el último año, que nosotros hemos estado trabajando con él, Carlo ha tenido que cambiar 2 veces su modelo de negocio. Ha seguido avanzando y hoy por hoy tiene un modelo de negocio basado en B2G y B2B que está teniendo muchos resultados, gracias a que ha sido especialmente resiliente. Por lo tanto, y yo ya termino, compartir con ustedes que esas son las 3 características del emprendimiento que nosotros hemos identificado relacionado con la discapacidad. La discapacidad es un motor de emprendimiento. Estas compañías empiezan de una forma, pero pueden ser más amplias, por lo tanto, mucho más invertibles. Y, en tercer lugar, permiten su resiliencia y su adherencia, creo que son un ejemplo para otro tipo de emprendimientos y creo que pueden ser exportados. Y, por tanto, desde aquí, pues hacemos un llamamiento a instituciones, administraciones públicas, a grandes corporaciones, a inversores, para que pongan foco en un tipo de emprendimiento que genera riqueza, que genera innovación y que genera crecimiento. Y muchas gracias, Jesús.
Pues nada, Alberto, muchísimas gracias por la presentación. Sí deciros que podéis descargaros el informe, la radiografía del emprendimiento y la discapacidad, en el portal de la Fundación 11, en la página web de la Fundación 11, en nuestra biblioteca, y lo tenéis a vuestra disposición. Sí deciros que hicimos una primera edición, una primera versión, pero la tuvimos que actualizar por el COVID. Había cambiado la realidad tras el COVID, con lo cual, bueno, pues estamos encantados de hoy poder presentar aquí este informe y darle las gracias a María por permitirnos hacerlo aquí en el South Summit. Y también damos las gracias al director general de Digitalización e Inteligencia Artificial, Salvador Esteban, porque, bueno, pues como ha comentado antes María, tenía que estar hoy con nosotros la secretaria de Estado, Carmen Artiga, pero problemas de salud le han impedido estar con nosotros, con lo cual le agradecemos enormemente el esfuerzo. Director general, cuando quieras, la palabra es tuya.
Pues nada, muchas gracias. No sé si se oye. Buenos días a todos. Es un placer participar en este encuentro. La secretaria seguro que está en casa diciendo ojalá hubiese podido asistir, pero bueno, las circunstancias son las que son. Así que nada, muy agradecido de estar aquí en este encuentro. Un panel sobre emprendimiento social, básico también para el futuro del tejido que queremos crear en el país. Agradecer también a la organización a Spain Startup y a la Fundación 11 el poder participar en este panel y nada. Creo que en tiempos enormes cambios como los que corren, es fundamental poner en valor la inestimable labor de organizaciones como 11, cuyo presidente Alberto Durán nos acompaña. Vivimos un momento absolutamente decisivo para todos, un contexto lleno de retos y transformaciones a todos los niveles en una sociedad cada vez más digitalizada y conectada. La digitalización de nuestro tejido económico y social está marcando el inicio de un nuevo escenario lleno de incertidumbres, pero también, como no, oportunidades únicas. Un escenario en el que la tecnología se erige como un vector de transformación y progreso social sin precedentes, como un elemento de cohesión destinado a trabajar por la integración y el reconocimiento de la diversidad. Desde el Gobierno de España tenemos muy claro que el estado del bienestar del siglo XXI se construye en clave digital, que tenemos la oportunidad de avanzar hacia un progreso digital para la mayoría, con la tecnología como dique de contención de la exclusión y la desigualdad social, generando espacios y condiciones para el desarrollo digital de los sectores sociales más desprotegidos y a los que más urge hacer llegar los beneficios de la digitalización. Una labor prioritaria para avanzar hacia una transformación digital con una visión humanista, con la innovación como eje central. Una perspectiva social que tenemos el compromiso de seguir implementando como un elemento transversal de políticas públicas con una vocación verdaderamente integradora. La estrategia de digitalización de España pasa por sentar las bases de una reconstrucción económica y social que apueste por un modelo social más inclusivo, justo, sostenible y resiliente. Un proyecto de país que explote todo el poder transformador en lo social del emprendimiento en clave digital, facilitando el acceso de las personas con mayores dificultades a competencias digitales y al empleo de calidad para generar una digitalización sin precedentes de empresas y también de administraciones. Con iniciativas destinadas a mejorar la vida de las personas gracias a proyectos punteros orientados a garantizar la accesibilidad y la integración social. Gracias a avances en tecnologías como la robótica asistencial, la inteligencia artificial, la impresión 3D, el Big Data o el reconocimiento de imagen, estas iniciativas van a ser posibles, y así como por programas de empleabilidad en sectores estratégicos. Entre estos programas, me gustaría destacar brevemente el impulsado por el INCIBE y la Fundación Good Job Include. Se trata de un programa destinado a mejorar la empleabilidad en ciberseguridad para personas con discapacidad. Una iniciativa de la que ya han formado parte 42 alumnos, sin experiencia previa, en una primera fase de formación tras la que casi la mitad serán contratados para incorporarse a este sector de la ciberseguridad. Un proyecto en el que llevamos tiempo poniendo esfuerzo e ilusión y que esperamos poder renovar sumando nuevas fundaciones y agentes como la 11. Por lo que desde aquí animo a formar parte de este programa para seguir ofreciendo formación y oportunidades de empleo a personas con discapacidad en un sector como la ciberseguridad. Porque tenemos la responsabilidad y el firme compromiso de apostar por una digitalización al servicio de todos, de apoyar el emprendimiento social como una palanca de cambio que democratice las oportunidades de esta nueva era digital, de crear espacios de colaboración, de cooperación entre ciudadanos, administraciones, empresas, que apoyen esta perspectiva. Tenemos recursos, infraestructuras, talento y voluntad política para proyectar una España digital líder en desarrollo tecnológico con impacto en la realidad social de nuestro país. Es el momento de profundizar en esa España digital más moderna, integradora, de poner, en definitiva, a las personas en el centro. Gracias al esfuerzo y el talento de todos y todas, estoy convencido de que nos espera una década llena de retos apasionantes para seguir mejorando la vida de las personas. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, director general. Bueno, pues ahora vamos a pasar a un turno de preguntas. Os voy a hacer algunas preguntas sobre el emprendimiento con impacto social en discapacidad. Voy a empezar con nuestro vicepresidente, con Alberto Durán, que ha dado un firme impulso a este proyecto que tantos años llevamos trabajando para mejorar la calidad de vida de las personas con discapacidad. Y precisamente el empleo es uno de los grandes retos que nos quedan a las personas con discapacidad. Las tasas de empleabilidad en comparación con las personas sin discapacidad sigue siendo una diferencia muy importante. La verdad es que la tasa de empleabilidad de las personas con discapacidad sigue siendo muy baja. ¿Cómo desde la Fundación 11 apoyamos, Alberto, esta cuestión, ¿no? Porque si hacemos inclusión, la verdadera inclusión es crear empleo, ¿no?
Efectivamente. Bueno, dejarme solo un segundo para que agradezca a María que South Summit sea tan inclusivo, que tengamos también un espacio para el emprendimiento con impacto social. Creo que es muy importante. Podría no ser así, O sea, que nosotros estamos aquí para lo que hacemos, pero South Summit es mucho más universal. Es muy importante que tenga un espacio para esto, ¿no? Y Alberto Tornero, por este estudio que han hecho desde Price, ¿no? Que lo importante es que lo digan ellos, ¿no? Que digan que después de analizar efectivamente ese universo de emprendedores sociales, como hay una serie de características, ¿no? que hacen que eso sea muy interesante, ¿no? Y me parece que el valor es que lo digan ellos y no que lo digamos nosotros, que nosotros al fin y al cabo estamos para esto, ¿no? El empleo efectivamente a cualquier persona el empleo le cambia la vida. Para una persona con discapacidad le cambia radicalmente la vida, porque básicamente tienen menos oportunidades para trabajar. Solo el 6% del mercado lo ocupan personas con discapacidad. Solo menos del 2% de las contrataciones que ocurren en el país tienen el destino en una persona con discapacidad, y durante la pandemia es verdad que haya caído todo el empleo, pero durante la pandemia las contrataciones de personas con discapacidad, que no iban mal en los últimos años, han caído un 30%. Ante eso, ¿cuáles son los remedios? Primero, formar a mucha gente con discapacidad para que tenga un mejor acceso al empleo, porque las tasas de empleabilidad de personas con discapacidad se duplican cuando pasamos de etapa educativa, es decir, educación primaria 12% de tasa de empleabilidad, educación secundaria 26%, universidad casi un 50%, con lo cual una de las medidas fundamentales es que tengan una mejor educación. Ahí todos los programas de inclusión en el colegio, el acompañarles los medios, ¿no? Que tengan los colegios los medios adecuados para que un chico o una chica con discapacidad pueda seguir estudiando después de la etapa obligatoria, que ahí hay una caída importante, y que tengan también un acceso al mundo universitario, ¿no? Bueno, entonces eso es importante. Hacemos al año, tenemos un programa en que damos al año más de 1000 becas para que personas con discapacidad puedan acceder a estudios superiores, y creo que es un elemento importante. Otro elemento fundamental, oiga, ¿en dónde se está empleando a la gente? Competencias digitales. Parece que no se están cubriendo todas las plazas, todos los puestos de trabajo. Pues formemos a gente con discapacidad en competencias digitales, a ver si conseguimos arañar un poquito de esos puestos de trabajo que no se cubren, ¿no? Ahí estamos formando al año a más de 4000 personas con discapacidad en competencias digitales, y realmente estamos contentos y satisfechos. Vamos a inaugurar en unas semanas nuestro centro de competencias digitales por talento digital, que estará en la calle Fray Luis de León, y que esperemos que va a ser no solamente un sitio de formación, sino un sitio de encuentro como el South Summit, pero más pequeñito, más humilde, más chiquitito, en donde esperemos que vengan mucha gente a generar un ecosistema alrededor del mundo digital para colectivos en riesgo de exclusión, en principio personas con discapacidad. El apoyo también a los emprendedores con discapacidad, en definitiva la formación, el empleo, la búsqueda de empresas que son al fin y al cabo las que pueden dar el 90% de los empleos para el mundo de la discapacidad, y también el apoyo a muchas entidades sociales, a muchas entidades de la discapacidad que también tienen sus pequeñas estructuras de creación de empleo, y ahí al año invertimos 38 millones de euros para apoyar la creación de empleo de personas con discapacidad, a veces en pequeños proyectos chiquititos de ámbito social en todo el territorio. En el empleo con discapacidad también es muy importante, no solamente Madrid, no solamente Barcelona, no solamente Valencia, Bilbao, sino también el pequeño negocio que es capaz de contratar a una persona con discapacidad en un entorno rural. ¿Por qué? Porque eso tiene un cambio de mentalidad brutal en el entorno, ¿no? Eso tiene un elemento transformador de mentalidad de la sociedad, de que una persona con discapacidad puede trabajar.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias. María se tiene que ir. No sé si no puedes contestar una pregunta.
Encantada, porque yo estoy feliz con vosotros. Lo único que me tengo que ir, porque tengo que ir a empezar con todo el tema de la inauguración, pero aquí estoy feliz con vosotros.
Genial, muchísimas gracias. Oye, María, el South Summit es uno de los grandes eventos a nivel mundial en materia de emprendimiento. En el sur de Europa es el evento, el South Summit. ¿Cómo impacta o el impacto social, qué representación tiene dentro del South Summit? ¿Cómo están acogidos, recogidos, representados los emprendedores sociales en el South Summit?
Bueno, para nosotros el impacto social es importantísimo. Es importantísimo y además, como bien mencionaba Jesús, desde el primer momento que lanzamos tuvimos en nuestra cabeza que el emprendimiento social es clave en todo el desarrollo, es absolutamente clave. No solamente, como decíamos, en el contexto de discapacidad en donde estamos todos y tenemos que sentirnos todos involucrados, sino con esa foto más grande del emprendimiento social. Me ha encantado cuando entraba en esta sala oír a nuestro amigo de ECO contarme: María, te tengo que contar cómo ha sido nuestra evolución, la evolución de nuestra empresa desde que vinimos a South Summit, desde que presentamos en South Summit hasta hoy. Eso es lo que nosotros queremos. Esa es la importancia vital que consideramos al emprendimiento social, porque el emprendimiento social es una empresa y además se debe de concebir así. Y además todos, y esto lo hemos hablado muchísimo en la elaboración del informe, que de verdad os recomiendo a todos que lo leáis, que lo miréis, que lo tengáis de acompañamiento, que los medios lo recojan intensamente, porque el emprendimiento social, además de la gran obra que hace, son empresas y empresas muy rentables, y eso es lo que tenemos que ver. Y además son empresas que están respondiendo a necesidades, a carencias, a temas que nuestras organizaciones y nuestra sociedad en su conjunto, no solamente para discapacidad y no solamente para el que no tiene recursos, los necesitamos. Con lo cual, desde el primer momento, para nosotros ha sido un lujo increíble contar con la Fundación 11, con Alberto, con Jesús y, desde luego, enfocarnos en todo lo que es el emprendimiento social.
Genial, oye, pues muchísimas gracias. Pues nada, si quieres...
Muchas gracias.
Venga, luego nos vemos.
Nos vemos, nos seguimos viendo, ¿eh?
Genial.
Aquí hay mucho que hacer en estos días.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias a vosotros.
Alberto Tornero. Una pregunta para Alberto Tornero. Alberto, cuando empezamos a trabajar juntos, pues era un consultor de Price, nos ayudó a desarrollar este proyecto, venía del mundo de las Scale-Up y le metimos en el mundo del emprendimiento social, y ahora es un apóstol
Totalmente.
del emprendimiento social. Está plenamente convencido, ahora es socio de Price. No sé si ha sido por el trabajo que ha hecho con nosotros,
Eso ha sido
por su propio
lo que me ha
trabajo,
marcado.
completamente convencido. Pero le agradezco muchísimo todo el trabajo que ha venido haciendo con nosotros. Y le quería preguntar a Alberto, ¿qué retos? Porque nos has presentado el informe, pero ahora, ¿qué retos nos quedan?
Pues yo diría básicamente que hay dos retos fundamentales. El primero, o uno de ellos, y no es solo en el entorno del emprendimiento con personas con discapacidad, sino en general, es el reto de la capacitación de los emprendedores. O sea, los emprendedores conocen muy bien su producto, pero a veces las necesidades comerciales, financieras, de llevar una empresa, pues son un reto. Yo les pongo un ejemplo. Hay una compañía que se llama SuperGift, que está pensada para personas que nacen sin un miembro o se lo han amputado. Entonces ellos desarrollan en 3D una especie como de apósito sobre el que tienen una bola y van poniendo gadgets. ¿Esto qué permite? Pues que una niña, por ejemplo, que le falte una parte del brazo, se pueda poner la coleta o pueda saltar a la comba. Es una cosa... Nosotros hemos hablado con ellos y el producto lo conocían maravillosamente bien, pero cuando empezabas a hablar de cash flow, de necesidades de inversión, de un plan de negocio y demás, bueno, pues hoy, año y pico después, ellos hablan con inversores casi mejor que nosotros. Esa capacitación hace falta que pase del producto a la empresa. Otro reto que yo creo que es fundamental es el de la inversión. Existe inversión, hay inversión de impacto, pero creo que hay que profundizar sobre esa inversión. Hay que entender que los modelos deben ser distintos, que el retorno debe ser distinto y meter cuestiones adicionales, por supuesto, financieras y de retorno de la inversión, si no, no es inversión, pero con un modelo diferente. Gracias a Dios ahí está habiendo ejemplos, pues, la Bolsa Social, CREAS, que lo están haciendo. Y termino con otro. Y esto, Alberto, Jesús, director general, es fundamental. Hay que dar visibilidad a este tipo de emprendimiento, porque tiene elementos, y yo lo reconozco, que hace 5 años no lo conocía, tiene elementos exportables. O sea, tiene elementos para de repente sentarse con otro emprendedor y decir, mira, no, aquí hay cosas que tú puedes no conocer y que son muy relevantes, ¿no? Yo creo que esos 3 serían los retos, Jesús, que yo apuntaría por lo menos.
Genial. Director general, hay muchos desafíos para los emprendedores sociales, para las mujeres como emprendedoras, para los seniors como emprendedores, para las personas con discapacidad como emprendedores. ¿Qué estáis haciendo desde el Gobierno? Porque habéis aprobado la estrategia España Nación Emprendedora, se habla de emprendimiento inclusivo, estáis lanzando una cantidad importante de fondos a través de los fondos de recuperación y resiliencia para apoyar en la transformación digital del país. ¿Qué podéis hacer o qué estáis haciendo?
Efectivamente, desde la Administración estamos afrontando estos desafíos desde una visión de un diseño estratégico y estructural que permanezca y, en este sentido, reforzando el mensaje del compañero, la formación va a ser fundamental. Es como tú comentabas, la filosofía va a ser una digitalización centrada en el talento, una digitalización que debe ser inteligente. En este sentido, las iniciativas de Estrategia España Nación Emprendedora y la propia Agenda España Digital 2025 van en esa línea. Y si nos centramos en el talento que tú comentabas, el objetivo es abordarlo en 3 líneas principalmente. Por un lado, la propia educación va a ser fundamental a través de planes como la capacitación digital. También la I+D+I. Y hemos lanzado iniciativas relacionadas con misiones I+D orientadas a inteligencia artificial, etcétera, etcétera. Y también en el emprendimiento innovador. A este efecto, lo que estamos lanzando son iniciativas para potenciar este ámbito y también potenciar el ámbito no solo del talento, sino también del emprendimiento a través de la futura ley de startups, por ejemplo. Esto va a conformar una serie de medidas en las que se sustente sobre esta formación necesaria para que permeabilice esa digitalización y a partir de ahí nos permita generar valor y sinergias adecuadas para conformar ese tejido de digitalización que todos queremos y por el que apostamos. Y también a través de iniciativas como la Oficina Nacional del Emprendimiento, que va a ser fundamental para esa colaboración público-privada. En el sentido de también potenciar ámbitos como puede ser el emprendimiento de la mujer, hemos lanzado una línea de financiación en ISA con 51 millones de euros. En este sentido, ya se han asignado 2 millones de euros para 17 emprendedoras. Vamos avanzando, estamos cogiendo velocidad de crucero en este sentido. Y también la apuesta, por ejemplo, de INCIBE Emprende.
Muchísimas gracias. Pues ya estamos prácticamente fuera de tiempo. Alberto, le voy a ceder la palabra a nuestro vicepresidente ya para que cierre el acto y damos por finalizado esta presentación.
Bueno, pues yo quiero, en línea con lo que decía antes Alberto, ¿qué es lo más importante? Son las personas. Por lo tanto, cualquier aspecto de la vida, el emprendimiento, me da igual, lo que sea, lo que incide directamente en necesidades de las personas, creo que es, en principio, lo más importante. Vamos a hacer una sociedad que envejece, que va a tener unas necesidades de atención especial, que ya hoy lo estamos viviendo, que hemos visto algunas deficiencias cuando hemos tenido el periodo de COVID, en las personas cómo estaban en sitios en donde al final, a pesar de que los profesionales que están ahí trabajando tienen la máxima dedicación, la máxima implicación, al final hay deficiencias. Entonces, cuidemos a las personas con discapacidad, las personas mayores. Si os va bien en la vida, lo mejor que os puede pasar es que lleguéis a mayores, ¿no? Y por lo tanto, en algún momento todos tendremos, si llegamos allí, todos dejaremos de poder subir según qué escalones o dejaremos de poder pasar por según qué sitios, ¿no? Con lo cual, pensemos en aquellas cuestiones, pensemos en conformar una sociedad pensada para todos, pensemos también en que el emprendimiento, el descubrimiento de esa realidad social, ese conocimiento de la sociedad que tiene esa característica que va a ir creciendo de personas que tienen una discapacidad o que tienen unas necesidades especiales, eso tiene que ser parte también de la solución del emprendimiento. Y que cualquier solución de emprendedor, en el ámbito que quiera, dice, mire, a mí lo social me da igual, vale, pero piensa que en tu ámbito de desarrollo seguro que puedes hacer una concepción de tu proyecto más universal, más global, pensando en todos los clientes. Seguramente que hay algunos clientes que van a ser un poquito raritos. Bueno, pues piensan ellos, porque a lo mejor no son tan pocos, ¿no? Y a lo mejor la decisión de compra es grupal y a lo mejor si excluyes a determinadas personas en tu proyecto, pues puede ser un elemento que le quite, porque no le quite, haga que vuele más bajo, ¿no? Que no vuele tan alto. Por lo tanto, pensemos en grande, pensemos en las personas, que es lo más importante. No va a existir sostenibilidad sin inclusión social, no va a existir cohesión social sin inclusión social. Y por lo tanto, yo creo que merece muy mucho la pena, porque es más rentable, porque es negocio y también porque creo que se va a dormir mejor y vamos a estar mucho más todos más motivados y tenemos una sociedad mejor también para nosotros, ¿no? Que nos la merecemos si llegamos a mayores. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias y lo siento, pero no tenemos más tiempo. Muchas gracias para todos. Switching back to English, which I feel much more comfortable in, we are having our next session that is going to focus more on the world of sports. Because tech is really changing everything, and tech is changing everything in sports. But we're going to go into changes that go so skin deep that they even go into the DNA of the athlete. And unfortunately, our moderator, Mark, is not going to be here with us today, but we have two wonderful speakers who are both experienced stage professionals, so they will be giving short talks on their own. Joining me here on stage is Maurici Lopez Philippe. He is a behavioral scientist that works with a practice-oriented approach into science and soccer. And he's bringing together with Cognia a business venture that leverages coaching and scientific insights and technology for solutions for practitioners. And joining us as well is Luis Llagostera, the CEO of Flyfoot in Madrid. And they record amateur and semi-professional football matches with drones. And they edit the footage, they put commentary on it, and make it look really exciting. And it's so persuasive that he even got Iker Casillas and Fernando Hierro to invest in his startup. Luis, welcome on stage.
Thank you very much.
Gentlemen,
thank you very much. Thanks. Hi, how's it going? You good? Yeah. So just like Daniel said, our moderator, he's sick. He got COVID, so we're going to do this my way.
In your way. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining this session. We're going to talk a little bit about how technology is shaping the DNA of the athlete. And Luis is going to introduce us to the type of technology that he believes it can influence the most this development of the athletes with the technology that you have developed. Luis,
sure.
It's about Flyfoot.
I'll just make a brief intro about Flyfoot. What we do is that we apply drone technology and artificial intelligence to all football categories, so football, professional football, semi-professional, and then amateur football. Basically what we do with top clubs like Atletico Madrid or Valladolid or Leganés is that we record their training sessions so that they've got like the best shot ever to analyze, no? Which has a lot to do with what you do with Cognia does.
Right.
But then again, the big business or the core business for Flyfoot is Flyfoot Leagues, which is the recordings of junior federated competitions. So here what we do is that we record all games of the league at night. Those games fly into our proprietary software with AI. The AI reads the game, selects the most interesting parts of the game, so that's goals, penalties, corner kicks. It creates automatically in 15 minutes, it creates a summary, 10-minute summary, and then in the morning, those players, those families and coaches, they can wake up with their games fully edited and fully commentated with a professional speaker, so replicating a professional game, okay? So that's what we do in Flyfoot. And I guess in Cognia, you could give them more visibility on it.
No, that's an interesting approach because what Flyfoot does, it's taking images from a different perspective. And at Cognia, what we do is also taking images, but the reason why we take images is basically to get the gameplay situations, extract some data from those gameplay situations, and try to leverage insights from that data. So basically what we do at Cognia is opening a new dimension of information that is being generated in the football games, a new dimension of information that is related to the tactical level of the game. So far, cutting-edge technologies have focused basically on physical performance or on technical aspects. So how many kilometers a player has run on the field, number of runs that the team has done on one side of the field or on the other, number of attempts to target, etc. But nobody so far has focused on the tactical insights. Those things that before Cognia came were thought that were some sort of qualitative, only perceivable by the eyes of a coach. So what Cognia does is actually quantifying these situations, for example, receiving in between lines, moving behind the defensive line, football concepts that become really relevant for coaches and also for players. And what we do is not to provide a statistical analysis on those aspects. What we do is leveraging this data that we capture from images. We convert those data in patterns that we detect and classify based on these tactical concepts, and then we identify those in the video and plot an overlay, a graphical overlay, for each of the fundamentals, such that the coach, what the coach ends up receiving is the tactics, the feedback in his own language, right? No numbers. And obviously this has so many advantages because it focuses, it puts the light specifically on the football insight or the football aspect that is relevant to the game. Based on that, I think there's, that's an intro of Cognia, obviously. I think there's a lot of room here in this panel to discuss about how each of these technologies can influence the athlete development, and how do you think, for example, Luis, that your technology can help these young players that are dreaming about becoming professional?
Yeah, absolutely. So if we were to map the situation right now and how does technology impact the development of the athlete, I think we should separate it in different areas. No? So there's first amateur and professional. So and then you would get training sessions. So two environments: training sessions and games. So actual competition. No. What we see is that Flyfoot does give extra information, a clear view for young athletes to identify those moves and those tactical recommendations from the coach, because the shot is clear. So what we feel is that we're helping, by democratizing that shot, those images, what we feel is that we are helping to create a better generation of football players that understand better the game, they make less mistakes, and eventually they play better as a team. No? And that's exactly what we end up doing with Cognia also. No?
Yeah, basically at Cognia, as I said, we really fill up of content, of football content, those images, whether they come from drones, whether they come from cameras from the side, we fill up from content related to football, as I said, tactical aspects. And what we really help, and we think that that's the main reason why Cognia came to be a startup, is that during the developmental stages, the most important thing is to develop, to influence on the phenotype of the athlete. The phenotype is that part of the athlete that it cannot be shaped by morphological principles that someone has inherited from the birth, but from those behaviors that someone can be taking along his development. And this is exactly what Cognia does. Cognia is providing those invariants from the surrounding environment of the athlete and helping the athlete to identify those specific moments, crucial properties of their surroundings that they need to put the focus, to pay attention, and make sure that they identify those when they are in the real gameplay. This can be beneficial in terms of learning not only how do I need to play, also how the others are playing. For coaches, it can be beneficial because they already have all these aspects classified. They don't have to generate this information, and obviously that accelerates, that speeds up, and it gains objectivity in the whole process. I think in all this, what's more important is that technology, whether it's through drones, through cameras, through a software that identifies tactics or any other aspects. I think the most relevant thing is that the technology is at the service of the athletes, right? And when we talk about this, how do you see, Luis, for example, that the new wave of technologies should influence, should shape this development of the athlete?
So it's happening more and more. Young players, they are not only looking to be part of top clubs because of the legacy, they're starting to look into how does that club implement and use technology for their own development. No? So this would be like signing for a university, so who's going to be my teacher? That translated to the football environment, that's what's happening right now. So academies like, I don't know, Villarreal, those clubs that really have in their DNA the correct application of technology are starting to capture more and more talent, which is a very good sign, because they're going to be able to compete with the top clubs or the big clubs in the industry.
Exactly. So have you ever played any sport? Have you, for example, does it happen to you that when you finish playing, you go to, or you used to go to your father or mother and ask, hey, how did I do today? Did I do it well? Was I playing in my top level? So somehow that happened to me, right? I was a young kid, very motivated, and I wanted this feedback from my father. And sometimes I asked him, hey, why you didn't record me? Right, with these customized cameras from general vendors. So in a sense, what Luis is meaning, and what I wanted to bring the discussion towards, is to place a position where nowadays the consumption of technology from these new generations, it must facilitate all these type of developments. And in sports specifically, right, the need to know how well I have performed today, how well my team has performed, right? Which things did I do well? Well, the coach, it's only one person. He cannot arrive to all the players and all the needs that some players have. Technology can do that. Technology can analyze in one single shot all the 22 players, for example, in a football field, and at different levels of analysis. And this is actually the type of advantages that technology brings to the sports industry. Apart from that, obviously, when we talk about technologies like the ones we represent today, we feel that these technologies can scale up. So, Luis, why don't you start talking about the scalability of this type of technologies?
Sure. So right now what we do at Flyfoot is that we place a drone pilot at every single game or training session. Of course, it's great to generate job positions, but what we'll see in the next year and a half, 2 years and a half, something like that, is that those drone pilots will be replaced by autonomous drones. Those drones will live in the actual facility, and these drones, they will record according to the preferences of shots of those exact coaches or trainers. So if Cholo Simeone wants to record in a certain way corner kicks or free kicks, the drone will know it's Cholo Simeone's first team who is training, it's his supervision, so the drone will record according to the preference of Cholo Simeone and his analysts. No? So we'll see more and more of that happening in the very, very next future. Right now, the solutions are manual, so the pilots do have to understand the preference of each coach, or semi-automatic. So the drone starts to understand what is the game that is being played, if it's a corner kick, if it's a free kick, and the drone will start to take more and more responsibility on judging the take. Okay, so it'll be more scalable for sure, and then again, we'll see that this kind of impact of technology in the sport will not only improve the game or the actual level of the game, but it will elevate the competition. So just like it happened in Formula One, football teams, football clubs are going to have more and more staff, engineers, data scientists, because the sports competition will also take place at that level. So that's what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Good, good. Yeah, no, and in this regard, I think one of the hot topics that we're encountering when trying to push forward and move ahead this type of business is the implementation of certain technologies in different clubs that have different levels of adoption of technology. And we're encountering this, right? The will to have higher impact on the leagues, on the competitions, but at the same time, to which degree some clubs make an investment to do in-house development or to allow certain technologies that have been contrasted, that have been leveraged in different places, and invest on those. So what do you think about clubs adopting new technologies, clubs that have certain barriers, whether it's cultural, whether it's mindset, yeah. So how do we go about that?
I believe that we all know there are clubs that are more digital or less digital, old-fashioned or future visioners, no? But what I believe is that the demanding of more players seeking for better technology applied to their own performance and to their own progression as players is what will end up by knocking the door down in those clubs, no? But again, right now, I do see that some little clubs, which are less politic clubs, I would say, are the ones that are getting advantage, just because their decision-making process is faster, it's easier, it's better. So that's what it's happening right now, yeah.
Right, good, good. Yeah, I think there's a clear evidence that technologies like Cognia, for example, the one I'm representing, or even FlyFlood, technologies like that can facilitate a particular part of a process, or even the whole process, right? For example, in Cognia, what we have adopted is a model that not only focuses on the tactical aspects of the game, but also we have developed a technology that covers the whole value chain of the industry, from data capturing, data generation, data analysis, and data visualization. And why? There are so many reasons. And the first one is because nowadays, the way it's structured the ecosystem, it's very fragmented. And there are companies that are focused and centralized on very specific little things from the process. But we know that innovation, advances, happen very quick. And what we have realized is that during this time, we have been able to develop the whole pipeline of the working process, okay, from data collection to data visualization, going through data analysis, and this is the key that it's going to allow us to scale up the business and not only make it for professional clubs. We can go and influence in a wider way. And this is what's going to help in those technologies to convince clubs that maybe they have the possibility to develop in-house this type of technologies. So in any case, do you want to bring up any further topics in the discussion before we involve the audience? I think it would be good to get a peek from some of the
I'm fine. If you guys want to just raise your hand, and there's a micro over there, I guess. Daniel has it. Can you have a micro here, please? Thank you very much. Can I have a micro for a guest he wants to ask? There's no micro. Can you shout it out, and I'll repeat the question?
Well, there's one there. There's one there. Andres will bring it.
Oh, here we go. Perfect. Quick, 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 quick. Time is money.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I think it's on now.
Hello? Now. Well, you have been talking a lot about football. I'm just curious, because I play basketball, okay? I'm just curious how difficult it is to scale your businesses to other sports different than football.
I think in our case at Cognia, as I said, we have developed a technology that it can be scaled up not only at the massive level in football, but also in other sports. So basically, we have a data capturing system that it works indoor sports, outdoor sports. It's exactly the same process. With a camera setup, you kind of take the images, you can convert those images in positional data in events that happen in the game, the state of the game, and then you can leverage that data at a tactical level, at the level that we want to analyze. Here, from the whole technology, from 100% of our technology, there is a 5% that it's removing the specific knowledge and how you call these principles in football and inserting those in basketball, or those in American football, or those in rugby, those in handball. These type of things, these type of concepts, the nomenclature, the naming, the way you want to visualize things, they are going to change. But the work that needs to be done in that, it's minimal in comparison to putting the whole structure there. So you have to imagine that the industry nowadays gathers data from different vendors. And the complication or the complicated thing, it's not that you need to purchase data from different vendors. The difficult thing, it's the synchronization of all these data sets, right? Whether they come with different formats. They can come with different sample rates of the image with the sampling of the data in which has been collected. All this, it's a nightmare. With our technology, there's no problem like that, and it can be applied to any other sports. Again, the principles that we're capturing can be captured in basketball. For example, we have tested that. We can capture, for example, a line, what we call in football a defensive line. We detect lines in basketball, but maybe that concept is different in basketball, and instead of a defensive line, it's a different, don't make me say anything in basketball terms because I suck in that, but in any case, it can be applicable, the technology, not the know-how, and this is what should be.
Thank you very much for your question. In our case, we've had requests to apply our technology to, I would say, nearly all sports. We've done some tests at basketball, but we have requests to record skiing, polo, rugby, American football. It's fairly easy for us to make the change and to apply our technology to other sports. But as football is the biggest sport in the world by far, I would say cricket would be second just because of India. We see switching sports as a possible losing focus. So we understand football. We believe we understand football. We are fans of football. We prefer to stay focused on football because it's what we really understand and we really love. But coming back to your question, it's super easy for us to merge or to switch to other sports.
I think there should be time for another question if there's...
Another question?
If there's...
No one? Yes. There's a question here. Go, go, go. Quick. Quick. Thank you.
Hi. Thanks for your presentation. It's been awesome. Thank you. My question is pretty much aligned with my colleague. Right now, your technology is scalable also worldwide. I mean, you are maybe focusing here in Spain, but are you planning to go to other markets?
Okay, so should I go?
Yeah.
Absolutely. What we say is that football what we say is that football is it's a global passion. The feeling of a little guy and his father when the little guy scores a goal is exactly the same in Madrid, in Rio, in Washington. Football is super, super, super wide. So we will take Flyfoot to all of those places. Where to go first? As you know, we just made public that Fernando Hierro and Iker Casillas just joined the company as investors. But not only as investors, they're going to help us scale the company commercially. So we will see how Flyfoot will start to get more and more presence in other countries, in other federations, in other clubs. Because just because football is the same everywhere, that is a real advantage for a company to be able to scale into other cultures with just the same product, basically. So in our case, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, it kind of happens the same at Cockney. I mean, we are going to be focused strategically at the vertical of football, soccer. And of course, we're going to focus the first years in professional football. We've been working with coaches like Xavi Hernandez or Unai Emery or even Paulo Sousa in a national team like Poland. And we believe that that must be our market. Why? Because Cognia is the first and only automated tactical analysis. And we must spread out and gain respect and be considered as the first and only ones that do that, and then we will go to the massive market. Could we do that in different sports? As I said before, yes, our technology supports that. It's just a matter of changing certain know-how, but definitely, strategically, we're going to focus first on football. Yeah.
Good, no questions? We're done? Thank you very much.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Thank you very much, Luis and Maurici, for also winging this without our moderator here on stage. Two real professionals showing their flexibility here on stage. And flexibility is also the word for our next panel. Our next panel is going to talk about flexibility and diversity and how the world that we're living in, that is becoming more and more flexible, is going to help us be more diverse. And you can see we already have a big panel aligned here. So I would like to welcome on stage Professor Joe Haslam from IE Business School. He is the executive director of the Owner Scale-Up program. And not only is he a professor with many accolades, he is also the co-founder and the chairman of Hot Hotels, which is the first startup ever from Spain to be accelerated by Techstars in the US. And joining him on stage are Mats Kuskema. He's the head of business development at eResidency, coming to us from Tallinn. We have Kema Bayarin, who's the head of Southern Europe for Personio, Roberto Mojedano, who's the co-founder and CEO of Timpers, and we have Juan de Toro, who's the co-founder and senior product manager at Talent Hackers in Madrid. Gentlemen, welcome to the stage. We're going to have Joe here in just a second. I see him running already. This is really wonderful. Joe, thank you very much. You have a chair in the center. Perfect.
Okay, yeah.
Joe, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danielle. Okay, so the only job I had to do was to get my mic on, and it was the only thing I forgot to do. Anyway, it's great to be here. You know, my neck is going to get a lot of stretching as I go from one side to the other, but it's great to be here to talk about diversity with 4 other white guys, you know, so the word flexibility is probably more appropriate. Okay, so for those of you that haven't read the detailed briefing notes and looked up all these guys' profiles and everything about their companies, let's just start introducing yourself briefly. So, Mats, go, Estonia.
Right, so I work for eResidency, and eResidency is a Government of Estonia program. So in a way, I work a little bit for the government and a little bit for a startup. So startups are there to fix problems, and Estonia's problem is a limitation. 1 million people, very much in the north, no wine, no sunshine in the winter, and eResidency was an idea to really extend the country. So what we created a new category of people who are not residents, who are not citizens, they're e-residents. So anyone can go online, sign up for Estonia's e-residency, and what they can do with it, they can create a company online, fully run it from anywhere in the world, and never go to a government office, never sign a document, because you can do anything online in Estonia as a citizen also, except getting married and divorced. We have now an 85,000 people community worldwide, so there is more diversity there, not only white guys. From 171 countries. A lot of these people have become nomads because they don't have to sit around and wait for an angry letter from their tax office, or they can really build a business internationally and build it online, not think about bureaucracy. And that's the core value that we have. We also have a lot of happy mompreneurs and dadpreneurs, or people, you know, creating companies whilst on a yacht or anywhere where they like. So it's been a good experiment for us.
So, beautiful girls and no taxes, basically, yeah?
Well, no, taxes, you still have to pay where you do business.
Yeah, I know.
But it's an opportunity to grow for freelancers.
Just go with the beautiful girls and no taxes.
And not suffer from the bureaucracy.
Yeah, we promised that in Ireland too, beautiful girls and no taxes, and we definitely deliver on the no taxes part. Anyway, Chema, you lived in Ireland for a while, so talk to us about Personio.
So Personio, it's an integral solution to manage the most important asset in a company, which is the human capital, the employees. So we aim to provide a full solution from everything that has to do from hiring, retaining, developing, managing your employees. And well, I like to be here. I like to think that I'm here not only to pitch about Personio. You can visit us. We have a stand there.
You can pitch. Like this.
No, I'm also here
to. I mean, you didn't
speak about how of the things we do, and
yeah.
Not only the.
It's okay to pitch. Like it's okay to pitch. You know.
Well, we also do some other things. But back to flexibility or diversity, we have more than 50 nationalities at Personio.
Yeah.
Growing in Europe, and yeah, happy to share what we do around flexibility, diversity, policies or not. We're actually moving away from policies to frameworks for employees. So happy to share more details on that.
So if I'm using an Excel spreadsheet to manage my D&I, my HR requirements, and I called you up and say, do you have a solution for me? What would you say? I'm not here to sell, you know, keep using your Excel. Is that what you'd say?
No, I would challenge that. I mean, some of the companies we speak to and we say, hey, have you digitalized your company in the HR department? And they say, yeah, we have Excel files in the cloud. It's like, okay,
yeah.
But we can do more. So there are better things or better ways to do things rather than using Excel, definitely. And we like to think that we help by saving time and making everyone a bit more productive so they can focus on the important things.
I'll end up selling your company better than you. Anyone who's using Excel in their company.
Well, that's the magic of sales, right?
Yeah, it's like just wasting their time. Like, we live in an era of the cloud where there are wonderful solutions. And whenever I walk into a company, my area is how to scale companies. And whenever I see people with Excel, I say, there's your problem. You know, anyone outside of the finance department who's using Excel is just doing the wrong thing. Okay, you know, not that I want a job with you or anything like that. In fact, I'm completely unemployable anyway.
Well.
Yeah, so not to worry. Anyway, I'm neglecting the other side of the, as I keep, it's like watching tennis, you know, it's like, you know, it's like going from one side to the other. Okay, anyway, so let's go over to Roberto. So I can obviously see you work in fashion because how, you know, beautifully you dress. So talk to me about what you do.
Well, we are Timpers. We are a brand based in Valencia. We are a sneaker brand that sells sneakers by our website. And we define us as the most normal brand in the world. We say this because our employees, the 100% of the employees in Timpers are disabled. I have a kidney transplantation, and some of the, well, the 100% of the employees in our company is disabled, and we try to focus on the abilities on each person to put each them in the correct position in our company. For example, one of my partners is blind, and we knew that he's an excellent speaker, and we decided to put him in charge of the department communication, and not to work on the storehouse, for example, because the sizes wouldn't arrive correctly to the clients.
I think, yeah, for most IBEX 35 companies, you know, not being able to speak is, you know, a qualification in their corporate communications department, because all they ever seem to do is say, we have no comment on that, we have no comment on that, and we have no comment on that. So, you know, maybe there's an unrealized scale. And why were you interested in this area? I mean, you know, we all have choices in life. Some people want to go work for Facebook. Some people want to get involved with disabilities in fashion. Why were you motivated to do this?
We started 3 years ago. The three partners, the three co-founders of Timpers were disabled. I have a kidney transplantation, but my partners, one of them is blind, and the other one who is here listening to us is fibrotic.
Okay.
And we finally decided that we could make something special in the society, and we knew that the people with disabilities have less opportunities in the social. They have less opportunities in the employment.
Yeah. But what about ONCE? Like, don't they get all the blind people first? So
ONCE is a very, very good friend of Timpers. He is supporting us on media, on finance. They are always speaking with us to go to some events. ONCE has an incredible team, and they are the most important company in Spain, and I think on Earth.
Oh, yeah.
Related with disability. So
you can say that.
It's incredible.
Okay, and then Juan the Bull, what have you got to say to us?
Juan the Bull, yeah. Well,
or it should be actually John the Bull, you know.
John the Bull, yeah.
John the Bull. So, talent hackers.
Yeah, we are talent hackers. What is talent hackers? Talent hackers is a job board, but what is the difference between talent hackers and the other job boards that the market has? Well, we are focused on the technical profiles, like developers, front-end, back-end developers, and something like that. And we are two main differences with the other job boards. The first one is we offer a reward for the people who refer the talent for our clients. So any people can refer any candidate or any professional to any company.
Okay. So if I didn't like my boss, for instance, could I refer my boss and say, you should headhunt this guy so that I could get rid of him and take his place?
Yeah, and you obtain.
This is cool. So I could refer my boss who I don't like, and then get rid of him from the company, take his job, and get paid for it.
Yep.
Oh man, I thought, why isn't there more companies like this?
It's democratized the referral programs that exist in a lot of companies, but this program is internal. So from Talent Hackers, we want to expand this feature to all people. And the second one, we use the second main feature that in Talent Hackers has is the use of the data, because the referral or Talent Hackers bring a lot of data of the professionals. So we are a team with data skills, and we get and know how the market is going on. So,
can I ask you one? What are the profiles that are most looked for? Like, what do people want the most?
The data science is one of the most profiles.
Yeah.
Very.
You could, if I gave you a CV with a good data scientist, you could place him or her in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have loads of people.
Yeah.
Okay, so I should tell my daughters to get into data science, right? You'll never be hungry again. Okay, let's move on. Let's go back to talking about low taxes and beautiful girls. What do people misunderstand about the e-residency? What do they get wrong? They kind of go, okay, so I want to be a digital nomad. And to be fair to Estonia, you've done very good. It's the first country that comes into my head when I think about this kind of thing. You've been at it for a long time. But what's the thing that people get wrong about it that you have to sort of correct them about?
Well, initially, there's of course people who think residency means you can move to Europe. It's a visa that they get wrong. But I would say, in a way, it's just a key. It's a key to a business years in their time. So in a way, it really helps you think in a different way, be more independent, and also not stuck to one city, one place, one apartment.
Okay. And just the influence of the unicorns, because I guess Skype is kind of Estonian, and then you have sort of like Wise, TransferWise, and things like that. I mean, has that had a big help in terms of selling the country?
So Estonia's value is that it's a testing bed. It's a place where you can go, test out your idea. The IT sector is big enough. Everyone talks to everyone. The government is approachable. We just have a new thing called Testbed Estonia, so you can apply for our government and actually come and test out your product there. But what I would say is that every Estonian company needs to find a market abroad. It's a cheap place where to have a company, run it, create a product, and then you go abroad. And that's why we get unicorns, because they're not stuck in the Estonian market for a mediocre product. Okay. And we have 7 unicorns.
Wow.
About that,
okay.
Yeah.
And can you list them out for us? I mean, I only listed like 3.
So five have grown out of Estonia: Skype, Playtech, Bolt, Wise, and
I forgot about Bolt. Yeah.
I'm missing
Pipe
one.
drive, I guess?
Pipe drive, correct.
Yeah,
And then there's ID.
And we didn't rehearse this.
ID Me and Zigo that have Estonian founders as well. Yeah.
I know, you get a blank, it's like, hey, whatever, like, beautiful. Okay, let's go back to talking about Brusonio. So, I'm interested just in your day-to-day in terms of like diversity, and I mean, is it an issue in terms of like, do you get special training on diversity or anything like that, or it's a sort of like, it's almost like you're screened when you come in, or do you actively? I mean, you know, some companies have like, you know, once a month they have specific training, or is it the fact that they screen you before you come in?
Well, we don't screen people on diversity. As part of our hiring process, what we do is we do a values interview, for instance. We do also founders interview. So our hiring process is it's a bit long. It's about between 5 and 6 interviews.
Okay.
But that's because we not only want you know, people with the right skills to join, but also with the right culture and the right values. Brusonio is, you know, big on values. If you check on our website, and that was one of the reasons why I decided to join. Not only because of the values, but how they get used every day in everyday decisions, right? So customer empathy is one, for instance. Mm-hmm. So, you know, you would think, oh yeah, that's a great name, that's a great hashtag to put it on a website. But I've been in meetings when we were discussing things that, you know, dealt with customers in the future.
Yeah.
And that was brought to the table. That's like, hey, are we doing something? You know, are we putting ourselves in the place of the
customer advocacy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So back to your question, we do tests. You know, not tests, but we do actually ask people about, you know, certain things that, you know, we want to ensure that as we grow, and we've been growing from 300 to more than 1,000 in a year and a half. We want to ensure that the culture stays. Yeah. And so part of the culture is obviously being inclusive. Yeah. Right? And
but that's the issue. The issue always with diversity is that in the short term, it takes time. It pays off in the medium and long term. But in the short term, it's, you know, it does take time because, you know, you have to understand people's psychological safety. If you have somebody who is from, you know, sees the world differently to you, it always takes time to understand how they work. So that's always the trade-off, which is to say you get somebody who you can be productive straight away, or you invest in somebody who's like, okay, you know, this will take certain accommodation, but we think in the medium term this will pay off. So, I mean, that's the trade-off.
Yeah, I think, yeah, and it might be actually easier for companies that are growing a lot, because diversity is not one thing that you know, wake up one day and say, I'm going to make my company diverse. Right? That doesn't work. You need to, from the very beginning, you need to instill that into the culture.
Sure.
And so if you grow the company with that value and that in mind, then at some point it becomes natural. It doesn't take a lot for people to, you know, ramp up on diversity because they're already, you know, open-minded about things. So I find that, you know, being from other companies in the past, that, you know, when diversity came in and people started to realize it was an issue, for some companies, it was difficult to change because they suddenly had to change processes and, you know, make it more of a priority.
Yeah. It's much easier to get things
right
at the beginning.
And same with values.
You
if
never
you start with the right values, you can scale a lot faster than if you one day decide, oh, we lack some values. So, you know, I think the successful companies, and definitely Brusonio is one, are the ones that not only have a great product or a great solution, but also strong values and company culture.
Sure. I'm interested, Roberto, in some case studies maybe. Could you talk about some people who have really benefited from what you do? And like what, I mean, this must be a question you get asked a lot, you know. Tell me like one way in which you've really improved somebody's life.
For example, our first employee, we hired him 1 year ago. He's in charge of the logistics storehouse, and he's 32 years old. He was working on another brand, or another fashion brand, for 8 years, only 10 hours per week. So it was quite low for him because he's prepared to the
work.
And it was incredible because he came to Timbers. He's from the Levante UD Foundation that we collaborate with them. We have an incredible relationship with them. And he came with to our company. We decided to put him in charge of logistics because he has some experience on the fashion industry.
Yeah.
And we decided to put all his knowledge on that work, on that job, because he has an intellectual disability. He's really, really methodic. He always has the same movements.
There's a company in Denmark, that specifically hires people who have like autism. Do you know? You probably know more about this than me. Could you just? I mean, this is the thing whereby I lived in Silicon Valley for a while, and almost having autism was regarded as a positive. They're like, if you weren't on the spectrum, you could not want to be working all the time. And it's interesting. I always talk about dyslexia. If you look at so many great founders, IKEA and going back have had dyslexia, and it can very often make your negative your positive. But of course it's a message that's not well known, right? So it's it's a great example of how having somebody who has an ability is actually it becomes a benefit rather than a drawback.
I think also in people who don't have disabilities, also we focus on the abilities, not on the disabilities, and we try to put that characteristic in our main goal in our company to put each employee in the correct position in our company.
I always talk about my wife, who's hilariously funny, ha ha ha. Always, whenever we see a disabled parking spot, she says, "Oh, you can park there because of your Spanish accent," And thank you for laughing. My Spanish accent is pretty awful. But what's interesting is because when I came to Spain first and I didn't speak Spanish, I used to listen a lot more in meetings, And I remember somebody telling me, who was blind, that they listen so much better, than people who are, so it's almost like you should bring a blind person to every meeting because they listen much more to what people say, and they can also understand the differences in people's voice and things like that. So it's something to think about. And in entrepreneurship, you're always looking for an edge. You're always looking for something. You have to do things that are different in order to achieve kind of different results. I'm just wondering, Juan, has anyone ever requested specifically, people with, shall we say, slightly, with different profiles, or do they always want sort of because again, if you think about people who are trying to achieve outside results, these are not conventional or normal people. Have anyone, when people come to Talent Hackers, what kind of things do they look for? Do they ever look for anything unusual?
Okay, you refer the people who use Talent Hackers to refer talent in our platform?
Yeah.
I think, and I would like to connect Talent Hackers with the diversity and flexibility in a one point, because when in Talent Hackers talk about diversity, sometimes the diversity is in terms of age diversity or sex diversity, and in Talent Hackers we think that this is not only the way.
Yeah, age is just a number, right?
That's what people say. And when we talk with a lot of clients, he brings to us for example, I'm looking for a front-end developer with this specific skill.
Yeah.
But in Talent Hackers, we think that the people should not measure with a specific technical skill, because if you want to hire people, diversity people, you have to open your mind to not only hire the specific skill. In fact, you have to look for the person, the potential of person.
Yeah.
And this is a good point in Talent Hackers, because when the companies open the referral programs outside of them, we can obtain people who think different than the people who live, so who works in
and that's ultimately what you're looking for. Okay, we're in the last 4 minutes, so I just want to give you guys 1 minute each to sort of say, so immediately after this, if somebody wants to come up and talk to you, what's the sentence you want to hear? I guess, please give me e-residency in Estonia. What's the thing you want them to say?
No, the core value of e-residency is that we want to build an ecosystem, want to enable, support entrepreneurs around the world. So that's what we're here for, to make new connections. Come to us. And there's also my colleague Thais at the very back. She waves. She's from Brazil. She's looking after our collaboration in Spain. So we're really looking for other exciting projects and building bridges between different ecosystems. That's our goal. Not just new e-residents, but that as well. You can go online, do an application. Our police just make sure you're not a terrorist and you can be one of us.
Okay, I'm really good at hiding that. Nobody knows I'm a terrorist. It's fantastic. Okay, so I guess, Gemma, what's the thing you want people to come up and say to you immediately after this? Please convert me from Excel spreadsheets to Personio HR, €1,000 a month or whatever it costs. How much does it cost, I guess? Negotiable price plans?
Less than the value it provides. No, I like I like to ask the audience if they have questions, really, because we've been talking here for a while, so I'd love to see if there are any questions.
Is this your first panel? You think there are ever questions? You think there are ever
Well, why not? If you don't
there
ask,
are
you
never
don't get.
questions? It's like, oh my God. Anyway, when there are 4 people panels, it's very tough to include questions.
Really?
But
Let's challenge this guy again.
Ah, man, anyway.
Who gets the first question?
It kills the vibe. We have 2 minutes left. Roberto, what do you want people to come up and say to you?
Well, I want to say that our main goal in our company is to hire more people with disabilities, and I hope in 2, 3, 4 years we will come again to this special event, to this incredible event, and we could say that we are more than 50 people in our company. So it is a pleasure to be here, and I hope we can see again in 2 or 3 years.
Okay, fantastic. And finally, Juan, what do you want people to say to you after?
Well, our main goal is the 100% the companies who publish the job offer in Talent Hacker is filled. So with the right talent, okay, but is the main goal and distribute the value into the queue of the process. If you refer a talent, you can get the money.
Okay, very simple then. Okay, we just have, if there is a question, I'll take it, because maybe actually Gemma's right. I'm probably being, I'm always like that. Is there a question? 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 Yeah, there is a question.
See,
fantastic.
there is a
question. Yeah, no. I mean, have I lost a bet now? Yeah, go ahead.
For European startups from France or Spain or any
Germany.
other countries from Europe, when it starts to be interesting on changing our residence to Estonia, our e-residence to Estonia?
If I answered our question correctly, I mean, what's a big surprise for us, actually, about half our e-residents are from the European Union. So it's quite a big surprise, because in a lot of countries it's super bureaucratic to establish a company, but a lot of these people are very international. So their Estonian business is not their local. They're not selling ice cream in Madrid with an Estonian company. They're building an international business. They're traveling the world. It makes them more free in that way. But we're very successful in Europe as well. It's a big surprise for us, and thanks for that.
Yeah, actually, I didn't know that either, so that's a great question. Okay, so we're out of time, so I'd like to thank you very much to Mats, thank you very much to Gemma, thank you very much to Roberto, and thank you very much to Juan, and thank you very much to Daniel.
And thank you very much, Joe, for this wonderful moderation.
Thank you very much.
I'm glad you finally also got your microphone. So, ladies and gentlemen, the King, unfortunately not here on our stage. The King will be speaking on the arena stage, and we would like to invite you to move on over. You have a couple minutes of time to grab a water on your way over there, and we will be back here at 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to the SANDBOX stage at South Summit 2021. We have 3 more sessions for you before lunch starts, and they are going to be wonderful. The next session is called The Teams of Today for the Future of Tomorrow, for the future we want. And here to moderate this session is a real power woman among power women. Her favorite quote is, "True innovation will come not from new technologies, but from new forms of collaboration." And she is South Summit's Chief Open Innovation Officer. Please give it up for Marisol Menendez.
Hello, everyone. We are so excited. Are you happy? Are you excited? We are meeting today for the first time ever. And today, let me welcome on stage, because also for the first time, we've met many of my colleagues when we created this group called Women in Tech Spain. We've met online during COVID, and today we're meeting in person for the first time. Yes, so let me welcome on stage, please, all of these amazing ladies. So Lisette Guitard, Lisette, welcome on stage. She's Global Head of Cybersecurity at Banco Santander. Please go ahead and sit here. Alicia Ruiz de la Sierra, she's Chief People Operations at The Cocktail. Yeah, Alicia, hello. Juliana Torkunova, founder and CEO of Let Me Park and Let Me Charge and many other Let Me projects. Woo-hoo-hoo. We have Blanca Galletero. She is GVP, Head of EMEA and Alliances and Channels at Splunk. And she's also our Head of Women in AI. We have Cristina Montero. She's Customer Care Operations Leader at Philip Morris. We have Nerea Arcarazo. She is leader of the Loom Spaces. Welcome here, Nerea. Welcome stage. Please sit. I'm going to go to the other side and do the interview here. Welcome, everybody. Amazing ladies. We are women in fintech. We are working in creating a world and working for the future we want with women in the executive and decision-making positions related to digital and STEM. And I thought that this was the best panel to talk about what we have to talk today, which is how to build the future today, from our work today, the future that we want. You know, and I love this panel because we have different perspectives, we have different sectors and different insights. So let's have it from you ladies. Let's do one thing, please. Let's do a round, and you can introduce yourself, say where you're working and who you are, and a little bit about yourself. Let's go. Cristina, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me well?
No.
No?
Let's go with Blanca while they fix Cristina's mic. Yeah? Hello.
No?
Patience, we are waiting for technology. Maybe we can begin with Blanca in the meantime.
Okay, let me get started then. So first of all, thank you so much for being here, all of you physically. This is great. As Marisol was saying, it's great to be back. Okay, so Blanca Galletero, 25 years in the software industry, have gone through some of the biggest transformations, moving on-premise models into cloud companies, work for native cloud companies. I have done my startup time as well for the artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies applied to cognitive and languages. And right now I have Splunk, the go-to-market ecosystems and channels for Splunk, which is the data to everything platform. I have built my career on the top of data, and here I am, creating ecosystems with it.
Talking about data, yeah, thank you, Blanca and Juliana.
Hello, everyone. My name is Juliana. I'm a founder and CEO of several tech companies focused on mobility. It's Let Me Park, Let Me Charge, and Let Me Voice, and also Next Predictive Mobility Services. So yeah, I'm been an entrepreneur for almost 5 years. And during this time, I were able to build several companies, and I think it's thanks to the teams that we are going to talk about today, because yeah, it's almost impossible to, to build a company if you don't have a great team. So I would be very happy to share how it's possible, no?
Yeah, thank you very much. And Alicia?
Hello, Hello, it's Alicia. I'm Chief People Officer at The Cocktail. The Cocktail is a consultancy firm, and we just help companies through data, technology, and design to the latest challenge they have. And I'm the Chief People Officer, so attract talent and retain talent. That now is a big deal.
And talent is what we are using to build the teams and the future.
Yeah.
Lisette, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lisette Guittard. I'm originally from Los Angeles, but living here in Madrid now, working for Banco Santander in what is called the secure user experience part of the bank. So essentially, we love technology so much, we want to protect it. So we want to make sure that everyone, our employees to our customers, can use it in a very safe and secure way. We've probably heard of every week now in the news about hacks happening. So we try to protect you guys with good apps, technology products, services, and also a little bit of awareness and education. So that's a little bit about myself and what I do.
So you can see entrepreneurs, data, people, and we talk about now working spaces. Nerea, go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Nerea. I've been in the corporate world, in the startup world, and now I lead the business development and sales team at Loom. We are flexible spaces, and we are part of the revolution of the new ways of working. And I hope to share a lot of what we're seeing these days with you today.
And Cristina, are you ready?
Let's see if now you can hear me.
Yes.
Good, hooray. Well, hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. My name is Cristina Montero. I'm responsible for customer care in Philip Morris. And basically, my job consists on making a revolution in the way we help our customers experience our products in a non-smoke world, which is the goal that we have. So I'm happy to be here.
Well, as you can see, I promised you variety, and we have variety. We have all kinds of different perspectives. And I think when we're talking about people, when we are talking about how we are building the future, we need all this diversity. My work is around open innovation, and I work in ecosystems. And I know that diversity, variety is what is creating the truly unique things. And in the quote that Danny said at the beginning, I think that the future will be built not only with new technologies, but with new ways of collaboration. And here we are collaborating. So I wanted to ask all of you, and we can begin the conversation, you know, as if we were drinking a coffee. Let's kick it off with the question, how are we, what's the characteristic that teams need to have? So today we are better prepared to build that future that we want. You know, who wants to begin? Do we want to go with an open hand?
I can begin if you want.
Okay, Blanca, go ahead.
Okay, so at least what I am really working very hard with my teams is in creating a common purpose and then trying to evolve this into a novel purpose. I want people to feel proud of what we do as a team, as a company, for society, for communities. And people should not have to choose between selling or making money and making an impact. For example, for the environment, for diversity, for equality, for all those things that right now are very much, top of mind for everybody here. But let's think, 10 years ago, people was not talking about that. We have just gone through a pandemic, and I think, it's been really hard. But we have also learned that we can do it if we want, okay? So we have been able to accelerate and make amazing things. Let's do it, for a common purpose and a novel purpose. Let's feel people proud of what we are doing every single day. If we do that, people will want to be part of the team. And I think, this is about having a vision, a common vision, and making sure that everybody is capable to fulfill internally what they want to do.
So to share the purpose and to make it available to everyone within the team so everybody can connect to that purpose.
Yeah.
Maybe Juliana.
Exactly, I would like to add about this, about like the vision. And it's very important to empower people. But how you empower them? You can just say, do whatever you want. No, no. You need to give the people the vision, yeah? So it's like, as a leader, of course, if you lead a company, you give a vision to the person, and then you empower in this way. Yeah, but I think it's one of the bad things that the good leader can give, empower people. And give a right vision. And all the time, talk too. You know how the good leader, they always show up. They have to be always available. You know, all even repeat several times this vision about even adapt. And I think now, and during the COVID year, I think it helps us to empower people because they are not all the time in the office and you have to ask them, what do you do? No, they have to work at home or wherever they want. And if they're empowered, if they know the vision, they can do their work very well. And in this case, you also can do more things as a leader, right? Because like if you all the time, like honestly, I will tell you, I started as a bad leader. I was like, many times, what do you do? Like, let's do this, let's do this. But then, like, to delegate, but not only to delegate, to empower people, it really helps to do more, to do better, and to, because the people they're so different, they can contribute. But again, with the right vision, with this common vision.
So it's let me do as well, no? For your team?
Let me do.
Besides let me park, let me execute,
Exactly.
no?
Exactly.
And so we're talking about purpose and about empowering people. Any other ingredient you want to add, Alicia?
Maybe I think the world is the speed of change is unprecedented, and the future ahead is uncertain and ambiguous. But I'm optimistic, and I think the skills that we have now maybe will not serve for the future. So we have to upskill and reskill our people, and I think flexibility, adaptability, and a growth mindset has to be the challenge of our teams, and so we have to make them be prepared for the future.
Yeah. And it makes sense because if we are giving purpose and we are delegating, they need to be prepared and armed to this future that is changing. Lisette?
No, my thinking is very much aligned with Alicia's when I'm looking at how you build teams. It's about not necessarily what people studied or what they know, because that becomes increasingly almost irrelevant. You need people who are creative, problem solvers. They need to be able to analyze things and come up with solutions in the moment, right? So if you're looking at data, you should be able to extract something. And then it's not necessarily about what you studied or what you know, but I do find that getting a diversity of backgrounds into a team. So if someone studied psychology, if someone has, a PhD in mathematics, that tends to build a much stronger team because people are coming to different problems from different perspectives. So that's kind of, I think, the secret sauce, at least for us.
The secret sauce has many ingredients as well.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
I would like to add, in terms of adaptability and flexibility, we're also seeing that in our spaces. People are no longer all working in the same space. A lot of people are adapting a hybrid model, or some of them are working remotely. So our spaces, for example, they need to adapt to the new needs of teams. We have satellite offices for teams. It's not the same to lead a team that's in the same office than leading a team that's spread out. It takes different capabilities. And I think adaptability and flexibility need to be focused not only on being reactive to changes, but to proactively embrace change and to proactively think about how to improve things on a continuous basis. Continuous learning is basic because the skills that we had yesterday are not going to take us anywhere tomorrow. So I think flexibility, adaptability, and continuous learning are skills that teams need to develop, but but on a continuous basis, not just one day or once per year.
Continuous
lifelong term.
Yeah, and in this case, let me add one thing very, very interesting, because like I'm from startup, and we are all competing for the talent, the big corporates, who can offer a big building, a big salary, and startups that for now they cannot offer so much. But thanks to flexibility that we can give, we can gain the best talent. And sometimes, even from the big companies, like with a big salary, the IT, for example, team, like we are a tech company, the best talents come to us because we give this flexibility. And like in many situations, like kind of person relationship, you know, and trying to talk to the people, like, what is your personal situation, family situation, okay, if you can work on Friday, like, you do this flexibility, and I think in this case, like, we can get the best talent and build the future.
The flexibility of today that the market asks for is helping also the small companies because they are flexible, no?
Yeah, and we can give this flexibility.
Christina,
so I'm listening to my colleagues, and I couldn't agree more, Marisol. But you know, it comes to my mind, we're talking about a purpose, a vision, empowerment, flexibility, diversity, which is critical to keep the talent. But to really boost the talent, I think we also need leaders that can empathize with their teams, that can identify the talent, and that can really make a difference. So for that, what I really think is that obviously we need all of these ingredients, but please keep in mind that also for that talent to really make a difference with it, leaders need to do something additional, not just motivate the teams, but to inspire the teams. And leaders need to be an inspiration to the teams, just to make sure that talent doesn't run away. And we've seen it many times, and in the pandemics and in previous crises, we've seen this talent really go abroad or suffer. So I think it's critical to provide all this structure to the teams and the talent, but in order to keep it, to really ensure that leaders know how to inspire them.
So I'm going to build over the hook that you just put forward, and I want to ask you two questions. The first is, if we're talking about teams, let's describe this leader that we need today, and maybe the skills that they need to build this future. And then the follow-up question would be then, what would be the message for the leaders of tomorrow, for the young people who are preparing, people who are entering the market? Maybe they are now part of the teams. So let's think about the leaders now and then the leaders in the future. Who wants to elaborate around that? And I think it's important. You began talking about purpose, no?
So in that sense, what I think is that we need leaders with empathy. Not sympathy, but empathy. Which is, you know, not everybody can like you. You're going to have your differences. Constructive criticism really makes a difference. But to empathize with the team, to really put yourself in their shoes, to really understand their day-to-day, their needs, their dreams, their gaps, to really help them build upon it, I think it's something that really is critical to move on in the leaders today. I don't know if the rest of the team agrees.
I definitely agree with that.
Sorry, I agree. Yeah. And I will say also, you know, being capable to create a vision that everybody can embrace, setting up the values that are going to be respected by all your team, and that everybody, you know, will have to encourage and nurture. To me, it's also important to provide the methods to execute, so everybody knows what is expected from them and what success means. We need to find out how we can measure success and what success is, you know, at the end of the journey. And of course, we do need to acknowledge the obstacles. The good leader acknowledges the obstacles, but informs in a transparent way of what is being done to overcome those obstacles. This transparency and this predictability will create trust. And I think this is the basis of leadership.
Trust, the key word, no, that we are building. Who was wanted to talk there? Lisette.
I was just agreeing with what my colleagues were saying on empathy. I do really believe that leaders who've got to where they are do have this. Not only are they able to empathize with their teams, but they have a wider perspective on empathy as it relates to whoever is like the final customer, right, or the end product, for the end product. And also, I do believe that the best leaders I've seen are also great communicators. I think managing a team is a lot of communicating constantly with your team. It's probably most of your job, and making sure that they're engaged in this way. So those would be probably the two things that I think are really critical. Yeah. It's what the robots can't do, you know?
And you can see that we are all talking about human qualities, no? Real humanistic qualities, and it's what we are building, a human team to collaborate, even if we are talking about women in tech or people in technology, you know? I see that you want to talk, Alicia?
Yeah, I think resilient as well is a key critical aspect, and maybe understand as well all the technology around. So a leader has to know how to manage the team and with the technology we have, but the resilience and build a culture based in constant learning, unlearn, relearn. I think that is going to be the future of the leaders.
I like that we're talking about a lot of these qualities like resilience and learning and transparency and leading by example. So how do the people in the team receive it? No? We were talking about the future. Maybe in our team we might have the future leaders, but also how's the dynamic in the team? I don't know if anyone wants to add up.
If you don't mind me adding on the things that my colleague said, I would like to mention that I think flexibility, and sorry to focus on flexibility, but I think we need to be flexible, and we've seen this with the pandemic, and adapt. But for leaders to be flexible, they just don't need to be have a flexible mindset. They also need to see that, as it used to be the case before, one size doesn't fit all. And it applies to empathy. For example, people have different family or personal situations, and I've never seen work as this is me at work and this is me as a person. I think, and we've seen this during the pandemic, trying to struggle everything, work and family at the same time. And I think it's very important that leaders start seeing employees as humans with different realities and different circumstances, and be flexible. And remote or hybrid work is just an example. I think we need to apply to this to everything we do.
Let me add maybe one thing. Just I really agree with all that you said, but I also think it's very important to be professional. You know, because like if you ask, like I don't know, some tech people where do you want to work, they will probably say, I want to work for Elon Musk. Yeah, why? Because he's a super professional, he's very successful, he built, yeah. Despite, okay, it's a question if he is empathetic or no, yeah. But I think it's very important to be professional, yeah, to like, I don't know, maybe leader has to even build a personal brand, you know. Then to retain, you definitely need to be empathetic. But in the beginning, because like you can have probably a leader who will be very supportive, but then this leader cannot support in your career, in your day-to-day business. What can I do? And like, I don't know. So like, I think it's very important to be professional in where you are.
But I was thinking, with everything that you are saying, that if we put in the same mixer, no, that adaptability, the resilience, the transparency, the professionalism, and communication skills, and this empathy, it seems that each leader needs to be adapted also to the team that they are leading, maybe to the circumstance, and you create this dynamic where also, well, we're people and there are personalities around there, no? But let's move towards the question about the future. So imagine maybe an easy way to begin the question is if you had an 18-year-old nephew, as I have, that is beginning to study artificial intelligence, no? And he asked me, Tia, what do I study? What should I be? No, he asked me for advice. And, well, first of all, I think it's a lot of responsibility, no? Like, okay, study this or that, but also I think there's this variation that we have, the speed of change that we have nowadays that is creating this uncertainty. From your standpoint, what advice would you give my nephew? What's the leader of the future? What do they need to learn? How do we prepare?
It's not easy, huh? It's a tough one, Marisol.
Your kids, many of you have kids, I don't have kids.
It's a tough one. No, but it's a very valid question. I mean, what? What now? No? So I think in that sense, if I may start, you know, I was listening to you and I thought about Simon Sinek. I'm sure lots of people know him. But one of his famous sentences is, be the idiot of the room. So my recommendation would be, We need more people curious, who do a healthy challenge, who question even obvious things that might feel people uncomfortable, but that they really dig deep, no? And make us all wonder why. No? Maybe we need to do the exercise of the 5 whys more often, rather than judging the person asking too many times why, to really understand. So my recommendation to your nephew would be just be as curious as possible. No? The more you ask, the better.
Always curious, I like it. Blanca, what do you think?
So what I will say to your nephew and my daughters, okay, because I have 2 daughters which are exactly that age, is help people to grow by interacting with you and make them feel proud of what they do. I think that will be leadership.
That's nice. That's nice, I like that. Juliana?
I would say that not to be afraid to make mistakes, experiment, try, and find something that you really like. Don't even think that fancy job or it's like a super future, that you really have to find something that you really very like. And in this case, you will be motivated, you can be empowered. You know how it's like, even I can help you if you need help. I can teach you if you don't know something. But I can do anything if you don't want. So, if you don't want, if you're not interested in what you do, impossible to do anything. So I think it's really to find something that he likes.
The passion. It's the passion. Passion, curiosity, make everyone proud, yeah?
I will say him, study maths and technology, but as well understand the diversity of the world and improve your self-management. How to self-manage yourself, I think this is very important, and now I don't know how much it's teaching.
Well, it's true. One of the things that we discuss in our conversations is that it seems that we are finished as soon as we finish university or whatever training, and that's it. You're ready as a human to be, no?
Yeah.
But no, in reality, we are continuously learning how to be ourselves. Lisette.
I'm taking really good notes for my 1-month-old son, because I'm going to need to give all this advice as a mother. Yeah. But I think it kind of just goes back to some of the points that I was saying in the beginning. I don't really believe that in the future my son will be going into one job, having even maybe just one job title, and working for a company and then going home at the end of the day. I believe that his future may be one where he's working on multiple projects, where maybe he's not just working for one company, but several companies at the same time.
Different countries.
Yeah, different countries, exactly. So I think that's why it could be sometimes difficult for us, if we're thinking in the traditional linear way, what should you study? It could be kind of hard because at first, when I was studying, it was more like this is what you studied, and most likely you would end up doing X, Y, or Z correlated with what you studied. But as I'm finding myself right now, even myself, I didn't study. I studied, art history and political science, and then it was, continuous learning. And then later, I took more coursework in technology and cyber. So the point would be, I think some of the things you guys have said, be curious and study something that will enable you to continuously problem solve, because I really do see that is something that we need more people doing.
Learn to learn.
Yeah, hone some creative skills, as I was saying before. This is the kind of stuff that software necessarily can't do for you. And then, the rest, I think I'm going to have to keep calling you guys for more advice for my son. But yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Lisette. Nerea?
I think it might sound as a cliche, but I would tell your nephew, do what you love, and don't be scared of making mistakes. You can reinvent yourself as many times as you want, so don't be afraid of failing or making mistakes. And as Lisette said, there are soft skills, there are hard skills that he will learn in school, in university, but he will learn from traveling, he will learn from living in different places, getting to know other cultures, and that's a learning that will go with him for the rest of his life.
That's incredible. No? We are talking about leadership and teams, and all the time we are coming back to this humanity. And I think that's what, for me, is most inspiring of the work we do in Women in Tech, of the conversations that we continuously have on how to really affect and create a change nowadays. And it just comes back to remember that we are human, no? And that we are building a world that we need to be complete humans to connect to the objectives of the world, to be permanent in the future, but also to make the world better than it was when we began stepping this world. And this is all for us. I think that you can see that I have the best of times by having this amazing network of friends. I work in ecosystems, building connections, building possibilities of learning one from each other, and this is one of the best examples. I invite you to follow us in Women in Tech Spain and to follow each of these amazing leaders. We are around 60 now. Each of them are top experts in their own arena. And we have many stories to tell. Thank you very much, beautiful ladies, for being here today. And let me welcome Saimar. Saimar, are you there? Saimar Mateus is also from the team, and she is back there. Let's say hi to Saimar. And we have many women in tech here. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marisol. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Lisette, I think I'm with you. Our daughter is 3 years old, so I was also taking some notes on figuring out what to tell her when she asks me in a couple of years. She's still a bit young to think about those things for now. But we're going to stay on the topic of the future. And here to speak to us about his vision for the future and post-pandemic designs is Dr. Mark Esposito. Mark is the co-founder and chief learning officer at Nexus Frontier Tech, a multi-million-dollar business today. And he's also a professor at Harvard. He teaches at Hult International School, and he consults governments and cities, as well as the president of the European Parliament and the World Economic Forum. And he's here to give us a 10-minute keynote on post-pandemic designs. Give it up for Mark.
All right. I think this one should work if I click. Shall I click? I have a few slides for you that I prepare. I don't know whether this is going to work. You will probably find out if... Can you guys tell me if it's going to work? Because I don't know. There, you got it? All right, so one behind. Here we go. All right, so in the few minutes I have for this conversation with you, I'd like to walk you through a bit of a project that we've been running with some colleagues. This is the project. It's called The Great Remobilization. It's a book that will be published by MIT University Press with two of my closest friends and colleagues, Olaf Groth from UC Berkeley and Terence C. from Hult and ESCP. The kind of work we're trying to do is really trying to engage us in the conversation about what the future will take, what the future will tell us, and how we envision this future to be. So pretty much, we're coming from the understanding that the future will definitely come from a number of different tension and discontinuities that we have experienced so far. We do see increase in inequality. We have seen that the global system doesn't work as well as before. So we start noticing that clearly we're going to see a phoenix rising from the ashes of what happened to be the model of the 20th century before. Now, when we go a bit deeper into that, we start looking at a few key ideas that I would like to share with you today. The first one is that science and scientific scrambles will continue to progress. We will see most likely one of the most important breakthroughs in science than we ever had before. Just to give you a point of reference, the moment that the company Moderna received the email with the code as an attachment of COVID-19, it took them only 8 hours to produce actually the first prototype of vaccine. It shows you that ahead of us, the amount of acceleration we're going to have in science will be incredible. The question will be, will we keep this for ourselves, or will we actually diffuse it more and more? So it's a question about the access of knowledge the way we might eventually envision. The next conversation is about the level of technocracies that have really impacted the world in the last few months. Will we have a world made of democracies in which we're going to have competence as a form of engagement? Or will we have a smaller, more oligopoly kind of world in which more and more of our decision will happen in the hands of very few people? Power today is concentrated more and more in the hands of very few powerful people. The question will be whether our democratic system will survive the enormous amount of pressure to actually compete with the more technocracy country, less liberal, more capable of actually getting to some form of consensus. Now, the next conversation that we have is, how will we deal with a world in which China will continue to become a more relevant world in a way that we have never seen before? The rise of China and Asia is definitely something that we have to embrace. Europe and the United States are a little bit more anemic. We don't really know whether they'll be able to have a role that will be as foundational as the one we had in the past. So likely we want to imagine that the world ahead of us will see the predominance of a system that will be based on maybe a dual system between a West that will try to preserve some form of value and the rise in Asia that right now is becoming, by any measure, the most significant part of the world. What kind of world will we have when Asia will have become somehow the new world order? These are some of the questions we're engaging in the project and some of the questions we'd like us also to bring forward. We definitely see the role of China becoming larger than ever before, both in terms of the infrastructure they're working, the technology they're trying to build, and their propensity towards artificial intelligence. Moving on to the conversation we're going to have is, how will we actually reconstruct our world? Will we this actually reconstructing by collaborating globally, considering the level of interdependency we have achieved as a society? Or will we actually start having more what we call engorged pockets of growth in which only few people will actually continue to thrive forward? We don't have the answer for this. What actually we believe is that the interdependency across country will continue to exist in matters like investment and trade, but we are moving into some degree of tribalism in which our cultural norms are becoming smaller and smaller by the day. So we're feeling a little bit more into a fragmentation period of our history in which, while we are connected more than ever before, we are much more divergent. And this tension between connection and divergence is actually critical. One example for this, and when we're talking about the trade war between the US and China, it looks like we're not really dealing with China properly, but the trade volume with China has increased. So how do we explain what is the face value of a conversation that seems to be problematic when in factual terms the relationship keeps on growing? China and the US need each other interdependently much more than what we think, but the perception we have is much more of a fragmented world. Moving away from the conversation on this, we're going to move into globally, virtually, or not, where we preserve some degree of physical world. How will we imagine and reconcile the physical with the virtual? One thing we're learning is that physical will continue to have a significant role in our life. We kind of want to go back to normal when we're thinking about the idea of going back to venues, conferences, going out for dinners, meeting friends, traveling. But what has really changed is that the virtual or the digital platform are largely taken over. And today, most of the value that used to be shaped by the industrial processes are now a digital mediated process. It means that more and more we'll see technology company taking a significant side of our life. From maybe controlling finance flows, to maybe having given access to opportunity we never had before, to ensuring risk. Today, platforms are becoming not wholly larger, but they're reconciling two schools of thoughts and strategy. The one related to the more competitive side, think about the Michael Porter view on the 5 forces, and the one related to resource base, where we're thinking about the competitive position we might have. Platforms are taking over completely this conversation. So how will we actually rethink our reconstruction is a question to be seen. Moving to the very final conversation I have, the data deluge the platform will create will be driving some degree of inefficiency. So today we see stock exchange markets moving faster and faster in the direction of excessive growth, but this growth is not easily cascading down into the everyday real economy, which basically means that we might have a market that grows very fast, but at the same time, people on the ground might suffer from not having the same opportunities. I remind you that inequality is an historical point of divergence with everything else. We've never been so unequal than we are right now in the world. And this is problematic because when inequality gets to a point in which it's really alienating the public opinion, we tend to see not only polarization happening, but also radicalization, which definitely leads to less democratic forms of exercises. As I'm moving towards the end of my conversation with you, are we going to have more of a new tech, new life? Are we dealing with a flexibility where we're looking at technology lifting us up and empowering us in a way we have never seen before? Will we see this more of a feudal system in which actually technology will repress us, will remove away our liberty, will give away our privacy? I don't have the answer to this, but clearly these are conversations that will shape profoundly the way the market will work in the future. I leave you as I have my very final minute of this conversation and this quick note with you about some of the reflection that we're having, where the world eventually will move in the next few years. Let's call it the next 10 years of definition in which we're really shifting from the 20th century tennis to the 21st. And the way we organize this in our mind is by what we call the 5 C's. The first one is COVID and the extension of COVID in our life. We can't forget that only in 2013, some country will see the first rollout of vaccines. We're still far from having any degree of symmetry. The second one is, of course, cognitive economy. An economy is driven more by technology than what we used to see before. Will we be able to find a balance between technology and society, or will we see technology rapidly taking over? The third one is about cyber and cybersecurity. Most of our value is created digitally, so will we be able to really protect ourselves? Or will we see the rise of cyber terrorism as a challenge? Number 4 is climate change. We have to say that climate change the last 20 years has been a failed paradigm because we think of reversibility of the climate. We should really wake up. We will never reverse the climate back. You cannot turn an omelette back into the eggs, isn't it? It's the same principle. We have to think about climate adaptation, climate restoration, climate mitigation, and how we'll be able to create economic viability for that. And the last one, as I mentioned, is C for China. So the 5 C's are constituting what we believe are going to be the major tenets of the next few years in what we call the post-pandemic design. But if you're really too interested about that, you should get the book when it's out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you.
That was excellent. That was so much information packed into 10 minutes. I think I'll have to rewatch the session again just to make some notes. Thank you. All right, we have one more session just before lunch. And in this session, we want to talk about happiness. And for me, food is actually happiness, as probably for many of you. But we're going to spend the next 20 minutes talking about it from a little different angle, and that is from the perspective of productivity and happiness. And with me on stage, we have 2 wonderful speakers, not physically, but actually digitally. I hope they're going to appear right behind me on these monitors. And we have joining from Holland, Michigan in the US, Dr. Tracy Brower. She is a PhD sociologist studying work-life fulfillment and happiness. She's the author of The Secrets to Happiness at Work and Bring Work to Life, and she regularly contributes to Forbes and Fast Company and does consulting for companies around the world. Our second speaker is joining us from Bangkok, and her name is Rashmi Sharma, and she's a global learning and well-being partner at Unilever. She's a thought leader with over 13 years of international experience in HR, focused on learning and leadership development. She's an idea catalyst, a TEDx speaker, and has been voted the top 25 HR professionals in India and the top 10 women in the Economic Times Young Leaders list. Rashmi, nice to see you there. Welcome both of you here on stage at South Summit. Tracy, I would love to start with you, and I'd like to start off just with a quick check. What does happiness and productivity actually have to do with each other? How are they related?
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it and looking forward to our conversation. You know, happiness and productivity are utterly connected. There is so much research on this relationship and on happiness generally. When people are happier, they tend to perform better. They tend to be more productive. So the relationship operates in that direction. It also operates in the other direction. When people are productive, when they feel like they're contributing, they are happier. We all have an instinct to matter. So when we're producing, when we're performing, that contributes to our happiness. The other thing we know from research, and all of the research that I'm citing is global, the other thing we know from research is that when we're happier, we tend to set bigger, more ambitious goals, we tend to be more focused on learning, and we tend to be more likely to reach our goals. So this is about productivity and performance today. It's also about productivity and performance tomorrow as we set goals and learn and continuously improve.
Thank you very much. And I know, Rashmi, you're sitting in Bangkok, basically on the other side of the world from Tracy. And I was wondering, like, you're working at Unilever, you're having maybe a different perspective on this, at least from a cultural perspective. And I was wondering, what do you have to add? How is this being perceived in your part of the world, of this link between productivity and happiness?
Thanks, Daniel. Great to be here. I hope you guys can hear me well. So this is something more of a personal mission and what I've been working on, and especially given Unilever's job, it just helps me live out that purpose really well. And I 110% agree with what Tracy shared, but just adding a different angle to it, our bodies, if you look at just genetically, our bodies are designed to work better when we are in a relaxed, happy state. So actually the amount of oxygen which the brain gets, we all know that, right? We call it fight or flight mode, stress mode, relaxation mode. The actual amount of oxygen to the brain actually reduces if we are stressed out or not happy. And that definitely affects you, not just as a person, but what you deliver at work. So I absolutely agree that having a stress-free kind of existence is really important to be more productive.
I just want to take it back one more step, because we're talking about productivity, but I kind of wonder, what do we even mean when we say productivity? Is productivity the output that you're going to have at the end of the year, your revenue? Is it more long-term? Is it short-term? Is it personal? Tracy, can you give us some more insight on what do we mean when we say productivity?
That's a great question, and we definitely need to focus on this question for sure. There's a customer that I was working with that always comes to mind when this question comes up. They had a global IT department, and of course everybody went home for the pandemic and everybody was working from home. They were an agile shop. They measured velocity, which is of course a measure of throughput over time, and their velocity increased by 18% when they were away from the office. So they said, hey, we're all set. However, their attrition rate increased by 30%. And so we can think about productivity as kind of turning the crank, getting things done, and that's okay. But a bigger picture is to think about performance. What about attraction and retention? What about engagement? What about innovation? Because over time, if we have to attract new people and train them, if we lose out on innovation because we're not connecting, because we're not as engaged, then productivity suffers. So I think we need a big picture definition of productivity. And I think we need to think about the nature of our work as well. When we are doing more rote or routine work, that is a different kind of productivity than when we're doing problem solving or work that's more ambiguous or requires more speed or more complexity. And so I think we want to think holistically about what we mean and what our organizations need from us in terms of output.
Great. And Rashmi, what does that mean for Unilever? What do you understand with productivity, and how does that affect the way that you're doing business?
So Daniel, I think see, the formula is the same across companies, right? It's throughput over number of hours, divided by number of people and all of that. But I don't know, I was just listening to the session before this, actually two sessions before this, when there was a panel discussion, and somebody mentioned a great point. They said we have to stop thinking linearly. We need a new way of thinking. And especially for a startup and who is in the business of creating new things, I'm not sure if productivity can be defined by just like amount of work created by the number of people / I think we need to look at it in terms of the number of new ideas, the number of learnings, the number of experiments done, failed, all of those things. And for me, the way I would define it for the audience is how can you get to flow state. And flow, if you know, many might be familiar with the state of flow where you are working at your best, you are the most innovative, creative, great work comes out of you, great decisions, great thinking. How soon can you get into that state of flow, and how long can you stay in that state of flow? For me, that would be real productivity.
It seems like there is a lot that we still need to look at. How can we bring in these new notions of productivity into our organizations? As our clock is ticking, I would like to shift the conversation to one more thing, though. As we heard, we're living kind of through the maybe tail end, maybe we're still in the middle of it, but we're in this pandemic, and I think we've talked a lot during this pandemic about the health and well-being. But I would really like to hear from you, Tracy. What do you think about the situation that we're in? What do we need to do for more happiness and more productivity in this post-pandemic future?
Yeah, how do we create more happiness? That is critical. We know that well-being is utterly a trend for the future of work as organizations view it more systemically, more centrally, more strategically. And happiness is actually really good for business because people are more physically well when they're happy. They give more discretionary effort when they're happy. Even at a country level, when citizens are happier, the country generally has greater GDP, greater educational attainment, and greater physical health. So how do we create the conditions for happiness? It's better if we don't pursue happiness as its own goal because it can remind us what we don't already have. It's better if we pursue the conditions that are right for happiness. And those have to do with purpose, thinking about how our work matters and how we can make a contribution no matter what kind of work we do. Really making sure that we're staying extraordinarily connected with colleagues, building toward community, thinking about both our obligations and our responsibilities toward others in the best possible ways. So purpose, community. Another is learning and stretch. When we set ourselves up for learning and stretch, that is also a condition for happiness. And then also the idea of just really performing well. And this gets us back to our productivity conversation. When we can bring our gifts and talents, when we can perform well, those are the kinds of things that set us up for the greatest happiness.
Great. And bringing it over to the other side of the stage and of the world, Rashmi, what do you see? What is necessary for more happiness and productivity in our post-pandemic world?
So, you know, in Unilever, Daniel, we do talk about well-being a lot, which we believe enables our performance. And we have a simple way of looking at it. It's a combination of your physical well-being, mental well-being, emotional well-being, and purpose. And some of it, you know, Tracy already spoke about. And I think the trend I see, I mean, we already have like chief well-being officers as roles coming up more and more in large corporates, large-sized corporates. I definitely see that as a trend going, you know, dedicated teams, dedicated people looking at well-being and engagement and happiness of people, which I think is great. The other trend I see is leaders being encouraged to be more empathetic, have the traits of empathy, humanness. In fact, I spoke about how they need to be followers in my TED talk. And I think in the last few weeks, so many people have reshared that talk with me after 2 years of having done it, because I think it's just gotten more and more. And post-COVID is going to be all about empathetic leadership. And that's another trend I feel like it has come of age.
Wow, nice. That actually resonates a lot from the panel that we had just 2 sessions ago. I hear a lot of the similar topics there. Coming to the end of our panel, I would just like to ask both of the speakers to complete a sentence. You can also do 2 or 3 sentences, but what is your wish for 2022 in terms of productivity and more specifically about happiness? Tracy.
Yeah, this is big moments of opportunity for us. I think, and I'm gonna do more than just complete your sentence. You're gonna have to forgive me. When we're so fundamentally disrupted globally, it gives us new opportunities. And from the greatest barriers come the greatest innovations. So this is our moment to reset and reimagine. This disruption has caused us to think so consciously about our work, why we work, what we do, where we work, with whom we work, all of those sort of conscious levels of thinking about our contributions to communities are wonderful new beginnings for reset and reimagination. So my wish is that we really think consciously about that and create for ourselves kind of our own agency, our happiness moving forward, and really realize that work can be a source of happiness, not a source necessarily of drudgery. And that we really create the conditions for community and really giving our best in terms of the structural elements where we contribute toward a broader happiness for the whole. No choice is perfect. Choices come with pros and cons, and we're not all happy all the time. There'll be ebbs and flows, but overall, we can make the best choices possible for our own happiness and to influence the happiness of others around us in our community. So that's my hope. Reset, reimagine.
Wonderful, I love it. Actually, above my desk at home, I have a postcard that says, "Work is not the opposite of fun." And I try to look at that as often as I can, especially in some of the tougher moments where work is maybe not as fun. And so, Tracy, over to you. Your wish for the year 2022.
Tracy already went, Daniel. It's my turn. You called me Tracy.
Sorry, Rashmi. I'm sorry. Rashmi, it is your turn.
That's okay. That's okay. So I have a little bit of a different way of looking at it. And yes, work can be fun. And if you look at a lot of data, we really need to do a lot of work to make work more engaging and more fun. While that is happening, my wish for people is to stop putting pressure on work to fulfill your life in terms of the happiness. Happiness is an entire life's job. Make sure you find happiness in many parts of your life, including work. So my wish is, instead of constantly looking at work-life balance, which we know for startup community probably doesn't exist as the way ideally it should, change that to create your life's work. And that's what most of the founders are looking to do. They want to create their life's work. How can they fit many parts of their life in that and overall be a happy professional?
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to both of you for this session. To the audience, you can find them on all of the social media out there. You can follow them. You can hear more of their insights. Tracy also has 2 books out there if you want to dive deeper into this topic. Help me and give it up for them for a round of applause. And that is a wrap for our stage today. We are going to go into lunch now, and we're going to come back at 3:30. So you have a little bit of time to go out, sit in the sun, have some nice lunch, meet some new people, and also visit the exposition area. And I wish you a wonderful meal and hope to see you back here at 3:30. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the SANDBOX stage at South Summit 2021. I hope you had a great lunch, both you here in the audience and you at home, and are feeling the excitement of being back together in a room, meeting other people. Did you have some good conversations at lunch, anyone? Ah, very good. I see some people are still a bit tired from lunch. I understand, but here to wake you up, we're going to have a wonderful program this afternoon. It's going to be jam-packed with content. We're going to talk about basically the future of everything, from design to art to education to sustainable development. We're going to cover a lot of ground, but to start with, we're going to have a session to talk about the new consumer revolution, everything on demand. And for that, we have a wonderful panel, and moderating this wonderful panel is Marta Antunes, coming from Weira in Barcelona. And she has been a co-founder, a management consultant, and worked in global FMCG companies. And she's here to talk to us about what does this next global revolution really mean. Marta, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very happy to be here today and see all these many people in person, no? Back to in-person events. So thank you very much for attending. So so today we are going to talk about this new revolution, no? To have everything on demand. As you know, no? The on-demand economy is not new. It has been around, no? For some years, but it's still growing at an amazing pace. Sorry. And in fact, there was this recent paper by PwC where they estimate that by 2025 it will be a market of more than $335 billion. And really, I mean, what started with on the on-demand economy really to do with food delivery, groceries, ride sharing, this is expanding into all industries and being also what is becoming a huge digital transformation. And what do all these on-demand apps have in common? That they are really putting the consumer in the center. They are empowering the consumer and giving them the power to decide what, when, and how they want to get a product or a service. And to speak about this revolution, we have here today Gabriel Alcalá, founder of Subscript, Andrés Dancausa, general partner of Venture City, and Avinash Sukwaki, sorry, I didn't pronounce it very well, co-founder of Payflow. So starting with Gabriel, so one of the, also with areas that has lived an amazing transformation due to on-demand economy has been the entertainment and the media industry. Today, 82% of US consumers have Netflix, and there have been like so many platforms appearing in the late years, HBO, Disney, Movistar, you name it, So I wanted to ask Gabriel, to tell us a little bit about what was the idea behind Subscript when you started, and what value do you offer to consumers?
Sure, thanks, Marta. Thank you, everyone, for having us here. And we at Subscript help you to split anything into, to transform anything into a split service. And I will circle back to your point about digital subscriptions and entertainment, but I would like to expand that to any type of service people want to have it on demand. So for example, at Subscript, we enable you to connect to your bank, and if you are sharing your apartment with your roommates, we can then obtain how much you are paying for the electricity service, split that on the fly, and then charge each member of your flat and pay you back that money instantly without you even having to open the app. So we are, in that way, transforming a service that is a recurring service into more on-demand service, or I only pay for what I use, similar to what people are doing in the entertainment industry, where you are splitting your digital subscriptions when you are doing it with Netflix and your family and so on. And so in the first case, or use case, where you know the persons that you are splitting with, we are helping people to transform anything that appears in their bank account or in their card into a split service where you only pay for what you are consuming or using of that service. And then we also have a second use case or part where you can split services with people that you do not know, with complete strangers. And in that way, in the entertainment industry, we are seeing that a lot of people are sharing more and more things, because nowadays, as you all mentioned, we have HBO, Disney, Netflix, Apple TV, and at the end of the day, we are paying, I don't know, 100 euros if you want to have them, all of them, which is, of course, for the end user, it's a problem. So we put you in touch with other people that you do not know, and that way you can save up to 80% of what you are paying for your digital subscriptions by splitting them, which is something that we are already doing. So in a way, what we are doing is helping to create more, or to give a platform that supports and enables the on-demand services and helps people to split and to carry the day-to-day life.
Very interesting. No, I didn't know you already had in your platform the possibility to also share subscriptions, not only about entertainment, but also different from different assets. No, so it's great.
Yeah, electricity, gas, the rent,
great,
anything.
And yeah, the next question was for Abby. I don't know if you see me, because we were talking about it's not just only about like food delivery and so on. No, so the on-demand, no, is also tapping industries such as healthcare, education, and also finance. No, so tell us a little bit more what you do at Payflow. No, how it started. No, and what are you doing right now?
Sure. So Payflow, it's a mobile app that allows employees to get paid whenever they want, instead of just once a month. And we sell it to companies as an employee benefit. And the reason we came up with this idea is that at the end of the day, it doesn't make any sense to get paid every 30 days, right? You work every day and you spend money every day. So the only reason that companies started paying employees monthly was because it was easier for them to manage the workload, and because it was better for the company's cash flow. But now, like all other on-demand services, consumers don't want that anymore. Consumers want everything when they can, right? And that's why we were giving before the example of Netflix. You can't really compare Netflix to going to a Blockbuster. And in the same way, it's no longer acceptable for young employees nowadays to get paid just once a month.
Great explanation, very short, but very clear. So I really appreciate. And we have also here today Andrés Dancausa. He's a general partner of the Venture City. Andrés, are you seeing in your portfolio, can you share with us, I mean, first, no, in which startups are you investing, and if you're seeing this on-demand trend also in the startups of your portfolio?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you, you all to be here. Also, thank you to Telefónica to invite us and Guaira and South Summit. We are, as Marta said, a venture capital firm led by operators. Actually, we usually find ourselves like operators or entrepreneurs turned into investors. And mainly the focus for us in our fund 2, which is a 100 million fund, is to invest in software companies, vertical agnostic, between $1 to $4 million in the States and Europe. So the sectors that we preferred, or those that we have already invested in this second fund, are diverse sectors. Let's say that first we have invested in fintech, gaming platform, social podcasting, and energy tech. But we have seen, as other VCs, a clear trend in front of us. And we are now looking expressly for companies in the DeFi and fintech space, in the gaming industry / NFT, and also, of course, in cybersecurity. Now we have all the team focused on those 3 verticals, at least for the next 6 to 9 months. We are still a vertical agnostic fund, but you need to manage the quality and the risk of your portfolio, and we are now focusing these kind of verticals. Regarding the kind of demand of the startups operating the demand economy, we are proud investors of Subscript. Unfortunately, we didn't meet you guys at that time, but we have several companies in that space, and not just the typical marketplace or the super app that maybe we are going to talk later on. We are investors also in Enabler marketplace, no? A company that enable how to build this kind of on-demand economy, like Simply Route or like MeetFox, for example. Those are really good examples of this.
And another question about how you help entrepreneurs, no? And we've talked about how important is customer centricity, no? For consumer centricity for everything that we do, but particularly, no? For this kind of B2C startups. How do you help entrepreneurs to focus on that? And also, can you tell us a little bit more about your program, the product-led growth program that you have at the Venture City?
Yeah. So as I said, we used to be entrepreneurs or operators managing different growth teams in big companies like Facebook or Pinterest or WhatsApp. What we learned at that time is that every single company which is growing through product will be creating strong barriers, right? So that's why our approach to investment is looking always for product-led growth companies. You know, a company that is not is very cash efficient because they don't invest just in marketing and they don't just raise capital to acquire users, but they invest to build product. You know, and the three pillars we see a startup needs in order to grow are mainly three: product, an incredible product team, a good data team, and a good engineering team. You know, that's what those are the three elements we saw in Subscript at the very beginning. And actually, our program and our partners, our operating partners, are always working on those three things. So we support companies, helping them out with their product to understand the data, because it's not just what you know, it's also what you don't know that you don't know, right? That's the key thing that usually data tells to you. So this is the second axis for us, and the third one is the tech. You know, what kind of technology do you need? You know, and at the end of the day, we have data scientists, CPOs, and CTOs in the Venture City. We are a large team of 35 people in Miami and in Madrid, and the team works with the companies hand by hand on these kind of aspects.
Cool, cool.
Yeah.
So you, Gabriel, you went through this program. Can you tell us a little bit about what did you value the most, no? And also for which kind of startups would you recommend this type of programs?
Sure. Well, I could be speaking wonders and for hours about the Venture City, also Wire, because we also participated at the acceleration program. But to speak about the 5 months we spent in the program, and to also like bring it down to someone who is participating, we got there and we thought that we knew, but we didn't. And once you get to talk with the team, these are all people that have done it in the past. So all of the things that you bring in, they explain to you, okay, maybe you can do this with this other tool, or maybe you can do this in a better way. And that basically is organized into 3 different verticals where they help you improve. One of them is focused in the product, where you can talk one-on-one with people like Luis Guzman, where he worked previously at Globo, and he was part of the growth team at Globo, and now he's helping startups like us from the Venture City, or from Katia from WhatsApp. She helped us to prioritize our roadmap of the technical side in the product. So that's on the product side, and I would say you consume about 60% of the effort in there, and you work a lot, also from the engineering side. After that, you also have the bank track, where you work hand in hand with people like Moose. Moose is amazing. I worked with him for 5 months, and we learned a lot about how to make your proper the presentations, the cash flows, the deck, the pitch. Why are you telling this way and not this other way? So you are constantly challenged on why are you doing this way and not this other way. And a third part of the program, which is also very important, is the people part. And they help you a lot to define what are your values, why the company is like this. Is this, I mean, how is your personality? How does that translate to the team? And going forward, what are the profiles and why people need to have these values or these other values? So at the end of the day, you spend 5 months that are very intense. I would basically say that you spend 5 months working in that program. And after that, you are kind of free to try and fly and take off from everything that you learned.
Great, great experience. And Abby, you also had an experience with another program, no, which is a Y Combinator, no, that you just were in the last batch, no, of Y Combinator. Can you share also a little bit the experience, no, how was to be there, no, what value also you extracted, no, and also give some tips, no, if anyone in the room dreams about one day, no, be part of Y Combinator.
Sure. I really enjoyed the program. We were there this summer, and it lasts around 3 months. There's some parts that are very structured. So you have, for example, lectures every Tuesday, but those lectures will be given by the founders of Airbnb, the founders of Dropbox, right? And they'll be about some brutal topics that I think every entrepreneur should understand, such as what causes failure, why hire fast, fire fast is a good policy, and other tough things that I think in a lot of other places people don't want to talk about, right? So they're very honest and very clear about the things you want to do in those lectures, and I think that's a lot of added value. Then there's a second part of the program that is you have a series of around 20 to 30 group partners, and those group partners already operated or founded their own businesses, but also they've seen like dozens of other Y Combinator companies go through the batch, and they've helped them. They've seen some of those companies fail, some of those companies turn into unicorns. So they have some very good advice in one-on-one sessions that you can book 2 or 3 around each month. And the third thing that I think is very good about the program is that at the end of the day, you put 300 other startups together. All of those are people from all over the world that want the same goal, to make their venture a success. And I think putting you with 300 people that are that competitive and that ambitious, it also helps you to reinforce those values, right? So overall, I would really highly recommend the program. And yeah, if anyone's ever interested in applying, like definitely reach out, have some tips on how to go after the interview. But if I wanted to keep it very short, I think overall they select companies for the same reasons VCs select companies, right? They're going after a big market, they have good metrics, they have a strong team. And the second reason is they like a kind of profile that is very direct and very like unattached emotionally to their product, like people that are willing to change things to do whatever makes most sense or whatever is best for the company.
Cool, very interesting. I'm very interested that both of you mentioned the importance of people, no? Of like meeting, no? These other entrepreneurs, these people also where you can share experiences, no? And share pains and look for some buddy. So yes, so going back to talking about the consumer, no? I'm curious to know if you had to do like a major change in your product due to any like consumer feedback, no? Or also how you in your daily basis are you incorporating this consumer feedback to improve the product functionalities and improve your business model, etc. Do both of you, Abby or?
Go ahead, if you want.
Yeah, so the way we do it is we do drip campaigns embedded in the use of the product. So for example, if any of you download Subscript, which by the way, you can download it, you can download it. When you use the product, you will get notifications while you are using it. And in every notification or in every action that you do, we try to embed like a little link or something where you can say, okay, this specific part I don't like, or I am doing this because of that. So that gives us an opportunity to know exactly where this action is happening and why people are doing what they are doing. And then from that, we extract and try to build new features or fix anything that is not working.
Mm-hmm.
So since we were just talking about the Y Combinator topic, like when we got in, they sent us a free T-shirt, and it only said one thing on it. It said, "Make something people want." And I think like that's one reason, but we already were like very obsessed with taking user feedback. And in our model where we're B2B2C, because we sell our product to companies, but then it's their employees that use it to get paid on demand. And that's one place like we had to be obsessed with talking to both the companies and the employees all the time, right? And Definitely there's formal channels to do that, such as seeing where everyone's pressing, or formal feedback forums, or even focus groups. We've had like dozens of users in our office several times. But also there's a lot of informal things that you can do to listen to your users, such as go back to clients that didn't buy your product and take the time to go and meet them, even though they're not going to add to your metrics, and ask them, why didn't you buy my product? Or go to users that stopped doing transactions on our app and interview them and find out why they stopped using it, right? So I think talking to users overall is super important, and you can learn a lot.
I agree. Sorry to interrupt. One day we decided to call users actually, and we did talk like with 3 or 4 of them, which was a good conversation, but most of them, in our case, we are B2C. So when you call someone who just registered, hey, I'm calling you from the app that you just downloaded, they're like, why are you calling me? So we got lots of calls that were not successful, but I think that it's an activity that you have to do, and,
yeah, exactly.
And you get, from the ones that answer, you get some valuable feedback.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you have, Andres, any good practice also, like from any other startup, no? Like how to do this, no? How to incorporate this consumer feedback?
Well, I would say that it depends a lot on the stage you are, but at the beginning, like in your case, I would say that it's what you said, interviews to user, right? That's no other secret sauce for this. Maybe in the future you will have enough data to understand the data, you know, but at the beginning you realize about incredible conversations with users using your product for something that you didn't expect at all. And maybe you have like an incredible product market fit there to scale up. This is something that we saw with you guys, you remember? And once that you got this product market fit, you started to scale up like crazy, like you are doing it right now, growing a double-digit growth in a monthly basis, right? So this is something that you just get when you are speaking to the user, right? We are talking today about on-demand economy, and at the end of the day, it's true that, of course, there is behind this concept a model theory about the online economy, but it's everything about focus your business and your mission around the user. There's nothing else apart from that. And then the business and the metrics will come. It's always linked, but first is the user, right? So yeah, I'm glad that in Y Combinator they are doing this kind of thing of interviews as one of the most important things. Yeah, we do the same. It's critical. I don't know how many entrepreneurs do we have in the room. For sure, I hope there are a lot. I hope also that you are having interviews in a weekly basis with your, or call phones with your users, right? At least this is one of the best or the main things we asked, and I know that in Guaira too, to the company before investing if they are close to the user through personal interviews, for example.
Great. Yeah. And when we talk about like improving functionalities, adding new functionalities, no, and we're running out of time. I wanted to ask you what were the new functionalities you were planning to add on your apps, no? But it's true that in different areas, no, on-demand apps are adding more and more, no, and also we see, no, how these super apps also that are being built, no, such as WeChat in China or Rappi in LATAM, no, that started as some on-demand app on something particular, but then expanded into different verticals. So I wanted to know first, Andres, your point of view, no, on is this the future or not? Is it like in some geographies or not? And also know the point of view of you, Avi and Gabriel, if in your sectors, in your industry, you're seeing this consolidation, and what's your view on this?
About super apps, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, super apps is like an incredible phenomenon. All of you know WeChat or Grab or even Rappi in Latin America. So we think that this kind of play has been operating for the last 20 years, right? My first company was in the price comparison site space, and at that time, Money Supermarket was already operating through different verticals, trying to give as much value as they can to the user, right? So it has happened all over the place. What is different right now is that there is, I think, the average number of apps a mobile user has in the phone is around 40, 45. And at the end of the day, in Google Play, you have more than 3.5 million apps, you know, so it's impossible to manage all of these kind of businesses in your mobile phone. The reason, from my point of view, why this kind of model has succeeded in China, Asia, or Latin America is that the problem is even bigger, because in this kind of company, in this kind of countries, the number of apps they have in their phones are even more limited, because they are using usually Android mobile phone with no lot of storage. So let's say that the number is even lower than 40. You know, I don't see this kind of problem in Europe and in the States. We are having hard times to find this kind of super apps operating in our regions because of this thing. Also, because, and I like this approach maybe more, when you are talking to a Spanish entrepreneur, thanks God today, they are trying to conquer the world, in the most of the cases already. This is something that didn't happen 5 years ago, but nowadays it happens like this. Same thing when you are talking to someone in London, France, or even in the States, even if the market is much bigger, right? So I don't, and to have a super app, all of the plays of Graph and all of these kind of companies started with a very focused region approach. They were operating just in Singapore at the beginning, then they scale up, they create their competitive moats, and then they grow like crazy. I don't see this kind of approach in Europe. I think we are going to have a hard time to invest in these kind of companies. Same thing in the States. But for sure, in Asia, in Latin America, yeah, it's not the future, it's the present. We are invested in a way of a company called Lana, which is trying to give financial services to the gig economy in Latin America. They are doing super well, and the vision is to become a super app, right, for the gig economy. So, yeah, I think in this kind of market we will see a lot of cases like this, but it's harder to find success cases in Europe.
And in particular, no, in finance, which we are both operate, no, do you see like some neobanks or some banks or some finance app also trying to go to your space, the space that you are now, or are you also planning in your apps not to become a little bit this super app in the fintech space? Maybe first Abby and then Gabriel.
Yeah, so I think like in a lot of cases at the end it's the consumer that decides, and I think for the consumer it would be better in most cases to have everything on one app. You don't have to put your card into several apps, or you don't have to sign up, your information's already there. So I do think that there will be a consolidation overall. Besides that, like users tell you, I want less apps on my phone, not more. I have no space on my phone, not the other way around. However, I think that there's still like a lot of niche products that it's very difficult for a big company to implement, right? So, for example, in our space, like the biggest neobanks, like I don't imagine Revolut right now being able to execute on a very niche model like the one that we do at the same level that we do, because they have like so many other products, so much other complexity. The organization is still less agile, and to a certain point, those companies are becoming more like traditional enterprises, right, and less agile than we are, for example. So I think there will be a bit of both.
Well, my vision, yes, I'm seeing that I'm running out of time, so I'll be short. My vision for the financial industry is that it will explode into verticals per service, because you see big banks like BBVA or Caixa, they cannot compete with fintechs. Why not? Because it's impossible to fit into one single app all of the services that the fintechs have in specialized vertical apps. So if you're going to buy crypto, you may use Kraken or you may use Coinbase, not your bank. So if you're going to split something, you may use Suscript. You're not going to use Imagine and Split, or it's less convenient. So the same thing repeats with each service. And that's one of the reasons why fintechs are so on the rise, or have been a trend. And I don't think that is going to change, but I don't know, time will tell.
Great. So positive message, still a lot of opportunities to tackle, still a lot of niche spaces, no, where you can grow, no, and so well, we're running out of time, so thank you very much to the three of you for being here today, and I hope you enjoyed this panel, and that we will be around if you have some questions.
Thank you, Marta.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marta. Wonderful. So, we are going to continue talking about customers, because as we've already heard on stage, it is key to focus on your customers, and Y Combinator puts it's so important Y Combinator puts it on their t-shirts. And so we're going to dive further into this topic of how customer behavior is changing and what this means for product design. And to talk about this, I would like to welcome here on stage Brian Farrell. Brian is the founder and creative director of Farco. He has more than 15 years of experience in creating brand and experiences for startups and scaling ideas into new markets. Also, I would like to ask on this stage Paul Orchanian, the founder, CEO, and chief product advisor of Bain Public in Canada. But that is not all. We are joined by two lovely people on screen from San Francisco. We are joined by Alfonso de la Nuez. He is a veteran of UX and the co-founder and co-CEO of UserZoom. And from Hong Kong, we have Professor Kun Pyo Lee, an internationally renowned and prominent scholar in the area of human-centered design. Brian, the stage is yours.
You hear me? We're good. Okay, great. And how about we just do a quick hi to the guys remote to make sure we have volume for you. So we're good? Okay.
Hey guys.
At least they hear us. So thanks for being here. We're going to be talking today a quick 30-minute conversation around consumer behavior changes and how to align product innovation to those changes. Obviously, we all know that the consumers are changing their behaviors and habits quite fast, accelerated through COVID. You can talk about an increase in online consumption, home delivery, exercising at home. There's a plethora of examples. But these disruptions of the daily experiences provide a unique opportunity for consumer companies to influence consumer behavior. And when we think about how to change consumer behavior, it's really around these key moments within the user journey, one of them very specifically being that first use of a product or service. So I think that's where we wanted to start the conversation today. It's great having you guys. I think we'll have a really good balance between the corporate world as well as the education world. So how about we start with how can we use product design and product innovation to optimize that first use?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Oftentimes we forget that the marketing department of an organization is responsible for communication. On the other hand, you have an engineering team that's led by product. And there could be this clash in between those two where what we're trying as a first use, what the marketing team is trying to communicate to the market, to the consumers, is in complete misalignment with what the engineering team and product team is building. So I often tell founders of these organizations to really think about, what category does the product fit under? What are they asking their engineers to build it as? You can either be best quality product, you can either be best bang for your buck product, you can either be luxury and aspiration. But what's important is that you cannot have the marketing team communicate that the product is, for example, best quality, while you told your engineers to basically build something that is, for example, best bang for your buck. So if the customer is expecting to basically get the best quality product and they basically get the opposite effect, and that basically just sours the relationship from the get-go. So it's important for an organization to have its unique value proposition, which is owned by the marketing department, and the communication is basically done by them. On the other hand, the product team needs to own the product mission, which is what we're telling the engineers to do. And those two needs to align. If they misalign, then marketing can do as much communication as they want. That's not going to allow the consumer to get that first experience that's going to be aligned with their expectations, because what the engineers build is completely different. So that type of alignment is important from the get-go.
Well, I mean, I think definitely this point around communication, defining priorities throughout the product build in terms of getting to this first use of an experience is really important. And I think it brings us to a nice question around how to align these emerging changes and behaviors to the overall product innovation cycle, from the idea creation to its ultimate first launch. And Alfonso, if you want to come in here and give us your perspective on that.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Yeah, as I was listening in, not just marketing and product, but I also feel like designers and engineers need to be very aligned. And that's easier said than done. Actually delivering great digital experiences is very difficult. It's become much more difficult as the interfaces become more complicated and more interactive. So, to me, it's all about research. There has to be a link between innovation and research. There's not one without the other. So I'm a firm believer in the power and the value of research. We know that both users and customers' habits, behaviors, expectations have changed quite a bit since the pandemic. And everything has become about convenience, ease of use, speed, and efficiency. And always mobile, always on, always mobile. And I believe that while that's pretty challenging for a lot of businesses in general, there's also a lot of opportunities and business models because of this digital transformation. And so a chance to innovate. One way I feel like product leaders and practitioners can innovate is having a customer-centric culture, a truly customer-centric culture. And it's one where you have to go up to the top, to the leadership of the company, and make sure that you dedicate the real resources, headcount, tools, budget, time, etc., to conduct user research, which is very different than market research, and do this across all stages of the product development lifecycle. So you can start by getting to know your users, for instance, or your prospect users in a deep way early in the discovery stages. You can then co-design and co-build along with that user persona, validate the design as you go along, as you iterate, and then finally continuously monitor and measure the quality of the experience. I just think that digital products are live products, constantly evolving along with the user's habits. And so product teams need to align product design, development, and of course marketing, as we said earlier, with those habits. And user research and a user research culture and practice is the way to go.
And what's interesting is this user-centric mindset. I'd be interested to hear how, Koen, your users are obviously students. So how are you aligning your service innovation within the education space, keeping in mind that your users and user insights are the students?
Thank you. I think the coronavirus new environment is quite challenging for education, actually. But service innovation is quite has a strong relationship with Hong Kong, because Hong Kong, as you may know, that is more than 90% is service industry. Okay, for example, tourism and hospitality and those things. So that has to do with a lot of things. First of all, the service problem itself has been changing. For example, hotel. Recently, our students will have close collaboration with the hotel and talking about new way of the experiencing that hospitality and those service design. Okay? But hotel used to be a main function, main experience they do. It was accommodation, right? You travel there, you stay night, right? But nowadays, because of the traveling is limited, they're not just go there hotel for accommodation, okay? But rather more celebration, meaning that staycation. Okay, people go there, just escape their routine and lifestyle, and they just staycation, celebrating. Okay, the experience of that hospitality tourism is quite changing, the problem itself, okay? And also that the service design, we are talking about a lot of more proactive use of new technology to making more contactless, okay? Service design, one of the most important elements is touch point, right? Where that the stakeholders, they touch point each other and so on and so on. But now we're talking about contactless, okay? So minimizing contactless, but still enjoying the different the experience. So that for those what they are coping with that kind of problem, contactless, people are using a lot of those what the designers seeking for more high technology, okay, smartness, or senseless, okay, something like this, okay. So students are really has been using that for different methods for service design, normally workshop and user observation, the co-design with the users, which is more or less difficult now, okay? So now that our students are actively using more digitalized method, for example, the Instagram, okay? You contact with the users, Instagram, to upload their daily life user diary in digital way or something, that kind of things, okay? So obviously, the coronavirus imposed a lot of challenges in education, but that limit actually pushes us. We have no other choice to be more innovative. That's the good side of this. So education, we try to really maximize that good side of those challenging aspects. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if it was my position to the speaker or not, but I heard something around social communication. So going back to communication of something that you were talking about in terms of the alignment between marketing and the product teams and how they're communicating. I think one big challenge a lot of corporations and startups and really any business is having right now is finding their unique voice and finding how to differentiate their voice in a sea of the same narrative. I think right now the hot topic is sustainability. At least my background is in banking and in BBVA. We were talking about behavioral economics 2 years ago, and before that it was design. So how do you carve out your unique way of speaking to a relevant topic?
Yeah, with regards to sustainability, I mean, that's a challenge because, everybody wants a green world. Everybody wants low carbon emissions, but nobody's willing to buy it. If I were to tell you, you all can purchase a green car, you'll quickly notice that the limitations of charging stations is going to create enough problems for you not to do it as a consumer. So how does Tesla, for example, change that dynamic? They've taken multiple approaches, but one of the things is that you got to change it from scientific speak. So when scientists talk about carbon neutral, when scientists talk about sustainability, they understand each other. But like when you're actually talking to consumers, you got to start talking about pollution. California did that, where they stopped using that language and they started going towards the use of the word pollution. You buy a green car, you reduce pollution. You reduce pollution, you reduce the health risks that are associated to you. But even further into that, by simplifying that language, you also realize that there are still multiple factors that are preventing someone from making that change, that behavioral change that's required. Tesla, for example, realizes that they need to basically get people to simplify the ownership of a car. So the word they use is about low cost of ownership. And what does low cost of ownership come with at Tesla? It comes with the fact that whenever you purchase a car, there's free energy anytime you go to a Tesla charging station, but it also comes with a bundled insurance. So this way you don't have to break your head having to figure out how to insure an e-car. So the way that they basically thought through this process is to communicate simple things, but also make it very actionable. If you go to a dealership, all of these obstacles have been removed through the use of one word, which is low cost of ownership. So people associate a Tesla with low cost of ownership. They associate a Tesla with pollution, cutting pollution, and that actually gets them to adopt the behavior. So it's not just enough to have a startup or a company that's trying to going towards sustainable solutions. By using that language through your communication efforts, you're not going to help the consumer to actually adopt the behavior and purchase your product. It actually, you're not really answering all the questions they have about, what comes with this lifestyle change. And if that answers the question.
Yeah, and on the same topic of finding your unique point of differentiation, but more so on the product feature, Alfonso, can you speak to how you're using user insight to not just prioritize, but also identify those product features that are unique to a company?
Well, there's multiple ways to get feedback or to get analytics and feedback from users. And in this case, back to with the professor and his comment on the pandemic, technology actually is helping to do this remotely. And so, if you're a product team, you're going to want to look at your analytics, of course, right? It's the basic first step that you can do. You can do some surveys, but then you can also do some some combination of quantitative and qualitative research. We call this the mixed method approach. I know it takes a little bit more work, but again, through technology today, there's plenty of tools out there that help you, find those participants to talk to, and then make sure that you can have a proper conversation. For instance, I'm a fan of different types of methods in different moments in the development cycle, the design development cycle. You can start with some discovery and ethnography research, which is really all about understanding the context and how people behave in their natural context. So sometimes at home or at work, you want to find out, what is it that they're trying to do, and how do they go about it. And again, that's going to be a great complement to the what it is that they're doing today, for instance, using a website. And then I'm also a fan of usability testing, of course, where you can provide certain tasks. Now, in this case, when you're doing usability testing, you want to have some sort of prototype or mock-up to work with and to ask participants to complete certain tasks or journeys. And what you're measuring there is success rate. Are they actually able to complete those tasks in an efficient way? Back to the convenience factor that is so important to users today. So what I'm seeing is companies all around and every single vertical, even the B2B companies, not just the B2Cs, are really launching this type of projects, studying the end user, the customer on a continuous basis, and using this mixed method approach. And then last but not least, I wanted to mention surveys. Of course, sometimes you want to have quantitative analysis and statistical significance so that you can feel secure about some of these features. But what I wouldn't do is one or the other only, right? Some people just focus or rely on surveys and analytics. That's not going to be enough, in my opinion, to stay competitive and to come up with great digital experiences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what I would like to add to that is the industry changes, the market changes, the competitor changes, and testing in a vacuum could make sense, but also you have to look at it within the context of what has changed. Every 3 months, the market can change. Yesterday there was no COVID. Today there's COVID. Everyone's wearing a mask, and the expectations have completely changed. So the customers might tell you that, the data might tell you that, but understanding how has the consumer evolved within the market changes, industry changes, as well as competitor changes, also provides a different context. And it's imperative, I find, to basically do this type of market and competitive as well as industry research every 3 months, because things do change every 3 months, and it's quite important to go and look into those. To add to that, I think the testing part is quite interesting, but you also have to develop this intuition I don't know if you believe me when I say intuition, but it's just like, it's when the customer says, I want a faster horse, you don't go out and give them a faster horse. You need to basically have this intuition to understand what is it they really want. Ultimately, what they want is to get from A to B faster. So when this faster horse comes back from, it was basically Ford, what's his name again? The CEO of Ford?
Yes, Henry Ford.
Henry Ford, who basically asked people what they wanted, and they basically said they wanted to have a faster horse. And he basically gave them a car. So ultimately, there is this intuitive element. And if you look at companies like Apple, if they were to listen to everything the customers say, they would be just like Samsung. But they don't listen to the customer. They have this intuition where they take all this data and all these tests in market and industry and ultimately carve their own niche based on, I wouldn't say it's perfect luck. I don't know how you would put it, but I think it's just like some kind of intuition of we know where the market's heading, we know where things are heading, and based on all the data, this is what we think is right.
Well, so with all of
Yeah, I
these,
agree. It's a combination.
But with all of these, so if you think about that there's constant user behavior change, what you're producing now will be irrelevant in 3 months, or there'll be a new change. How do you sustain, how do you think about product design and ultimately what you're producing so that you don't have to throw it away in 3 months?
Well, I mean, it's important to, products will grow. I mean, we're on a path where a startup starts with a very, very simple product that adds a lot of value and then starts adding complexity as time goes on. So it's important for a company to ask themselves, has our product grown too big? And what needs to be sunset, what needs to be killed? I don't think a lot of companies really ask that question. So ultimately you end up with this behemoth that really doesn't really do anything for anyone. So it is important sometimes to just say, okay, we're cutting it off and we're taking this off. And that's part of the user research. If customers are saying, we're not using this, then cut it off, and you can cut it off over a 12-month, 2-year period, or you can cut it off immediately. Some companies have that reputation of just cutting. I mean, Apple's a great example of just like, that's it. We're moving from this type of wire to that type of wire, deal with it. And the consumer actually follows, right? So it is important to always keep your product lean.
And so, I mean, I'd like to ask this.
I think let me follow the previous questions. I think that nowadays we are living in the society where product is not separated. Product has to do with more ecosystem and platform. Okay, so if we want to have a sustainability of product, it has to do with also platform. Okay, and where the product also engage in that platform. So when we really wish to have the more sustainable product, I think we should also think about platform where the product engage in. Okay, so that is sometimes product itself is fantastic. Okay, functional and very insightful and everything, but if that platform no longer supports that product, that's gone. Okay, so we need to think about more holistically, not only product but also those ecosystem.
Yeah, I think you often look at this product, this iPhone, and you think it's a product, but the reality is that there's a whole ecosystem around this. To purchase one of these, you either have to go to an Apple store, which is a physical store, or you have to go to the Apple store online. And then in order to configure it, I need the Apple Marketplace, I need an Apple ID. Those are servers out there somewhere else. I can't basically download apps without the App Store. If I want to listen to music, I need the music app that comes with its own marketplace in order to purchase. So it's an ecosystem that creates the experience. So this is not a product. This is just 1/10 of the product. The rest needs to be thought through, as you said, within the context of what the company is trying to communicate. If Apple decided to go full sustainable tomorrow, they have to start thinking about the server farms for your Apple ID account. They have to think about how much does it cost for them and how carbon neutral is an Apple store. It's not just about how much the carbon emission is out of this phone or building this phone, it's everything else around it.
So can I comment on the iPhone precisely, and the comment on research versus let's just say creativity or innovation that comes from within, without necessarily asking users, right? The Henry Ford story. The fact is that if you think about the iPhone, so there's multiple types of research, as I said earlier. Feedback is one thing, but contextual research and understanding what the pain point is and falling in love with the problem, to me, is also part of the research. And it's not really about asking users about the horse, right? The faster horse. So for instance, the iPhone, when Steve Jobs came to the stage and started talking about the iPhone, actually, he spent quite a bit of time first talking about what a mess smartphones had become. And that was part of the research that they were doing. It's not the user feedback, but it is research. It's, hey, this keyboard is so hard to use. People are confused. They're not really well connected. And he spent a good, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes talking about how bad the experience was. And so, again, you don't have to necessarily ask somebody, hey, what kind of phone do you want? What you want to do is do research that is about understanding the behavior. And again, that doesn't necessarily include asking questions. It's more about observing where the problem is. But I think Apple, and they're our customer, by the way, they do a whole lot of research in that sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, this Apple experience, this great music that's basically decided to go on. You guys are missing this whole real reality thing. You're all virtual, so you can't hear it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, Zara, for example, innovated, and being in Spain here, by basically figuring out what it needed to basically produce in its supply chain by asking cashiers what was selling in the stores, you know? And that's not about a survey, that's not about looking at data, that's just asking people who are the closest to the customer, who are closest to the sales, what's the trend and why they're buying things. And that is
Absolutely.
research in some ways, right? And I think that
Absolutely.
Apple uses the Apple stores for that purpose as well.
Absolutely.
I
There's
think
multiple types of research, and you don't always have to ask questions. Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's about observation.
Let me join this conversation. I think nowadays, because technology has been changing so rapidly, okay, so many of the new product comes out on the market is mainly driven by technology. Okay, for example, we have a flexible display, foldable display. Okay, then Samsung and all other companies, they really competing each other to mobile phone with a foldable one. But nobody asked why foldability, okay? Why foldability? So, so designers, we need to reposition that what is our role in this tech-driven, society, okay? Designers should be, technology, they develop technology without asking that, what's this for, okay? And after they develop technology, they just manufacture product and bring that other experience forced to conform to technology.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good way. So designers should really go ahead, future, that compete. I mean, talking with the users and humans and together, they identify what they need, then feedback to technology so that they can develop that technology. That is different way of that what we call that backcasting. That forecasting is a more technology driven. From what you have, you envision the future. But backcasting is that you envision future first, then come back to technology. That's a backcasting. Okay?
That is true.
Designer is unique. Yeah, designer is a unique qualification. We have envisioning future with the human beings. I mean, all the users. So I think this is a really right time, critical time. Designers, we need to redefine what is our positioning in this ever technology-driven paradigm.
Yeah, and especially if you're working for an innovation-driven company where a lot of the innovation comes from R&D, as a designer, you have to ask yourself the question, is any of this adding real value? And that's a designer's role in some way. And in Silicon Valley, those designers become product managers. There is a respected role within those organizations. And I find the further you go from Silicon Valley, the more you get into the rest of organizations, there isn't anybody asking the question, is any of this adding value? And it could be the role of the designer who is now responsible of taking this innovation and turning it into consumed product and communicating it. And if the designer doesn't ask that question, then who does? And you can end up with a lot of these products that we call featureitis products, where it's a bunch of features just jammed into something, but doesn't really add any value for the customer.
So it looks like
these would be interaction designers, not only visual designers, because a lot of people think about them as visual and creators. There's also interaction designers, which is a completely different skill, and they're problem solvers. Absolutely agree.
Definitely, definitely. So it looks like we're out of time. Thank you guys for joining from San Francisco and Hong Kong. I hope everyone enjoyed this session, and we'll be outside for further questions.
Quite a unique one. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is awesome. Nice seeing you guys.
Thank you very
Likewise.
much. I like the selfie with the digital audience here, with our digital stage. All right, so for our next session, we are going to move from design over to art. And in order to make that bridge a little easier, we actually have a human bridge here, because we're going to have right back on stage Paul, who is going to change his hat from a contributor to a moderator now. And Paul will be joined by Daniel Kanagar, who is a founder, CEO, who's a visual artist and the CEO of Kanagar Studio. And Diego will not be able to join us, so Paul, it'll just be you and Daniel in a fireside chat. Gentlemen, the stage is yours.
Thanks. Nice to meet you.
I cannot hear one single word from
Sorry? Oh. Just changing hats for a second. I had a privilege to work with an accelerator in Montreal that focuses on art, really trying to encourage companies that are focusing on using technology for modern art and in creative ways, and building companies around those. And I was surprised to see the types of innovations that are coming out in the world of modern art. And it's quite interesting, where we have gone from passively exploring paintings, passively watching cinema, to actively engaging with art. And a lot of this has come through innovations such as face detection technology, artificial intelligence, motion detection technology that are now being used for one-on-one types of interactions, as well as interactive engagements with crowds. And more cities are investing and inviting these artists to come in and create installations for big events that really regroup tons of people in order for them to collectively engage with our modern art. So I'd like to have this conversation today, where we're talking about how things have evolved and how you can create modern art using new technologies. Do you have, I guess I'll let you introduce the concept as well from your perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Diego. So I'm a visual artist, and my background is in the arts. And I've always kind of had this proclivity towards not only using technology in my art, but thinking about technology and how it's having a huge impact in society. I started working with analog technologies. Now I'm working with digital technologies. My team is composed of engineers, programmers, art historians, architects, a real kind of interesting mix of art and science. I guess my main point that I'd like to make today here is that art is just not one of many applications for technology. I think it is an essential application of technology. I'm a little biased as an artist, but I really do think that the kind of thinking about technology, the kind of integration of technology, the kind of testing of technology that can happen and happens in the realm of the arts is a crucial way of kind of incorporating technology, understanding it, making it in a way more humanizing it. And when I talk about the arts, I'm talking about anything from dance to choreography, to visual arts, to sound art, et cetera, et cetera. I think that art is and has a very important crucial role in helping us understand the impact that these technologies are having on us. It's a safe realm to explore. It doesn't require specific results. It has less pressures from the market. It is definitely an incredible testing ground to really think about technology. Art, above all, is a place to think about things, as a place to reflect. We traditionally think of art as a painting on a wall, as a sculpture, in a gallery. I'm thinking more about experiential art, art that is immersive, art that invites you to use your body to interact with the work, art that uses many different kinds of technologies to interface with the work. Yeah. And these are just like ideal stages to really think about the future of technology.
Yeah, actually, it's funny you mentioned that a piece of hardware or a piece of technology like AI, blockchain, etc., really doesn't make sense until artists take it, make it their own, and really leverage it to find a way to turn it into a communication medium. I'm just thinking about, photography. Photography, nobody knew what to do with it, and until artists really turned it into a method of expression. And I see the same thing. They struggled with video art for a while in the 80s, where it was still very hard. But eventually, like a lot of these new communications methods were created out of him. And then it's funny because once that has been created and established, it opens the doors for consumerism and allows a lot of other startups to basically leverage that art that was created for commercial purposes. So if you think of things like the creation of paint and the mixing of paint that suddenly has its own applications in the real world, the creation of cameras, from camera obscura to how we use cameras today. Do you see the evolution of how we use cameras today in terms of movement detection, human detection, lighting, audio, visual, all combined together, organized and synchronized through artificial intelligence as becoming something that basically like creates its own communication methods eventually?
It does create its own communication system, but I also believe there's a legacy systems that have come before it that are always kind of implicit in the DNA, as a matter of kind of the DNA of these technologies. So nothing is completely new. Everything has some historical precedents. And I think it's also important to understand that this is an ongoing evolution that has been going on at least since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, perhaps in the case of optics even earlier. Yeah. So yes, I think it's important, and I'm kind of a big fan of what they call the archaeology of media, the origins of the VR, for example. Right now, we can go back to the early panoramas, these 360-degree paintings that were a big phenomenon between 1800 and 1850. There's so many precedents that allow us to understand how a society, how our culture tried to incorporate these new waves, new technological waves. And I think the word incorporate is really crucial. If we do not figure out how to incorporate technologies, we run the risk of them working against us, of actually damaging us.
So working against us, what do you mean?
Well, for example, I can think of two very specific examples, and there are probably many more. World War I was perhaps the biggest or the first major technological warfare for which the different nations that participated, different armies that were sent to battle were completely and totally unprepared for. In fact, there was still this kind of romantic side of going into battle. The futurist artists, for them it was like almost a proclamation of faith to go to war. The massacre that ensued, the first bombing of civilians that happened was something that was directly related to technology and to the advances in military technology. So perhaps if we had incorporated what had happened technologically 20, 30 years later as a species, as a culture, as a society, maybe this could have been averted. We are now living literally right now the terrible consequences of social media and the kind of dictatorial algorithms that expedite clickbaits above anything else, and how damaging this is to our democratic system. Like literally, it's really eroding democracies by the minute. So we are, I guess, as an example, social media right now, we're kind of living the far west era.
Yeah.
We're still in the early stages. We need to understand it more deeply. I think
artists?
art is a great way to understand it.
Do you see artists experimenting with social media and trying to use its algorithms in a way to use it as a communication method, or anything experimental you've seen?
Yes, with irony, with contradictory messages, with creating more complexity in the way they understand media. I have an artist friend of mine in Los Angeles, and he has created an algorithm. It's kind of a ironic gesture, but he's created an algorithm that tracks YouTube videos that have had 0 views. And he creates a soiree, evening events where you go to the opening and you watch, almost like a premiere, a collection of incredibly bizarre videos that not even the people that posted them have seen them. That makes you think about how we tend to use social media, YouTube, as a place where we're trying to attract as many eyes as possible. Artists very often like to work with irony, with contradiction, with complexity. This is part of the realm of creating complexity, creating a language, creating a critique even of not taking for granted these technologies that are just kind of thrown on us.
And one of the biggest problems artists have is bringing an audience. Is there curation of these events, or is this being done independently, or do you see that there's movements out there where museums are trying to encourage these types of experimentations?
Slowly, museums and art institutions are coming around. They've been very resistant to media art, just the way they were resistant to photography, as you mentioned just a minute ago, or they were resistant to video art. A lot of media art from the present is kind of a continuation of a lot of the experimentation that happened in the arts in the 60s and 70s. Performance art, land art, all kinds of art manifestations that were attempting to leave the confines of the gallery space, or basically blast the frame, the frame painting, and start experimenting with space and time-based art. So in a way, we kind of inherited that legacy. And one of the interesting things is that it's being very hard to market. It's being very hard to sell this work.
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem. And yet, it doesn't mean that it's relevant. I would even say that perhaps media art is perhaps one of the most relevant artistic manifestations of the moment. It is literally thinking that tsunami of technological changes that have happened in the last 10, 15 years.
It's a fleeting moment as well, because everything changes. The algorithms change, the content changes regularly, so there's no way to really capture that moment and frame it in some ways, right? So which brings me to the topic of NLPs. So if you guys know what NLPs are, it's basically these tokens that basically allow you to take possession of something, like a GIF, a tweet, or something like that. Do you see that as an evolution towards art ownership that's digitally based?
NFTs kind of got everybody's attention in March of 2021 of this year, when Beeple sold a JPEG for $69 million, the equivalent of $69 million. Suddenly, everybody went and just started focusing on something that kind of blockchain art had kind of been there for a while. And the interesting thing is that it has brought a huge amount of attention to artists like myself that are working with media art beyond the phenomena of NFT. NFTs are here to stay. A lot of the work that's made right now or is sold as NFTs is kind of not very interesting as art. It's kind of very emoji, video game, computer graphics aesthetic.
Yeah.
It doesn't have that kind of cultural interest that like a more thoughtful artwork could have. But as a way of certifying digital artwork, it is something that definitely is here to stay. I would also say that the pandemic has created a before and an after, and this is something that's almost become like a stereotype to say how the pandemic has pushed us into the digital realm, you know, at a very high rate, faster than it was happening. And I've noticed as an artist a real change in the last few months. I'm busier than ever, and I'm finding, in particular, I'm getting a lot of commissions from corporations that are having new headquarters, a new office building, where they have a lot of tech in the building already inset into their building, where technology doesn't intimidate them at all. And they're wanting to have an artwork that has this kind of technological element that is very much part of the present, that in particular syncs up with you know, younger people and the way they understand and feel the world. So this is a very exciting development for us, and I think the museums, which seem to be always the last ones to the table, they're also coming around.
And what's your thought pattern when you're entering a corporate building and you've been commissioned to think about something that unites technology with the workspace? And what's the thought pattern there? How do you try to capture and make it into something different?
I like to look at the space very carefully. If it's a lobby, like right now I'm doing something for Deka Bank in Frankfurt for their new headquarters. I talk a lot to the clients. I really try to get an understanding of the space. And then I try to give them a unique experience, something they haven't seen before, something, again, that's not like a painting or a sculpture, something that is alive.
Yeah.
And this is one of the most interesting things, is these works are alive. They're algorithmic, they're generative, they don't have a beginning or an end. And this just becomes incredibly challenging and beautiful as an artist, where you kind of set the stage for the artwork, and then the artwork has a life of its own. And I can see just people, the way they connect with this in a really real, in a very interesting way. I just literally got off a plane from Dubai. The Universal Exposition just opened this Friday, and I had a major commission there for the Spanish pavilion. And it's a generative algorithmic work, and it's just being incredible. It's a kind of this large-scale hanging sculpture that reacts to the public. It's just being very exciting to see how people, all kinds, from those that understand architecture and art to those that have never been to a museum, how they connect with the work. Because there's some kind of immediacy in the language of media art that is very accessible.
And you're talking about art that doesn't have a beginning and an end. It's all algorithmic. AI has really changed the landscape, and I know that you mentioned that you weren't dabbling too much into it, but how do you see that evolving, the ability for a machine to learn and to evolve itself in order to change the work itself? How's that, is that something you've looked into, or how is that basically being used out there?
I mean, I have not really done anything with AI. I probably end up, I'm working a lot with big data right now. I'm starting to work with a computational biologist from Columbia University in New York, thinking of all the huge amount of data that it is, you know, tracked in the human body, and one human body is just so much information that it needs to be organized. Why not organize it via art, via an art experience that will make it more understandable, more sensually, shall we say, even sensually, sensorially, physically palatable to the general public. There's an educational component to this. And AI will be one manifestation amongst many others that I think need to be processed by art. And we need to process these, like I was talking about incorporation, but it's almost like this digestive system that allows us to kind of process these new technologies and perhaps make them more palatable, more understandable, more accessible to the general public.
So shifting this to sustainability, since it's one of the themes of the event, there's been a huge effort done in improving the sampling of CO2 emissions from any corporation. There's ISO standards now about quantifying some of this. So what the world produces, what the world does in terms of pollution is now being quantified at a granular level. Do you think that that's a breathing ground for expressions of how we have, as a species, basically change the course and basically turn ourselves into more of a sustainable world?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question because technology in many ways has catapulted us into this unsustainable lifestyle that is, raising havoc in our ecosystems. On the other hand, technology perhaps is the way we can start calibrating our use of these technologies and our lives, for that matter, quantifying, observing via the internet, via many tools that we can track in real time, a huge amount of information that we didn't have at our disposal before. So we need technology to kind of hit the brakes on what seems this very kind of perilous, apocalyptic path we're on. There's many companies. I'm actually doing a commission right now for Novartis in Basel, in Switzerland. And they have an incredibly, should we say, pioneering program to eliminate carbon emissions in the next 10 years in their company, from manufacturing to processing, distribution. They actually have a dashboard for employees to track on a weekly basis their progress.
So that dashboard is dull. As an artist, how do you see you using that data, or do you, is that an opportunity space?
And I think one of the problems, and I'll respond to that, one of the problems is that the data by itself is cold. It is, we're kind of getting numbed out by the lists of, even not even just lists of graphics, but even just like pictures and videos of fires blazing in California or in Australia, wherever. We're kind of getting numb to that. I'm interested as an artist in creating experiences of, say, climate change in this case. Mm-hmm. People are in an immersive environment where they're literally feeling, climate change in their own skin via art. So data is something that can be used as an artistic experience. For me, is a good way of connecting.
Feeling climate change via art. I think that sums it all. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Feeling climate change through art. I hope you enjoyed this session. Thank you very much for being with us in this session. Next up, we're going to switch gears here a little bit. I mentioned earlier that we're going to cover a wide variety of different types of sectors, and we're going to move now from design through art into education. And to discuss this, we have a wonderful team of an investor and an investee that are both looking very deeply into the future of education. And they're not going to be alone on stage. We're going to welcome from the big arena stage our own Liz from South Summit to moderate the session from us. So please give her a warm welcome on our little stage over here. Liz, please join me on stage.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Lovely to be here in the SANDBOX. What a pleasure. We're going to discuss the future of education, and I have the greatest pleasure of inviting two individuals to the stage, incredibly accomplished investor and incredibly accomplished entrepreneur, making the perfect marriage because one is invested in the other, and they are scaling the edtech space. But to tell you much more about that, please welcome me to the stage, Vinny and Felix. Vinny is a partner at Left Lane Capital. And Felix is the founder of GoStudent. Thanks, guys.
Hello.
Thank you so much for being here. Now, first and foremost, thank you so much for making it to Madrid, all the way from Vienna and all the way from New York.
Our pleasure.
In these complicated times, and we've had lots of complicated logistics here, but we are here, and we're delighted to be here, and we're so happy that you guys are here to share your story and to participate in this conversation. So, you may or may not know that GoStudent is one of the biggest ed tech companies out there. They are officially, and congratulations Felix, the first ed tech unicorn out of Europe, and we are excited to hear a lot more about the company and how that came to be. So Felix, I'm going to start off with you, please. If you can tell us a little bit about the inspiration behind the company. How did it all start?
Yeah, thank you, Liz. I really love coming to Madrid. Great food, great vibes, great people. So it's really an awesome place to be here. Actually, the story with Go Student started when I went to school. And I'm sure when you think back of the time when you went to school, you remember like one or two really good teachers. I also had the luck to experience that. My history teacher, he was just amazing. And it's one of the biggest problems in education globally, lack of access to great teachers. And this is the problem we want to solve, building a global school, connecting children with awesome teachers.
Amazing. I love it. I love the personal story there and the personal experience that kind of drives on, I guess, into building the huge company that it is today. And Vinny, shifting over to you, thank you for being here. Vinny is partner at Left Lane Capital, super mega top VC firm all the way from New York, investing in the US and Europe as well, obviously.
Yeah.
How did you come across Go Student? How did you find this little company coming out of Austria?
So this now not so little company was really part of a broader thesis. We were spending time in European education technology because it has been historically underpenetrated. If you look at the spectrum of edtech all across the world, in a lot of Asian countries, the societal and cultural importance of education's up here versus the quality of the public school education's down here. And that gap is filled by edtech. If you look at the US, it's probably here. And if you look in Europe, historically it's been smaller. But that doesn't mean it's actually a bad market. In fact, if you look at all of Europe together, it's just as big of any of these markets like China, but it's received about a tenth the amount of investment. And in looking at this market, the first bucket we looked at was language learning. The problem is you have efficacy churn. You reach a certain level and you kind of graduate off the platform. You say, yeah, I'm kind of conversant, now I'm going to go speak with people. And then you have test prep. There's a lot of really profitable companies in test prep, but what's the problem? 100% customer churn. Someone needed to learn something, they learned it, they took the test, they're gone. But then you have K through 12. If you're an 8-year-old student and you're bad at math, you're probably going to be bad at math in 9th grade and in 10th grade. But more importantly, if you're excellent at math, you're going to want to stay excellent at math in 9th grade and 10th grade. And so as the stigma is wearing off, we're really left with a tremendously large and underpenetrated K through 12 market. And the short answer of how we found the company was thematically reached out cold to the company, but then coincidentally we found that the folks who led their seed round, a great firm called Speed Invest, we've co-invested with many times. So we knew them. One of the advisors to the company, Thomas, was one of the co-founders of HelloFresh. We'd invested in him. And he's backed us in turn as an LP in our fund. And so even though for the first time in our lives, we could not get on a plane, it was the first deal we'd done in the pandemic, we were able to really get to know these guys from afar in a space we were really interested in, directly in line with our thesis, and of course a company growing tremendously quickly with great founders.
Maybe one little anecdote to add.
Uh-oh.
He mentioned Thomas, like one of the founders of HelloFresh, is indeed one of our advisors. And I remember I met Thomas 4 years ago, by coincidence in Vienna. And then I went to New York and I asked him if he can recommend me someone who know how to party in New York. And he back then mentioned they were working at Inside Ventures before. But we unfortunately didn't make it back then. But when they reached out again, I knew they are the right ones. The cultural fit is there.
Excellent. It's so important, of course, that personal relationship and what happens inside and outside in the boardroom is equally important, I guess, right? These are long-term relationships now, so the dynamic between you guys is fundamental. I love that it's kind of an outbound strategy as a VC that you kind of don't see nailing as well, and it's amazing that you were able to complement the outbound, finding the company, and then wrap it all around with the network. No, I think that's amazing how the networks work and how these connections are so important. Coming back into, taking a little deeper dive into the sector, Felix, that you guys are operating in, and you're talking about, trying to find good teachers. I think we can all resonate with that. But where do you see the market going? What is the size of the opportunity for you guys? You've grown so quickly in such a short space of time. Is it a case that this market is suddenly bigger than you expected? Are we just talking about tutoring? Are you branching out into other parts of education? Or how do you see the market opportunity there right now?
I mean, if you just take a look at the numbers in Europe. In Europe, for example, every year, all the countries together spend around 4% of GDP into education. This is around 980 billion euros that is spent on education on a yearly basis. 20% comes from private households, so almost 200 billion euros are spent in education only in Europe, coming directly from private households. So money-wise, there's a huge opportunity there. But more importantly, and this touches on the topic Vinny mentioned in reducing the gap. So digital education can basically enable schools, enable school teachers, enable kids, enable parents to really unlock their full potentials. Make schools more efficient, enable teachers to become better teachers, enable kids to really unlock their full potential, and enable parents to also make their life easier and provide their child the future and foundation that they deserve. And I think this market opportunity is a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity at the end of the day. And I think we definitely need to focus more and should invest much more in education in the next years.
Well, we'll certainly agree with you at that and would love to see it happen. And Vinny, you guys are some of the people making it happen, right? So I love this that you had a pretty specific thesis in EdTech, and particularly in Europe. I'm flabbergasted to see that you're saying there's only about 10% of the investment in EdTech in comparison to maybe US or Asia. Where do you see it going? Do you think, you know, a substantial part of your portfolio is going to end up being in EdTech? I also love to hear that you guys have done this deal during times of COVID and virtually, so no.
We'll just give people a minute to clear out the room. I see there's a bottleneck already here in the design of our room. Gives us a little time to have a fresh breath, maybe look around. Check what's going on online. Did anything interesting happen outside in the real world, or no? This here is the interesting part. Great, great answer. Were you placed by the summit team, or? Wonderful. All right, the crowd is slowly trickling out. Let's see how many people are coming in. And wonderful. Well, we're back here, back on the SANDBOX stage, still on the SANDBOX stage here at South Summit 2021. And we are going to continue talking about education. And we have a wonderful session here called The Pandemic Boom and the Outlook for the Future. And the next panel will feature a number of leaders in the education and the training space. And here to manage them all is a wonderful moderator, Unai Franco. He is a managing partner at White Peak Partners, coming to us from London. Unai, I would love to welcome you here on stage. Can we give it up for Unai?
Thank you, Daniel. So welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us today in this deep dive into the exciting space of education and how the pandemic has affected the space, and more importantly, how what the outlook looks like and where the sector is heading. How many entrepreneurs in the room? Excellent. So you are in great company because we have three outstanding entrepreneurs with us today that will help us navigate and learn about the sector. We have, first of all, Rodrigo Rodriguez, CEO of Odilo, which is a company that is democratizing access to education globally. Please join us, Rodrigo. He's Odilo. Thank you. He's CEO of Odilo, a company that is democratizing access to education globally by empowering organizations to build and manage their own intelligent learning and content platforms. already working with 8,000 organizations, from libraries to universities, schools, enterprises, governments, and more than 150 million users globally in more than 50 countries. So please welcome Rodrigo. With Rodrigo, we also have Javier Arroyo, who is co-founder of Smartic, an online platform. Please welcome Javier. Smartic is an online platform to teach maths to children. It's powered by proprietary artificial intelligence. The content adapts to the children's specific needs in order to maximize the improvement of the students' skills. It has already helped more than 500,000 students in over 185 countries. Thank you. So, and last but not least, we have Ariel Camus, founder and CEO of Microverse. Thank you for joining us, Ariel. An online school which was born in San Francisco that trains software developers globally in remote work across all corners of the world. And interestingly, at no cost for students until they get hired. And I'm told that they get hired within 6 months, and some of them multiply their salaries by tenfold. Actually, quite a significant amount of them, as I hear. So quite an interesting proposition. Thank you, all of you, for joining us today. Let me maybe introduce the subject by proposing a question about how the pandemic has affected your specific businesses. It will be interesting to know a little bit about the good things and the bad things that has happened within your sort of space. Any of you?
Ariel? Sure, yeah. So it has affected us all in so many ways, and I think it started with the amount of sudden demand we had for our educational program. We normally receive around 10,000 people that apply to join the program every month, out of which we accept around less than 1%, like 80, 100 people per month. During the beginning of the pandemic, we saw peaks of like 16, 20,000 people, so doubling without doing anything. It just went up. But I think that's probably the least interesting part. It's probably a consequence of people losing jobs or deciding that it was a good time to go and invest in themselves because there was not too many job opportunities out there. But I think the most interesting stuff has been that everything we're doing at Microverse is around the idea of remote work becoming the bridge between talent and opportunities. We mostly work with people in emerging and developing countries, right? I come originally from Argentina. I've spent a lot of time living in places like Africa, Vietnam, El Salvador, and I've seen the huge disconnection, right? And I've seen how much privilege I got in my life and opportunities because of my parents' decision to emigrate to Spain. And we see remote work as the way to connect those two things, to really break with these barriers that are disconnecting the amazing human talent that we're wasting out there when all the companies are going nuts to find great talent. So what we're seeing is this pandemic has accelerated the adoption of remote work, and this is not a surprise right now, which was something we were investing on for years at Microverse, and this has accelerated what we thought was going to take 10 years to happen. It happened in less than a year, and as of today, 92% of the jobs our students are getting are for full remote, all remote first organizations.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, in my case, we are a company targeting basically children between 4 to 14. We learn them math, and now since the beginning of last year, also reading for the Spanish-speaking markets. So for us, the pandemic has been, I know it's a tragedy, but for us has been great. We multiplied almost by 3 during the severe, the first 6 to 12 months. Then we went down. There was a little sort of calibration, and then we stayed finally. We went up again, but we stayed finally by. We could say that we doubled the business. Usually, just to give some figures, we have on a daily basis 1,500 students registering for the free trial, and during the first 3 months, we had peaks of 30,000 students per day. So for us, it was huge. But basically, we gained the same amount of students or clients, let's say, in 3 months than in the 10 years before.
Wow.
So for us, you know, we had to double the number of, the team, the number of employees. Basically, it accelerated our business, I would say, by 3 to 5 years.
Excellent, excellent. Well done.
Yeah, in our case was very similar. Everything was crazy. We built learning and content platforms for different organizations. So we work with university, governments, schools, and companies, and in different markets. So there were different things, but obviously, on the market and ourselves, we need to change super quickly. In the case of schools, for example, the big change was we need content, we need quality content first, because now we need to work on this. And then they saw, and they were discovering when a lot of different platforms open their content, and we decided to do that. It was a moment where you have all your customers in great need, so you need to decide if you take commercial approach or you open and you bring knowledge of the company. So we opened the platforms, and we were able to go to a lot of ministries and sign agreements and doing things it was impossible to think, like the president of a country, like in Colombia, speaking about Odilo in national TV, like a COVID project. So it was great knowledge of the importance of having quality content. And then in this journey, schools discovered that it was not only having content, there is so much content, how we know which content is good, for every area, skills, so it was also a super accelerated path. In the areas of universities was working with them to maintain learning, so we're more in this area of space. And working with companies, we started from a moment where learning was not a priority, at least in our case, because they had serious problems with the COVID situation, but very soon they discovered there was a new change, and they had to start recruiting and onboarding people remotely, so they need new learning tools. They needed to start building collaboration within specific people in different countries, so they started pushing collaborative learning. So it's been also a really, really intense journey that now is bringing us to a new moment, new situation that I'm sure we will discuss. But in all those areas, we needed to change. And obviously, as a company serving EdTech in different markets, we were able to accelerate enormously our global footprint, reaching many countries and adapting and building the company at the same pace.
Yeah, interesting. So obviously a huge surge in demand. I think that's the common theme here. Growth management, that's a hot topic with entrepreneurs. Obviously everybody's happy about increasing demand, but a lot of demand can be difficult to manage. And you're actually dealing with the demands of your clients, trying to satisfy their needs and adapting yourselves to their needs. How about your own? How about the strain that puts into your own companies? What are the problems or challenges that you have been facing on that front?
I can go first. I mean, we are a very weird organization in many ways because we train people for around 12 months and we don't charge anything up front, which means our actual validation cycles are very, very long. So one of the most difficult things about us is that we need to really be careful about when is the right time to press the gas pedal, because if we do it too fast without really knowing and having confidence on the outcomes we're going to produce, we might regret that or realize of that mistake 12 months later, at which point you already have 12 months of people going through cohorts already in the school, and you're dealing with human lives who are dedicating 10, 12 hours a day to our program, so you can't mess up with that. So for us, I think the most important lesson of the last 2 years, and a lot of this happened during the pandemic, is that trying to help everybody, it's idiot compassion. You try to be compassionate, you try to be great by helping more people, you know it's great for the business. You end up hurting the people, you end up hurting yourself as a business. So for us, for example, as I mentioned, we accept around 1% of the people who apply, and never compromising on that quality level. It's super important because otherwise we couldn't place 96% of the graduates in jobs within 6 months as we do, right? So I think one of the hardest moments with the pandemic was to accept that even if there was a huge surge in demand, I'm thinking like 20 years, down the road about the things that I want to be doing with the company. And when it comes to the survivability of the company, I'm not thinking about the next 12 months. I'm thinking about like the next 24 because I can already predict what's going to happen in the next 12. So I need to be thinking about 24 months ahead and accepting that we shouldn't take the growth, even if it was there, was a really hard and important decision that might seem counterintuitive, but if we had tried to take that, we could have hurt ourselves and those people more than if we hadn't.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, in our case, the challenge was growing. I mean, managing that spectacular growth within such a short period of time, without lowering or without damaging the quality of the service. As I was saying before, we multiplied. At the beginning, it was like almost by 30. So for us, basically our value proposition is have a very good innovative product and an excellent customer service. So on the first side, we didn't have any problem. The technology was there. Everything. It doesn't matter if 3,000 students use it or 3 million. The technology was there. The developers, basically, they had the same work. The content team had the same work, but the customer care team was one of a sudden overloaded. So fortunately, we didn't have to worry about client acquisition, about any marketing, any communication aspects, because the clients were there and they were coming without doing anything special. But we had to pay a lot of attention that we were able to continue to provide a high quality service, which means you have to train people, you have to hire, you have to basically double the team, you have to hire new people, online people. The onboarding is very difficult when someone has not even 1 hour to the office. Mm-hmm. This onboarding into the corporate culture, to all the processes, into many things is very difficult when you have to do it online and you have to do it so quickly. So for us, the challenge was how to grow the team, integrate those new members into the existing team, basically just keep maintaining the same quality of service without having to stop your own growth.
Did you have to change people roles or moving departments at that time, or how do you solve that?
Well, I mean, everybody was working from home until September this year, until like 1 month ago. So we didn't have to change like offices. We didn't have to do anything of that. We have to like create more middle positions so that in a way that not everybody would report to the head of customer service, that we create like some intermediate levels. Mm-hmm. And obviously, nowadays it's fortunately there is a lot of online tools to manage the productivity, to manage the activity, different indicators. So in that sense, we had everything in place before that.
How about, Rodrigo, maybe, how about the changes that there are certain changes you need to do to adapt to the situation?
Yes.
What changes are here to stay? Because some changes may be undone at some point, or maybe not. What's your view on that?
Yeah. Moving to the changes we did for growth, we did some things I think we did well, but we committed a lot of mistakes. I was talking the idea of moving the organization, because from one day to the other we have organic demand.
Yeah.
So marketing budget was not needed, sales was not needed because we opened the platform, but we had record time of teachers wanted personalized learning or companies that wanted for us to build a learning path. So we need to be able to move people from roles and department was obviously is a challenge, and now a little bit coming back to this situation of normality. And also we had to be, and that was a mistake we made, it was such big demand that maybe we're not so good by getting on focus on where am I really adding value. Because everything you are digital, you're a company doing things, they know you have your customers, so people reach you. And when your team is with a lot of different opportunities, from that time we see we should really think more when I'm adding value now and after the COVID. When I'm bringing a real value that is going to be adding value after that situation, which is the change you mentioned. No? For example, in schools, they needed some content in one time for digital, but now that they're back in school, only platforms that are providing real value, they're going to be maintained in this new hybrid world. No? For example, in companies, no? If you are providing onboarding is forever. Onboarding is a new challenge for every company, faster. Or putting learning in the center of the organization is here because there is this huge resignation, turnover, so everyone is going to try to move learning or collaborative learning. So trying to focus on that moment, on what's here to stay, that is our view. It's something we are really focused on now.
Interesting. Some experts suggest that we're likely to go now into a phase of sort of a decrease in online or e-learning as a consequence of things sort of normalizing in the world. What's your view on that? I mean, I can see that for as far as your organizations are concerned, some of the change is here definitely to stay. But what about when things revert back a little bit to a new normal? I guess we're not going to go back to normal what it was, but what's your view on that?
Well, my view, and it's not only my view, I think it's based on facts, what we see.
Yeah.
We will never go back to the previous model where everything was offline, was on site, but it will be like a hybrid model where children, I mean, in my case, I talk about like the lower segment of education. Children are going back to school, will go back to school, and I think it's good that they go back to school. I think it's necessary. There is tons of benefits of children attending every day to school. So, this is going to happen, and this should happen. There's no other way to educate children. But the online methodologies, like in our case, in the case of SmartTech, fully personalized, they are going to be integrated into the classroom. So. Nowadays, I think the main challenges in the segment of K-12, it's obviously infrastructure. You have to have the tablets or computers or whatever. Teachers training, they have to. They have changed. It's in a mandatory way, but they have had to change their mentality and adapt online tools, which they were very reluctant before, but they still need to be trained. And for me, the main change has to come from the pedagogical project or the educational project of schools. It has to change.
Yeah.
I mean, the mistake would be like to replicate what you did before with books, to replicate it on a enriched format with videos, whatever. But it's the same. I mean, for me, this should not happen, or there's a danger there that this happens. But we need to move on to like a hybrid model where you integrate, where the role of the teacher is more of a facilitator of the classroom, of a leader educating guiding the children, not transmitting knowledge so much because, this diversity will be covered by all these personalized and AI-based methodologies and programs. But the teacher has to have this role of a facilitator, of a leader in social-emotional aspects as well, and so on. So for me, that's a main challenge of industry. Obviously, we have seen it in our revenues. There has been an adjustment, lowered, but we have almost came up to the same point that we were 1 year ago. I mean, we were like almost close to our peak, very close. So this is not a temporary thing.
To mention the idea of devices, so it's an interesting topic because we've seen different governments working on the one laptop per child device, and now we see like Spain using European funds is using a lot of part of this investment for hardware, when I think it's obviously a need, and it changes from country to country the availability of devices and connectivity. But we see in those governments that were doing these initiatives that devices didn't have a real implication or a real increase in PISA or learning levels. It was later when they used the devices with software content, and they teach, or they built a digital program with teachers when they had impact. No? So we see this part of the device is there, but we see there's maybe too much focus on this area where it's the same thing as you mentioned, having a physical textbooks and having the same thing in digital, it doesn't have a real change. No, it's something is difficult. Bringing a device, if you don't have teachers ready, software, content, quality, it will not solve the problem, and basically experience of some ministries of education we're working with is showing this, no? So it's great challenge, but as you mentioned, it's the first point, and totally, but the others are the ones we think there should be way more focus, because those are delivering impact, and that's what numbers say.
Interesting. So this is a really interesting point, actually, that basically comes to show that the potential that technology has to transform things, right? It's not about bringing online what we have offline or replicating things. It's about taking the technology and exploiting all the potential that technology offers. So I wonder, Ariel, maybe in your case, in terms of your product vision, has this experience over the last 2 years questioned a little bit your product vision in any way, or has it influenced it in some sort in this sort of direction of?
Yeah, no, I think it has strengthened the vision. It hasn't changed it. In fact, it has allowed us to like go and double down on that vision we already had. I think everything we're describing here at all levels, starting with K-12 and also higher education, there is really nothing new. It's just an acceleration of what we were seeing coming. And I think, the flipped classroom model in K-12 has been, in our conversations for like so long. And the problem was that maybe before it wasn't a need, right? Like before it was just an idea that sounded interesting, but it was risky because what we had was kind of working, so why change something that is working, right? For other kind of things or trends that we're seeing that they were happening, as a consequence of globalization, we have seen waves of, having nearshoring, offshoring, and these are seeing how the people that before seemed to provide like low quality services and being far away in different time zones, we're kind of getting closer and closer and closer to the reality of being part of our teams. And with remote work now, it's becoming, it doesn't matter where they are, they're just part of the team. On top of that, you had on one side, traditional education is, live lectures with a teacher in person, hard to scale, but potentially very easy to personalize. And then the other extreme, you had all the MOOCs, right? The massive online open courses that went to the other extreme of pretending that all you need is content that is available like very cheaply through the internet, and that's all you need to make education, accessible to everybody. Mm-hmm. That's a lie, right? I mean, the access to knowledge, you get democratization in that sense, but education is so much more than just access to content, right? Where is all the support? Where is all the personalization? Where is the social experience of growing as a human at all, layers? So I think the pandemic, what it did, it forced us to have to say, okay, we don't have, this thing that we could do before that was good enough. Now we have to take all these things that we have been discussing about, like, the flipped classroom, the lab model, the idea of MOOCs, but we know the completion rate is really low. So how do we bring completion rates to be much higher in this model? Because we either get it right or we are not going to do really well. Our model is very fragile. So I think it just forced us, it gave us the perfect excuse to really have to experiment and make it work. Now, I don't think we made it work as a society, right? Mm-hmm. But I think that it gave enough people the opportunity to test this, enough of the educators that were waiting to have the opportunity to innovate, to try something new, to say, hey, now that I had a chance to try it, I have some quantitative and qualitative information to show that this could be much better. And I think we're just about to see a lot of innovation that will get accelerated because of the pandemic. Are we going to see an immediate, spike of things changing dramatically? No, but I think what happened would accelerate what was meant to happen anyway.
Interesting thought. Do we have time for another question? No, okay. Well, it's a clear no. Unfortunately, we have to wrap it up here. So please join me in giving a warm round of applause to our amazing panelists. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you all for attending. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, that was my Germanness coming out, being like, no, I'm sorry, we have to cut it. Apologies. But
something for this.
Thank you very much for this interesting panel and bringing this perspective, because if I remember my university education correctly, it wasn't only about the transfer of knowledge, but there was certainly also a social aspect. I don't know about yours. I wanted to check in real quick with you as the audience. Are we doing all right? It's been a long day. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me or the team. We are here for your experience, so if there's anything you need, please let us know. We're going to shift another gear. We're going to go back to our design track. And for this, we're going to have a session called Design as a Systemic Tool for Sustainable Development. And here to moderate our fantastic panel is Jaime Moreno. He's the founder and CEO of Mormedi, and several of their products have received international design awards, the Red Dot Award, Good Design, and IF. And in 2015, Jaime also was awarded with the National Design Award. And he's bringing two other spectacular designers with him. Probably they have had some touch point with most of the people in this room's lives, because one of them is Yo Kaminagai, who's the head of design at RATP in Paris, which runs the Metro and the RER. So if you've ever been to Paris, I'm sure you've been in touch with his work. And then we have Robert Zachon, who is the chief designer at Bosch. And without further ado, Jaime, Robert, Yo, I would like to welcome you on stage.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Joe. Thank you, Robert, for being here. And I would like to add a little bit of information about Joe. Joe joined RATP 40 years ago, the marketing team, and he has been evolving through his career at RATP, and now he's the head of design, taking care of the design and culture of RATP. Maybe you want to describe a little bit what you do at RATP?
Thank you for inviting me. At the beginning, I was engineer. I entered in the marketing unit, so it was a shock. And then I was prepared to lead the design management team between 1990 and 2011 to make the design management competency skill grow in the company. And after that, I've been named head of design. That means, in fact, not operational head of design, but about strategy by design, by architecture, and recently more involved in research, innovation, and digital. So this is my job.
And welcome. And Robert Sahon, well, he joined Bosch in 2005, and I think you started with Balai, which everybody knows very well, Balai. He did an amazing job there, and then he was promoted as a head of design for the Bosch. And Robert, if you want to give a brief introduction about yourself.
Yeah, I have a background as an industrial designer. I've been working all my life in brand management for different brands, as Jaime mentioned, so mostly in the field of white goods, home appliances, and yeah, it's a super interesting task.
Perfect.
I'm still performing.
So we have here, I mean, on one hand, somebody who is coming from public transportation, and one of the biggest operators in the underground, overground, and on the other hand, I mean, a market leader in home appliances. And today we want to talk about sustainability, and what I would like to ask you first, from your different perspectives, in terms of design, how do you see sustainability in your company?
If I begin, for me, in fact, there are two levels. First, it's not about design. It's about the fact that public transportation creates sustainability in general. But it's not so easy to do because we have to change all the solutions, improve them. Then there is a second level, which is design. Design, by all the disciplines in design, have to work on making the solutions better, and also making the questions better. And it's not easy. What is not easy is that it relies on the understanding of design by the other disciplines, the top management, the strategists, the operational people. I think they understand design through the results, because, as you said, I've been involved in many results, like not only the metro and the RER, but also the tram. You know that there was a tram boom in France during the 30 last years, and the tram in Paris was really a discovery for many citizens. So I was very proud of having managed that. But in fact, behind the results, there are also the strategies. There was a French guy called Jean-Marie Floch, a semiologist, who was saying, behind the science, the strategies. So the strategies are a bit hidden, and this is not easy to transmit from a generation to a generation, and this is what about we are caring. It's the most important for sustainability.
Thank you, Joe. And Robert, from your perspective, I mean, what has changed in the last 5 years, and how do you see the near future at Bosch in terms of sustainability? If you can give us a big picture.
Yeah, so for Bosch, of course, sustainability is a huge topic. I think last year we declared as a company that we are carbon neutral in operations. So we were not talking about 2030, we were talking about last year. But sustainability has an even longer history inside Bosch. So like 10, 12 years ago, this has been really driving the whole industry of white goods, where many of the household appliance manufacturers have been walking their talk, doing their homework, reducing the energy consumption, the water consumption of home appliances up to 75%. And back then this was really working perfectly, because it was saving the world on the one hand side to a certain aspect, and on the other hand side it was saving the money in the pockets of the consumers. But a decade later, I think sustainability is much more than efficiency, so this will play a super important role in the strategy of our company. But for us, it will go in a completely different direction. So saving another liter of water in your washing machine will become super complex, and it will be getting close to the limits of what's physically possible. So the whole topic of sustainability will switch a little bit away from the topic of efficiency and coming more from a linear to a circular economy. That means reducing the amount of renewable materials, reducing the carbon footprint, not only in production, but also in the usage phase, and even after the usage phase. And of course, combined with a high focus on recyclability and reuse of the products.
Thank you. You have been both involved in the design discipline for, I would say, more than 2 decades, no? And Joe, more than that. What do you think is the role of design, and how designers have been evolving in the last years, and how do you see the role in the near future?
It's still difficult, because even if we get some results which can be published, the upgrade is always needed, and the public and the decision makers are always understanding design through a strange way, through the results, and so through the solutions, and not as a discipline which helps them to write the strategies. So we have some successes, of course, but what is very important is about public transportation to say that I think that you all in the public, in the audience, you think about the objects. So that means the vehicles, or a ticket, or a logo, or a sign. But in fact, the customer experience is in places and also deals with physical and digital. So we have to refocus the design, people responsible in design have to refocus the strategies on these objects, which are the places. You know, when you travel from one place to another, while you are in a bus, while you are in the metro, the work is done. Of course, perhaps it's not as comfortable as you want. Perhaps you are in a peak hour, and so yeah, it's not comfortable. But in fact, in the changes, in the interchanges, when you change from one mode to one mode, you have to work. So this is not well done yet. And if you have to cope with the digital apps which don't transmit all the networks you need in your city, you have to jump from one app to another one, and you have to compare what is on your smartphone and what is in the reality. So it is not natively designed. So these are two new stakes. The places and the continuity between digital and physical, which are very important to create attractivity for public transport. And creating attractivity for public transport more and more, it is towards sustainability for the cities.
Thank you, Joe. Robert?
Yeah, I think much has been talked in the design world about the role of design, about the Danish design ladder, which describes the maturity level of designers from being mere form givers over design as process and design as strategy. There have been large corporations appointing chief design officers, design thinking. The way designers classically approach design innovation topics have become more popular. If you look about the responsibility of designers, that's much more than simply product design. If you think about the whole UI, UX responsibility. So there has been much movement, yes. On the other hand, I think it's a long way to go from being seen as a hairdresser to really having a seat on the table. So whenever we as designers were claiming a seat on the table in our company, our CMO usually said, tell us how to run the business and we will gladly invite you to the table. So this shows that you somehow have to bring something to the table as well. And with this VUCA world outside, so you know, which is very complex, unpredictable, uncertain, it's becoming more and more difficult to predict what's the proper way to run a business, and that's exactly where designers come into play. I think company leaders are longing for foresight, they are longing for long-term visions, they are longing for consumer-centric innovations, and I think design has really the power to deliver all that, to make those visions, to visualize them and to make them tangible as well.
Thank you.
So as long as we deliver, I think we are on a good track. And I think especially the topic of sustainability might have the potential to be a catalyst for the perception of design inside companies, because you really have to rethink everything you do, and I think designers are very well prepared for doing so.
And do you think we're elevating our position in the corporations?
I would say yes, but it's not like you get the position first and then you're starting to work. So you have to start to work, you have to bring something to the table, and then at the end you will get the position and the acknowledgement as well, but I think that's not all. Titles are nothing.
It's not an increase of the upgrading of the level, but it's an expansion, in fact. Because when I began working about design management, my position was understood as product design management. Furniture, materials, and then science, and then spaces, and then art. And so, as for design in general, the field of competency of design has increased, in fact. And now, design should be used for many, many domains, even in shaping organizations, shaping governances, shaping processes, and this is not yet understood. By chance, some designers are invited to participate to some works like that. There are some public corporations, I'm speaking about France, like perhaps the city of Saint-Étienne or city of Lille, which are really involved in design. They know that the design managers there can work not only on science or projects, but it's not the general case. So in big corporations like mine, we have always to sell new ideas, to sell new messages, to make us understood as good contributors to a strategy. It's not easy to do that because, no, for me it's lasting for now 3 or 4 decades, and I'm still thinking that I have to win the confidence, the full confidence of all all the board. It's not easy to do that.
Yeah, I guess, there's an increasing complexity, and this is requiring, as you were mentioning before, Joe, that we need to design at a system level. We cannot design anymore in pieces or in competences. No? If we look at a brand, we need to understand all the touch points, how a user is going to interact with your company, and it's going to interact with intangible assets, with tangible assets, with digital assets, and this increase in complexity requires designing with a systematic perspective. No? What do you think about this?
I want to say something about the context, because I will not speak about design. Perhaps it's a bit publicity for my company, but we have rewritten our raison d'être, so our driving purpose. And what's written, if you search that, it's also in English on the web, RATP, driving purpose. We say that our will is to contribute to a better living city. So when we say that as a slogan, it means that we are not only about mobility, we are not only about transport, but mobility is used to improve the city's life. And so understanding the city and the phenomena which are crossing the city is very important for us. So it's not about designing vehicles, bus stops, signage. Of course it's that, but also including that in a global place where there are other stakeholders like the city authorities and the shopkeepers and the shopping centers, who are all involved in having a well-circulating city. So this complexity is a form of culture, and this culture is really difficult to keep, in fact, because if people who are in charge of that go away, to recreate the skills, it's really difficult. But in fact, having written this driving purpose, we hope that it is written in the rock now, that the complexity of the situation is written in the rock, and that all the disciplines of the company will work for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I talked about the VUCA world outside, and I think the more complex the world outside is getting, the more it's important to get designers into play, because design has been really becoming a very holistic discipline, which is not only about aesthetics, you know. And I think designers have a talent to express complexity in a more simpler way. And so company leaders are really looking for ways how to deal with the whole complexity. So who tells them how mega trends will affect the life of consumers tomorrow? What are the demands of the consumers tomorrow? How to incorporate all the technological trends, AI, digitalization, voice control, whatever, how to incorporate social trends like the aging society. And so in our company, we have established a strategic tool that we call a vision range. So that's pretty much a show car showing the direction where we want to go in terms of design, in terms of innovation, in terms of brand language and so on. And incorporating all those aspects, but making them really tangible for the decision makers in our company. And that's a super helpful tool. Whenever we divide the decision makers, they're glad to come, and very often they understand what they never managed to understand before.
And how do you see the future of the smart home?
So the future of the smart home will be pretty much incorporating all of that in the right mix. But we really look at it from consumer segments that we want to address with the different brands. But it will be very much experience driven. So it's not only aesthetical design. We have to incorporate aesthetical trends, of course, like the open space, living areas, the merge of the living room and the kitchen, aesthetical mega trends like seamless, like ever-growing number of integration in kitchen. And we have to incorporate all that into those visions to make it tangible and to describe a way and to have a clear picture where we want to go.
And Joe, how do you see the future of mobility in a city like Paris?
You know all that there is a new speed limit of 30 kilometers per hour in Paris, global Paris. And there will be a no-car zone in the 6 central districts in the second part of 2022. That means that the car for these downtowns will be perhaps banned, but in fact we have not to understand that through a bad way. Of course, for people who are living there, they can have a car parked in their own parking, they can go out of the zone, they can enter. But in fact that means that for the dense cities, the pandemic has accelerated the transformation, but really the share of the public realm is really a new issue. And in that situation, creating the solutions like the tramways which bring transport and also greening with the grass, or bus stations which are not only transport hubs but also places for retail. All these ways are really important to make transportation a long-lasting solution. So in the future, of course, we can speak about autonomy of the vehicles, about digitalization of the solution. You know all perhaps the word MaaS, mobility as a service, which must arrive on our smartphones as a portal, including all the solutions, the modes in a city. Of course, we have to deal with the energy saving for all the vehicles. But in fact, the main idea is to keep the way that the public transport is a noble solution for people. I will, you know perhaps that Mrs. Thatcher has said, I think 40 years before, a woman who uses a bus at 40 years old has missed her life. It's written in Wikipedia. So we want to go against that, and we want to maintain all the transportation modes as a good way to live in a city.
Okay, I think we need to start dancing, but and Robert, once you have achieved these goals in terms of sustainability, like carbon fiber, emission, recycling materials, what's next?
So there's always a next. I think you have tackling this problem of sustainability is really one of the wicked problems. So you will never find the solution. I think that's also a good way to approach it from a design perspective, because the deeper you look inside a problem, into a wicked problem, you will find out that it's somehow contradictory. You may think it's as easy as replacing materials with recycled ones, but then replacing them, you will figure out, oh, you cannot recycle them twice. So this is really a tough one, and I think those wicked problems require rather looking into interventions, trying out something, and then finding the perfect one for all solution. You will never reach that point. So I think wherever you work, you have to dig a little bit deeper. You have to understand where you're coming from, where you can create the most impact, and then try to apply it.
Perfect. Are there any questions from the audience that you would like to ask the panelists?
During that moment, I would like to add one sentence, is that design is for people, in fact. Design is to make people live better and not driven only by technology. And in such a summit like here, South Summit, technology is everywhere. So we can imagine that the solutions are everywhere. But are they affordable? Are they user-oriented? Really? I was explaining you an example. It will speak to everybody, I think. You call a Uber arriving at Madrid Barajas, and you are waiting your Uber. You receive the number of plate. It's written, it's a Volkswagen Passat black one, and you have 30 people searching their car among 30 black cars. So this is not a good use of technology. The system has not been imagined to make that moment easy, especially because you are very tired arriving from very far. So this is, it means that you have to do a change of mindset, and design is there for that.
Thank you, Joe. And just a last comment
There
before
was
we...
a question from the audience, I think, here, from here. You still want to?
Okay.
Okay. okay. But the microphone seems to be not working anyhow. We will answer your question personally then. Okay.
I'm very sorry, but my German timekeeping is coming out, so I'm going to be the bad guy on stage. That's fine. I would like to say thank you very much for this panel. Can we have a round of applause for our wonderful speakers?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Apologies for taking over so violently, but I can absolutely relate with this problem of looking for my Uber, or here in Spain, my Cabify among the 20 other cars. Sometimes it's even a difficulty to find where is the pickup point at the airport. I don't know if you can relate. So we are going to switch gears right back again, because we're going to go back to our education track. And we're not going to talk about education for young people as we did earlier, but we're going to talk about education for those who need reskilling and upskilling and are looking at this from a perspective of lifelong learning. And here to discuss this, we have a wonderful panel, which will be moderated by the brilliant Hege Tollerud, who is the head of community at Bright IVC in London. And Bright IVC, they are looking for exciting startups at the intersection of learning, of entertainment and creativity to empower and expand the frontiers of human potential, and so their businesses can become the next global leaders. Hege, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Right. Hello, good afternoon, Madrid. Nice to see you all. Nice to be back at an event in real life. Can't remember how that was, so let's just get it started. We haven't got much time. We've got 2 panelists here in the room, and then we've got 2, I think, joining on the screen. So if Alberto and George want to come and join me. And then we've got Carlos. Hello. And Cecile.
Hello.
Hello, Cecile. Right.
Hello.
Hello. So, as I had an amazing introduction there, my name is Hege and I'm head of community, so I work for an investment fund, but I am not investing. I am trying to help and look after our portfolio companies and support them so that they can grow fast, like all these 4 guys have done. And what we're here to talk about today is the upskilling, reskilling, the lifelong learning. We've had a few panels talking about education for the younger ones, but as we all know, we all need to keep learning all our lives, and even more so as we move forward and move fast. So I'm glad to have the panel introduce themselves, actually, because they can, better than me, talk about how they are actually working with their customers on helping employers with upskilling and reskilling. I think I'll start from the very end with Alberto, and you can tell us a little bit about how are you at Genially working with your clients?
Okay, thank you, Hege. Well, Genially is a one-for-all tool by which we provide a platform to create all kind of interactive content in the classroom. Before Genially, teachers had a problem is that they had to develop more engaging content for the audience, for the students, but generating more engaging content, more interactive and more cool content was hard and expensive to develop, because you either need knowledge and background in design and computing, or you have to pay for it. That's why we like to say that we are democratizing the creation of more engaging content in the classroom. With Genially, you can create almost everything. You can create presentations, video presentations, dossiers, infographics, and even your CV. So we solve time and money to teachers and students all around the world.
Excellent. Thanks, Alberto. And then I think we'll move over to Paris and welcome you, Cecile, who's joining us from sunny Paris. And do you want to talk a little bit about U-School and what you're doing and how you're working on the upskilling and reskilling side?
Sure. So U-School is an online school specialized in adults reskilling through diplomas in business like food, beauty care, healthcare, childcare, animals care. We do it through our own platform that we developed, 100% e-learning via video courses, live courses, online tests, online masterclass, gaming programs, and everything accessible from smartphone or laptops. And it's all a social learning experience for now around 20,000 students in France mostly.
Excellent. Thank you, Cecile, and nice to have you here. And then, George, you're here.
Well, thank you. Hello, everyone. Well, 20X is a startup that helps people, well, professionals and companies to speak real English. I mean, we help them communicate in a better way by having 26 minutes conversations with teachers from around the world in a personalized, simple and fun way. We're pretty sure that, well, we all attended the typical English class where we used to have a lot of grammar and we use the phrasal verbs, but that is over. I mean, so we are in a mission to encourage and help these professionals not to have any difficult situation with the English skills.
Fantastic. Right. And then, Carlos, where are you? Other than you?
Hey, I'm originally from Spain, but I'm based in San Francisco, California. It's so funny when founders are asked to introduce themselves, they go into pitching their startup. So I'll quickly say who I am before I talk about my company. I grew up in Spain. I'm a software engineer by training, but I suddenly realized that I wanted to leverage my technical background in a different way, more on the business side. And I decided to create the school of my dreams, which is product school. I started product school 7 years ago, and we teach product management for professionals. And we'll do all of our training online. And the secret sauce of our business is that all of our instructors are not teachers. They are active product leaders working at some of the best Silicon Valley companies such as Airbnb, Netflix, Google, or Facebook. And the community right now is over 1 million members.
Sounds amazing. Right, going to move on a bit, and I'm going to move a bit back to the title. It's Life Learn Mindset, the future of EdTech in reskilling and upskilling employees. And I'm a bit tempted to say that EdTech is the future of reskilling and upskilling employees. Do you want to talk a little bit about the tech side of like how you can enable employers to work with their employees to upskill?
Yep. Well, as I was saying in the past, I mean, some years ago, especially people who lived in Spain, we had the problem that we didn't know enough grammar. So we wanted to learn English. So there was a lot of grammar available. So we focused on studying grammar. But right now, well, we already have that level. So what we want right now is to become fluent at speaking English. I mean, we should be English not as a barrier. I mean, when you have to have maybe a demo with a client, or you're going to raise a fundraising with an international VC. For many people, that is a problem right now. And well, we're in 2021, so English should not be a barrier. So we're trying to help these professionals to say English as an opportunity.
Great. Carlos, do you want to say anything on the tech side, how it's enabling you?
I mean, I started this company as a solution to my own problem. Because when I went to the traditional education system, I wasn't inspired by most of my professors. And I felt that disconnection between what I was learning in the classroom versus what I actually had to learn in order to grow my career. So, many years forward, and I decided to bring that together. And for us, it was all about making sure that the people teaching are real doers, are practitioners, are the ones who actually are building. So by connecting real world product leaders who keep their full-time jobs and moonlight for us, they teach on weeknights or weekends, that can really give much more credibility and help to the upcoming product managers to make sure that what they are learning is actually something that they are going to apply. And then the other side of the coin here is that for students, I just believe in lifelong learning. I never understood why we are supposed to study full-time until our mid-20s and then suddenly work full-time until we die. Well, what if you can have it all? What if you can continue with your life, your work, your friendships, and at the same time invest some time in your own learning? So by offering trainings on weeknights, weekends, just in general, flexible options for professionals, we are allowing them to invest in themselves and not just kind of rely on whatever they studied 10, 15 years ago when they were in college.
Great. And how about you, Cecile? Do you want to add anything to the tech side and how you work at U-School? Whoops.
Yes, sure. Our challenge at U-School is that we do diplomas, which are supposed, if you do it on in real life class, in 1 year or 2 years. So in real life, the commitment is natural when you get in, but on the platform, our challenge was the commitment of the students. It means make sure that when they start the course, they go through the end, and we got them to pass the exam, the national exam, and get the diploma, and they'll change life, because that's why they come to us at the beginning. So the whole technology of the platform is built around the commitment to make them go through the end, even if it's not 1 year, but 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, sometimes 3 years for some students, but whatever the time it takes, but go to the end. And all the technology aspects was focused on that. So the gamings, the entertainment, the social with peers, other students, with the teachers, with coaches, with all a social community, and all the technological aspects of the platform were oriented on that.
Sounds amazing.
Well,
you know who's next?
Yeah, in our case, the main challenge is for the whole school to integrate only tool, because we have seen a lot of teachers doing or experimenting with some particular tech or some particular tools. In our case, our goal is for all of them to use just one tool and to generate a community around a new way of teaching and learning. That way it is the interactivity and the animation. So yeah, the challenge is why just 1 or 2 or 3 teachers should be innovating when all the teachers and all the students should be in the same way of digital transformation. So I think that Genially can help, Genially and other tools and other tech can help schools in general to innovate and to change the way they are teaching and learning at school.
Sounds very good. We're talking about education and learning here, but you guys represent companies that are helping people learn and grow. And I'm sure there's some entrepreneurs in the room, and obviously representing a VC myself, I'm also interested a little bit in your journeys and how you work with acquiring customers. How's your journey? How do you grow as fast as you do? Do you want to?
You want to start?
My turn. Well, it was funny at the beginning because if you thought about it, it was okay. How can we make English? So how can we make people learn English in a personalized, a simple and fun way? So so what we did, it was pure outbound. I mean, we realized that the execution was everything, was the key of success. So we created a really well structured strategy about outbound. Like we found out people who were finding the right companies. We found out people who were finding the right people to talk about in the company. After that, we had people who were the owners of closing the deals and showing the demo to the potential customers. And after all, I mean, after the deal is closed, we have the fantastic customer success team, who is the professionals who make the customer fall in love with the product and make them renewal. So it's like a machine where everyone should be connected to the next link. So if everybody is connected, the machine works, and that is the way we do it.
Amazing. Right, Cecile, do you want to add something? How do you work with your sales and acquiring your students?
Yes. The main channels for acquiring the leads are obviously web channels, but mostly Facebook, Insta for us. Why? Because the diplomas that we propose are diplomas focused on a passion, like cooking, pastries, baking, beauty, hairdressing, animals. So usually these people, they are part of groups, they're following Instagrammers or groups on Facebook focused on these patients, and that's how we get these leads through the patients. And then we have a challenge is that as far as we sell quite expensive courses, I mean, it's almost 2,000 euros. Nobody will pay 2,000 euros just getting out his credit card and pay on the internet. They need to talk to someone. They need to make sure that it's a real diplomas official from the government that they are buying, that they want to make sure they will have the real exam, and at the end, the real pass for this new job that they want to do. So they want to talk to someone. So we have a whole a commercial platform with more than 50 advisors on the phone every day that sell to our clients, and not selling, just advising, explaining how the course will happen, everything that they will have, all the service, the coaching, the teachers, the social learning, and everything they will have to get through to their aim. And the whole sale objective is to make reassurance for the clients, to make the clients feel okay with the fact that he will pay 2,000 euros for something he's sure about.
Yeah, makes sense. Alberto, do you want to?
Well, in our case, we have a combination of product-led growth and bottom-up strategy. I'm going to explain a little bit the first one. Everything starts the funnel, okay, with a huge and beautiful community around the product who is developing millions of URLs. So the word of mouth makes it work. And you know, they are coming more and more users to our platform. They convert into users, and through particular techniques, we convert them into active users and engaged users. Once a user is converted into active user, they will find some challenges in the platform, because we are a freemium SaaS, so they will need premium features. Once they find the value in the features, in the premium features, they will convert into clients. In that moment, when they are clients and they are happy clients, we are developing a strategy of a bottom-up strategy with high-touch clients. Our sales team, well, the customer development team, will have a relationship with the singular users, and they will convert them into groupal use. So it's a combination of product and technology and service, community, and yes, more or less.
Great, thank you. And how about you, Carlos?
So for us, everything starts with community. And what I mean by this is that over 90% of our resources are absolutely free and available for everyone, no strings attached. We really want to give as much value upfront as possible to as many people as possible, because I believe in the mission of our business, which is give access to education and help people grow their careers, in this case in product. But I believe that the approach that we are taking can work in other industries. And we're playing the long game here. We're not trying to sell one course or anything like that. We really want to build a relationship with people hopefully forever. This is a lifelong learning journey. And you might need something today, but I'm sure that 3-5 years from now, you might need something different. So by building that community and that connection with other peers, people find a trusted space where they can interact with others, consume different resources. And it's true that the way we sustain our community is by offering some of the resources for paid. So our certifications are our paid resources, which means that these people are really serious about breaking into product management, or existing product managers that want to get that next promotion. They would take these type of online courses that have a price. But in reality, we are really focused on adding as much value as possible, and this is something that has paid off, because I started 7 years ago when nobody really knew much about product management. At least it wasn't that mainstream. And today there are a lot of people, I'm sure there are a lot of others in the audience, there are actually a lot of founders who consider themselves product people. So by building this type of community and this type of place where you can come whenever you have a question or a problem, and you can find a potential solution without having to swipe a credit card, that builds that type of trust with our users.
Sounds great. I'm going to continue a little bit on the sort of entrepreneurial journey and hopefully get some advice from you guys on how you've built and how you're scaling your companies. And I'm going to start with you, Cecile.
Wow.
Go fast.
Yes, it's what I would say about the journey. It's resilience is the key word. Because it's a tsunami every week, almost. So resilience and especially in our market, education, which is regulated. So we have a lot of regulation aspects that we have to move with, and as usual for all companies, the concurrence and the adversity with the peers, and sometimes they're big, they have much more money than you as a small company at the beginning, and you have to make sure you're more smart, you're thinking things better, faster, more innovative, to be more innovative, to make it more sharp than the concurrents, I would say.
Great, thanks. Great advice. How about you, Alberto?
Yeah, totally agree, Cecilia. Resilience is the key word, right? I've been an entrepreneur since I was 24, and now I'm 39. It's very difficult. The good part and the beautiful part, everyone tells you, and it's quite obvious when you are successful. But the bad part, it's not told in books and so on, and it's really extremely hard to deal in bad moments. But the good news is that if you are resilient and if you keep going and you go after your idea, I think you will be successful. Another advice would be what I have learned in this lives is that you will find a lot of things, a lot of data in the books and in panels like this and in many places. But the information, you have to pick it and you have to use only the useful information for your case, because probably your case will be very particular and you have to implement your own solutions. So get all the information you can, go after it and try to implement in your way and in the way you understand your business and the environment around you.
Thank you. I'll move to Carlos. We've got some good music.
Yes, so
music.
I'm just going to share something that we actually share with our students, which is to fall in love with the problem and not with the solution. What I mean by this is probably the original idea is going to be it's going to shape in different forms as you evolve your business, right? But the fundamental problem is probably going to stay there. Really understanding why you are doing this is more critical, because I've seen a lot of founders will get very stuck into the specific solution, the specific idea that they want to bring to life. And hey, you might be lucky and maybe it's exactly what the users want. But most likely, as you collect more data, as your company evolves, you probably want to iterate a little bit just to make sure that you are also growing with your users. So I think keeping that focus on the problem and not so much on the solution can be, has been helpful for me at least.
Fantastic, thanks. I know it's hard to be the last one to answer the advice question, but I'm sure you've got some good as well, George.
Yeah, well, first of all, if there are some entrepreneurs thinking about starting up in EdTech, I think that's a great opportunity because education, in education you can really make a change. I think it's the start of everything. But I will say, apart from what you guys said, I will say that the co-founders is a really good part. I mean, I think it's the key because, you can have so many ideas. You can have, crazy ideas, but people who you share the values with, people who you enjoy the ride with, that's really difficult. And having a good co-founders, it's important because you will be alone in the darkness so many times, and when difficult times come. But that's what worked for us, and I think it's key to keep going and to keep writing the startup.
True, absolutely. Right, so I've asked you to share some from the past, but now I'm going to look ahead. So what's in your future? Just to finish off, like a few little thoughts about future for your companies, but also a little bit, I think, in general for EdTech in the lifelong learning space. And I'm looking at you, Carlos, to get us started on the future.
Sure. Well, I believe the future of EdTech, but specifically the future of product is bright. We've seen, especially during the pandemic, how a lot of the online businesses, online education businesses were accelerated. Our company tripled within 18 months because more businesses started to sell online, and they realized that they just couldn't rely on traditional offline channels. See more companies trying to go remote or trying to figure out some sort of combination between in-person and online, which means that all these companies are becoming software companies. Regardless of the industry, every company that has more than one employee is using software to collaborate internally, to offer services online, in some cases to have employees distributed across the world. So the role of the product manager is absolutely critical because that's the person that orchestrates all of these puzzle with different technologies. So we got some, wins from that regard, but at the same time, and based on what some panelists said, there's also a big responsibility because a lot of people are investing their hard-earned money to grow their careers. They're really paying out of pocket because they believe that their investment is going to pay off. And I think this is what has been fundamentally broken in a lot of traditional education, which is they would sell you a diploma, they would sell you something, but then they wouldn't deliver on the actual connection with employment. So I think that as the market also gets more educated, there's more transparency. They can really do the research. They can really connect with previous alumni. They can really read reviews. They can connect even with instructors. And I think that ultimately levels the playing field for everyone, both students and instructors.
Thank you. And George, what's the next big thing for 20X? And
well, we have some challenges there, but still, the big challenge for 20X is to find companies. To find companies and to especially according to HR to change that mindset. Like, okay, English classes shouldn't be face to face anymore. There's a new way. There's a personalized, there's a fun way to have your 20X moment and not seeing it as a boring moment in which, that is the past. So, we come here to say to the world that there's a new way to learn that, and we are on the way.
Absolutely, great. Cecile, you in your school?
Yes. The challenge for us is we've seen more and more last 10 years that we don't have anymore one career. People, they start with one career and they move to another one and maybe to another one and to another one. They stay 5-6 years in an area and then change. And what we want for U School is to become a reference for moving careers. And if someone wants to change to another completely different fields of activity, he knows that he can pick up U School for that and to get the diploma and to go to another career.
Thank you. We are running out of time. We will let Alberto answer quickly.
Yeah, well,
the future.
Yeah, well, the future of education. Well, I'm not Nostradamus, but I bet that there will be huge amounts of investments for education, and edtech will be crucial in this context. Edtech that can be global because the reality in different countries are not the same. It's not the same Kenya than the States. So you have to be like with this person. And in our particular case, our main challenges are to convert Genie into the new standard of creating content in the education sector, because we want to build a much more collaborative tool in which teachers and students spend the most of the time during their lives at school.
That's a great way to finish off. Thanks, all of you, for sharing.
Thank you.
And thanks to all of you for listening.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this session. In fact, reskilling is a little bit near to my heart right now, because that's what I need to do, because I need to put on the hat from MC to moderator. And I'm going to have two wonderful speakers now join me here on stage to talk about a different topic, to talk about sustainability and gaming. And those are really two very different areas, and we're going to see how the speakers are going to bring them together. So, joining us via live stream from Portugal are Christian Segestrale, CEO of Super Evil Megacorp, and Alexis Bonti, COO of the Stillfront Group. Do we have our speakers already? If not, I will just give you a little bit of an introduction. Here we have already Christian. Wonderful. Christian has experience in taking a mobile gaming pioneer Macrospace public. After that, he founded Playfish, a pioneer in the social gaming area, which was acquired by EA. And today, Christian leads the seed stage investments with initial capital and serves on the board of Supercell, the #1 iOS game company. And in case you recognize him, he was in a movie called The Startup Kids a couple of years ago. On my other side, we have the COO of the Stillfront Group, Alexis. And as COO, he co-leads 21 game studios that are part of their portfolio. Previously, he founded the eRepublic Labs, which is still part of Stillfront. And on top of being a prolific entrepreneur and investor, the World Economic Forum recognized him in 2012 as a young global leader. Please welcome on stage Alexis and Christian. So they're not only here as really the pioneers in their industry, but they're also here to talk about how can they, as leaders, give back. And that's really where our conversation about sustainability in gaming is going to start. And I want to start with Alexis, because could you help us a bit, bring some light into what does gaming have to do with sustainability?
Well, I think gaming has a lot to do with sustainability. I mean, the first thing that you need to think about, first of all, it's a very light touch industry, right? It's mostly digital now. So obviously, the energy consumption, you're not moving goods around or anything like that. So it's a massive part of the economy that has a very light touch. But although it has a very light touch, it still, is important to do something about it. So for instance, one of the things that you're seeing in people who work in games, they have one of the, I think one of the strongest mindsets in terms of, how to do things like environmental impact. As you know, there's also a lot of work in terms of, lots of work in terms of diversity, because games is being part of tech. There's not a lot of diversity, so they're working on that. So there's a lot of points where they're right there where we really basically working at the forefront there. And then also there's a very strong entrepreneurial community around games that is being created, where a lot of knowledge is being created as well. And there's this industry has gone from being almost quite a small industry to an industry that's bigger than basically television, cinema, books, and music put together. Obviously, there's a real responsibility within the games community to have a positive impact on the world, and I think it's a good leeway to the initiative that Christian has been leading.
Wonderful segue, because that's what we're going to talk about next. So Christian, so I know that you have this initiative that you started during the pandemic that helped you kind of scale your impact beyond the walls of your organization or organizations. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. Yeah. So firstly, just to add to Alex's point, games are not only really big these days, but one of the things that I'm actually the happiest about is how much human gift spend is moving from disposable plastic toys to, say, microtransactions inside of games, which kids value just as much, but that actually don't pollute and leave a recycling problem and all of those things. So there's lots and lots of really good things about games in general. But all that said, the campaign that I actually ran over the past 6 months or so, mainly driven by this need to have some kind of impact, driven by what can I as an entrepreneur, as a member of the games community do, was a campaign to combat extreme climate change, where I spent altogether about maybe 20 or 30 hours of my time and a fair bit, if you like, of persuasion with my peers, like Alexis and many other generous contributors, to ultimately raise about $1.3, $1.4 million in order to combat extreme climate change through an organization called Founders Pledge, which were incredibly helpful in setting up a matching pledge, as well as having a very good climate fund themselves, as well as an organization called silverlining.ngo, which does a lot of the early stage research for solar radiation management. So the sort of, if you like, last resort measure, plan B, that we hopefully will never have to take as humanity, but in case everything else goes wrong and we actually have to somehow figure out ways to make the planet brighter so that we get less sunlight reaching the earth, and hence keeping the earth a little bit cooler while we fix all of our emissions, then that we at least do that basic research now. But I think it's a good example of how, as an entrepreneur, you typically have access to a whole bunch of people like investors, founders who have exited, other folks who actually have means and are passionate about making the world better one way or the other. And a lot of the time, actually, it's not that labor intensive to ultimately figure out something you are passionate about, bring your community with you, and together create a much bigger impact than you would have been able to just yourself.
Great. And I heard that you needed a lot of time, or you spent a lot of time on the persuasion part. I'm wondering, was there anyone that was really hardballing you, and how did you get them to actually put in their money?
Oh, it was actually remarkably easy. I mean, probably I spent the most time sweating over emails and actually setting up the calls. But as Alexis was saying, actually, and I think it's true also for the audience here, is that a lot of the entrepreneurial community in general, and especially in computer games, that has benefited from the pandemic, feels a real need and a real responsibility to find a way to give back, find a way to pay it forward, find a way to make sure that the planet stays, habitable for the next generation. So in particular, when there is some kind of an incentive in place, like a matching pledge, where, in our case, we found a way to match every dollar spent or every dollar donated up to $500,000. That's a good incentive, as well as just being very clear on the goal itself, that what this campaign is about is not just climate change, but actually combating extreme climate change. The notion that there's a 5 to 10% chance, perhaps, that the Earth might warm as much as 6 degrees or above. And that's a really, really big deal, because were that to happen, that's really, really, really bad news. And like all entrepreneurs in the room will know, if there's a 5 to 10% chance of something happening, in the future, you probably want to like take action now to make sure that that thing does not happen. We all deal with the risk all the time, and I think being cognizant of risk is really important that way.
Yeah, I think many of us here can really relate to this bigger problem of climate change and what it's going to do to our world. But I would like to get a little bit more personal, Alexis, if I may. And I would really be curious, what is the why behind why are you really doing this at the end of the day? Because after all of us only have a certain amount of time and attention on our schedules. So what makes this really worthwhile for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit it right on the nail. I mean, the key issue that we have, when you're an entrepreneur is that you have no time. You have very, very little time. So the first thing is, when you have someone like Christian that comes to you, that you trust, that you know as the track record that he has, that you know has done the homework in terms of helping you and all that, and having that impact, that's really helpful. And then basically that's why you participate there, because you want to give back. The second reason is, it's very important, I think, for the people who are listening to us to utilize what you have at your disposal as well to basically have an impact. So for example, at Stillfront, we are 21 game studios. We have something like 30 million players that play our games every month. We have up to 9 or 10 million that play it every day. So what we've done last year is we've done the work with the help of Supercell, by the way, another popular game studio, to basically become carbon neutral, not just for all of the things that we're doing from our employees, but also in terms of all of the energy consumption of our players. So we've been able to basically, plant forests, do solar farms, do all that sort of stuff to become completely carbon neutral. And that's something that really means that, it really gives a purpose to the people that work in all of our studios. A lot of the studios that join Stillfront, all of a sudden, we give them the tools to become carbon neutral themselves. So as we grow our impact. And then the real deep reason is I have 3 kids. I don't want them to live underwater. I want them to have a good life, and I want to leave them a better place once I'm dead. So that's really the main motivation. And I'm simply using the tools that I have at my disposal through my work and through my network to, through very little time, honestly, and through a very little investment, try and make a difference.
I can definitely relate to that, to leave the world better for our kids. So, Christian, I would also like to ask you, has your why changed from kind of why you got into this to why you're actually staying engaged and trying to be even more engaged with your time?
Sure. Actually, my why is kind of has a longer story to it, in that I was a computer games nerd as I grew up. I loved making games. I loved everything about games. But as I started studying, I really fell in love with economics as a way to potentially program the world to be a better place. Because how cool is that? At least what I thought economics was kind of a programming language for the world. How cool is that? The right incentives, the right policies, you can make the world better. I was going to go on and actually continue doing a PhD and whatnot, but then I got dragged back into my first love of computer games, and I'm there still kind of 20 years later. So I have, though, as of the past few years in particular, as Alexis also very much following what Alexis was saying, really started focusing on spending a lot more of my spare time on the future of humanity and look at, okay, how do I use all of these things that I've, if you like, collected over the past 20 years in terms of my connections, my financial resources, my kind of influence overall more broadly, to have as much leverage as possible. I think Alexis put it well, we don't have time. So the real question is, how do you make as much of the time and of the money that you're willing to put in to these things? Like, how do you choose a cause that has the most impact? And how do you make sure that when you actually donate or you're sort of involved in a thing that's meant to create impact, that truly every dollar and every minute that you spend on it has the maximum impact it possibly can have? And it's actually quite an interesting puzzle. And so the model where I've landed personally on this is I try to run one campaign every year of some form. That may last a couple of months, something like sort of tens of hours, not hundreds of hours, not single-digit hours, but rather tens of hours to go and do something, attempt to have as much impact as I possibly can on long-termist causes. So things like extreme climate change, AI security, biosecurity, nuclear security, those sorts of things. And then kind of run it see what I can learn, try to really kind of have the same iterative mindset as what I have as an entrepreneur, and then plow that into next year's campaign and try to have a real learning mindset throughout. I think as entrepreneurs, and I'm sure many of the people in the audience will agree, the only way truly to learn is to just do and make mistakes and just go, you know, have this action bias. But, and what I would really recommend is that the single most important thing is to get started. Go do something. There are resources like Founders Pledge, for example, 80,000 hours, open philanthropy, that are really good sort of basic, very impact-focused resources. So just pick a thing, go do it, learn something about yourself, learn something about your preferences, about your own impact, and then figure out how to do that better next year. So in some ways, my motivation to answer, go back to your question, has shifted from, hey, let me have some impact, to, hey, let me figure out how I learn to have more impact every year in such a way that, you know, a decade or 2 decades from now, I would really feel like I truly know how to have the most impact in the causes that I choose to support.
Wonderful. So just get started. And for all the people here in the audience who are maybe still before this type of journey, I'm wondering, Alexis, when you think back about all of the things that you've experienced in the past, what are a couple of things that you would have liked to have known before you started on going down this route?
I think maybe the first one I would have liked to know, it's how easy it actually is and how open people are to help you on this in your network. I think when Christian asked me to participate, maybe he can confirm, but I think I replied within 3 or 4 hours, I'm in, and that's what I can do. And that was it. You know, that was literally an email. I think the whole exchange and the investment in time from Chris's point of view was probably 15, 20 minutes or not even that. For Founders Pledge, when I reached out to, I helped co-found Chambery Valley in Spain. And for Founders Pledge, when I explained what Founders Pledge was to my fellow entrepreneurs, a lot of us didn't have any money at the time because all of our assets are locked into our company. But the way something like Founder Pledge works is like, well, you're going to pledge, it can be as low as 2% of whatever proceeds you'll get from your exit. You will pledge that to good causes, right? And maybe your exit will happen in 5 years, 6 years, 2 years, or never. Well, actually, I think something like 20 founders from the Madrid area subscribed to Founders Pledge, and we raised in the space of 2 weeks something like $28 million. And all I did was, as Christian said, get started, check out with my network if they like it, and go with it. So it's a lot easier than I would have ever thought to do good.
It's easy to do good. That's a great message. And so, Christian, what about you? I'd also love to learn what you would tell your former self before you started this journey.
Yeah, I'm very inspired by what Alexis said. I do think in the end, it's all about people. It's very easy to get started, and you will be amazed at the quality and just level of inspiration that people that are committing their lives to doing good and trying to figure out how to have impact in general. And they're just really, really great conversations to be having. So I'd really encourage everyone. Founders Pledge is a good starting point. It's not like they are the be all and end all of everything, but I do think they're a very good organization and a very good community of like-minded entrepreneurs who are trying to figure out how to give back and how to make tomorrow a better place. So getting in touch with people, being inspired by the people around you, just getting started is the single most important thing. The second thing that I would say, though, that's been kind of eye-opening for me as I've been examining how to have impact, is that it is very clear that in many areas, the world needs both non-profits, so things like basic science, policy research, those sort of things. There is no business model. The only way to get to them is through non-profits, and the right non-profits focusing on the right things. Incredibly neglected opportunities that ultimately have a very large impact. But the world also needs for-profit scaling of solutions. The only way we truly end up capturing carbon from the atmosphere is not only to have the right government policies in place and have the right basic science in place, but also having the entrepreneurs, the investors, and the company builders involved in scaling these solutions to ultimately be big commercial companies. And I think it's, as entrepreneurs, you will all be in the unique position of not just having some access to a really interesting network of people and perhaps some financial resources, but also a lot of know-how and experience of building and scaling companies. So my challenge, if you like, that I would like to put out to everyone out there who is out there building companies and who's actively an entrepreneur is first to get involved in these communities. It is on our generation to go out and fix some of this stuff. So I would encourage you to get involved, figure out where can you contribute in a non-profit way. It's still the single most impactful thing you can do because they're so neglected. There's always less money in non-profits than for-profits. But in addition to that, figure out, can you mentor, can you fund, can you help the for-profit efforts in this area? Not just because it's the right thing to do, but actually there's an awful lot of even profit that will be generated in that area. And it just feels great to be able to contribute your skills and your experience and your capital to something that ultimately will impact your kids.
Wonderful. What a great ending to this panel, this stage. Everyone, we need to get engaged, and it's not that difficult, especially in hindsight, so we need to take some first steps. Thank you very much, Christian. Thank you very much, Alexis, for being with us here, and like a round of applause for our panel. And that is it for today. I would like to thank you very much for being with us today. I hope you enjoyed our program and you go home inspired, or you might not go home directly. And if you do decide to go out a little bit, it's all right to go wild, but don't go too wild because we have 2 more days of programming here. And we look forward to welcome you tomorrow at the South Summit 2021. See you tomorrow.